to.
Did you ask about that?
No, not yet. Western was aware of it last week. I don't know if Wayne's still here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Planning Commission. I call to order the Ventura County Planning Commission. Please rise and face the flag. Place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Would the Madam Clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner McGee?
Here.
Commissioner Dukas?
Here.
Commissioner Onstadt?
Here.
Commissioner Westner?
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Here. Okay, please silence your cell phones. And commissioners, the on button is up, unlike what we're used to when you press it down. Okay? All right. Again, if you're parked, if you're not familiar with this county facility, as you come in, there's a G parking lot, which would have been to your left, the smaller parking lot. That's 3 hours parking. I will try to remember to remind you at about 10:15, all right, so that you can move your vehicles. We'll probably take a break about that time, so you won't miss anything. The county does cite, so.
What about red?
Red?
The red part, that part's as far away as possible.
As long as you're opposite out of G, you're fine. Okay. All right, this is now the time set aside for public comments. Public comments are those of things that are not currently, currently set for the agenda. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak not on the agenda for today?
Again, before,
No, anything other than this. Anything other than this. Senator. All right, hearing none, then this is a continuation. We're in the open hearing portion of the testimony. However, there has been some new information arrived very recently. I'd like to know what the Commission's pleasure is. The fire department has given us a revision of what the project is. Would you want that testimony first? Should we do disclosures again? Well, as far as the
I'd recommend we hear from the fire department and staff regarding the proposed changes to Catherine Road, so everyone will have that before they testify.
Does the commission feel that? Okay. With that, are there any disclosures since the last meeting? Any new information? Commissioner Nagy?
No disclosures.
No disclosure.
Commissioner Dickus? Up.
Yes. After receiving the table, the survey of that was prepared by staff, I went out and took pictures of the affected properties that where the right-of-way is in dispute. I have those photos in my notes. I've got a CD here, and I can make it part of the record. Also, there was an email request for my notes, my sticky notes on an exhibit. So I guess I'll have to submit that as well. When I was out taking photos, I spoke to several residents. Randy Hosking at 1079, who works for Highway Patrol. I've got his business card here, and he gave me information regarding the applicability of a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. He said that the road doesn't meet standards to have it considered a neighborhood 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and that you could go as high as 55 if it was safe. I also talked to Kathy LaForce at 865 Catherine. She told me about a firsthand experience she had with sudden limb failure of an oak tree. I talked to Tim Tomasino, who discussed issues backing out of his driveway and any incremental increase in speed due to the widening and how that would impact his wife's ability to get out of their driveway safely. I also talked to Stephanie Post, who's going to lose, it's unclear from the map whether it's 3 to 5 feet of her circular driveway, which will no longer be circular. And I had to talk to Dan Taliaferro, whose property is noted in the survey at 1097 as a garage. It is his home, and I have pictures to that effect in my little packet here. And I also talked to Kathy Bartkowek at 1087, who was concerned about her 2 large oak trees that are close to a deck and her house. In addition, I ran across a member of the Santa Susana Knolls at the county fair, but we just said hello. And I think that's it.
Chair has no disclosures. Commissioner Rodriguez?
No disclosures.
Question of County Council at this time. Since the Commissioner has made the disclosures, it's in the public record, are there any issues that you see? Unless the applicant feels that.
Anyone who requests can look at the information she's placing in the record and comment thereon.
Applicant, do you have any difficulty with the disclosures Commissioner Dukas has made? The information is available to you also.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have the fire and the staff provide this new modified information that we have received so that you have it. My intention is where I left off 2 weeks ago, I will call those names first. So if you've already given me another card, but obviously since you spent 5.5 hours waiting patiently, I'm going to call you first, and then I'll go to the new speakers. The one exception I was going to make is for Wayne Nakakota from the Park District. So we'll let you go right after the fire marshal, if that's all right. So with that, we'll start the public hearing. Chief.
Good morning, Chair Westner and the members of the Commission. I just want to comment on the changes that we made recently to the requirements. And I appreciate the opposition concerns regarding loss of parking along the Catherine Road due to widening. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that on?
Is it on?
Doesn't sound like it's on.
It is on.
Yeah, I guess you got to get pretty close.
Yeah, I probably have to go very close. Is that better? Okay. Well, I was just saying that I appreciated the comments and the concerns from the residents regarding the loss of parking along the Catherine Road due to widening requirements. And I drove the road again last week, and we looked at it very closely with our operation division, and we decided that there were 4 turnouts that we required to begin with. And one of the turnouts, the first one, is right by the fire station. And we looked at that turnout. The road is pretty widened, that area. We're going to get it about 30 feet wide, so there was really no need to have additional turnout at that location. So we decided to eliminate turnout number 1. Turnout number 2 is located in front of 615 Cedar and 771 Catherine Road. We decided to eliminate that one as well. For practical reasons, it wasn't going to be functional in using it that well. So that one, we're going to keep the road at 25 foot right there. And the third one was around the bend, and that is one that is already has some extra pavement. We're going to use that extra pavement to our advantage and not require additional turnouts in that location. And the fourth one is by the park, and there are plenty of parking at the park available. Therefore, there was no need to have that turnouts either. So in essence, eliminating those turnouts should help a lot of the residents maintaining their parking along the shoulder off the pavement, and will also help the fire district still achieve its objective, overall objective, which is the safety of the residents and getting that road widened to 25 feet. So that's the new information I just want to share with you.
Any questions of the fire marshal? Commissioner Dukas?
Could you indicate on the map where those things are? And there were 4 total to begin with, and
Yes.
you're eliminating all 4.
That's correct.
You said by the fire station, at 615 Cedar, 771 Catherine Road, around the bend by the park. I just don't know where around the bend is exactly. Here comes there.
That's going to show.
Turnout number 1.
I can't see.
Yeah, it's blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got there. Do you want
Yeah, Larry's going to do
Do you want it facing the planning commission or the?
Face the audience.
Face the audience, yeah, so they can see.
Sorry, I block your.
That's right. Sir, if you'll show it on both maps so they can see and we can see when you point it out. Fire station. Do you have a pointer?
Okay, who's got a pointer? I have to look at my glasses. Okay, this is where we're coming in with the project. There's one right here.
Excuse me, sir, I have a laser pointer if you want to use this.
Okay.
Put the stickies.
And let me use the laser. Let's just start with the fire station. There's one in this area. And then there's another one right here. That's the second one. And the third one is around the bend. I can't see it. It's right back here.
Actually, it's on fire.
Oh, it's right here. Can't see it. That's right. Right there. And the last one is by the fire station, by the park, back over.
Red.
Here, right here. That's the 4. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Do the same, but point it out for the folks.
No, he did it.
Oh, he did?
He did it on that side.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the fire department? Commissioner Dugas?
No, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief. Okay, this is so much fun.
You might want to ask if they're Does that explain?
I have a concern that Mr. Nakaoka, again, I apologize to you. Are you under real-time pressure to get out of here?
I have a meeting at 10:30.
Yeah, well, the answer is yes. We'll go ahead and take your testimony now so you can. Your name and that you represent the Park District, please.
Honorable Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Wayne Nakaoka. I'm the Development Supervisor for the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District. I have an official statement from the Park District here that I'd like to read. It's not?
You gotta get
Hello?
close to it. You have
Hello?
to kiss.
Is that close enough? Hello?
Can you
Does
hear
it work
that?
now? Really close? Can you hear this? Wow. I'm going to hang on to this microphone.
Just don't sing feelings, okay?
Okay, how's that? I didn't know it was going to be the entertainment today either. Okay, on July 31st, 2013, our Board of Directors held a public meeting at which the applicant before you today and approximately 50 members of the public were present. The purpose of this meeting was to update the board on the Colton Lee Julian Meadows project alternative and to get direction from the board as to whether the district's position on the Catherine Road widening portion of the project has changed. After hearing the developer and the public, the board voted 5-0 to maintain its current position on the Catherine Road widening issue. Therefore, I can say on behalf of the Park District that the Park District has no interest in having its land utilized for the widening of Catherine Road. The board's decision was based on the fact that the shoulders of the road are used by parking or for parking by the guests at both Santa Susana and Knowles Park, and the widening would cause the parking to be lost. In addition, at least one board member is concerned that the widening of the road will ultimately cause the loss of trees that provide character to the Santa Ana Knolls area. Thank you. And I will entertain any questions you may have at this time.
Do we have any questions of Wayne at this time? No, thank you, and we appreciate your patience, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Staff, do you have additional information before the public testifies? Hello? Dan? He doesn't hear me either. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Dan, do you have additional information? For the public?
Not at this time. I was going to wait until the public testimony is completed, then I'll provide
All right.
more information.
All right, thank you.
Unless, of course, the Planning Commission has specific questions about something that's been submitted, I can go ahead and answer those right now. If you
Do we
want.
have any specific questions?
Well,
Yeah.
I guess we do.
Yes, we do.
Can we-
Well, I'm deeply concerned that on the 11th hour of the second hearing, we get a change in plan from the fire department. Obviously, a lot of the residents that met with us at the site aren't here today, and I don't know if everyone, including myself, has had an opportunity to review the impact of the changes. So I'm distressed that this was an 11th hour change and people weren't given adequate notice. That's what I have to say.
Commissioner Dukas? Up?
sorry.
It's all right.
uh, Is there a reason why you're withholding the information regarding the survey? And I understand you have pictures, I have pictures too.
What survey?
Of the survey that was provided in Catherine Road Parking Survey conducted August 12th, 2013, so that people can hear it and perhaps speak to it instead of it going the other way. Is there a reason for that, other than, we want to get through the hearing?
No, I'm not withholding anything. In fact, this has been published for a few days now. I can summarize the finding of the parking survey for everybody if you want. The results are summarized at the end of the parking survey. And as I stated in the survey, well, let me back up. What I did is I went out and looked at all the properties along Catherine Road to assess how much parking exists on each individual lot. To clarify, I was not making an assessment of how many parking spaces exist along the side of Catherine Road. So now, I didn't have full access to all the properties, so that's one big disclaimer, and I did note that in here. But the survey results, they're all listed in the table, and as shown, almost all of the properties have at least some form of parking on site, be it in the form of garages, carports, driveways, what I call motor courts, and I'm using that term loosely. That would just be an area large enough that's paved such that somebody can park there, or just other open space areas that have been graded and are either dirt or have decomposed materials spread out there and could be used for parking. The property that is addressed is 950 Catherine Road. That's the row that's shown in red in the table. Appears to, it appears that they will lose all of their parking because I did not see any parking available on that lot.
Which one was that? Number what? What was the address? 950?
950 Catherine Road. Once again, at that particular property, I'm not going to trespass, and I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, so I tried to get as much information as I could just looking around, and I didn't see any parking on that site, and that did look like a property that would lose all of the available parking that exists on Catherine Road, and they wouldn't have any parking left on their property. Now, with regard to 6157 Cedar Road, that was shown in yellow in the table. That my assessment is going to change given the change in the road widening plan that Mr. Aragi described this morning. With the elimination of that turnout, it's likely that all of that existing parking will remain, even with the widening to 25 feet. And last, I couldn't see very well onto the property that's addressed as 1133 Catherine Road. I also looked at aerial photographs of the site, but it's so wooded that you can't really get a good lay of the land, so I really do not know what the parking situation is for that property.
What number was that again?
1133, it's shown in green.
My printer didn't work, so it's mustard on mine.
It's page 3 of 4, it's the
Got it.
last row.
Got it.
Yeah. And I have a lot of information to respond to a number of the comments that we received last week, but once again, I think it'd be best if we just hold off until the end of the public testimony, and then I will comment on all of the public comment we received.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Certainly.
We did have testimony last time from one of the residents that their garage is no longer a garage, it's a granny flat. And I noticed all these garages mentioned here, but we really don't know the status of those garages, do we?
Yeah, that's correct. Obviously, I didn't see into a lot
You
of
weren't going to be a
garages.
peeping Tom.
Yeah, right. And indeed, I ran into some of the residents there, and some of them even told me that they're currently not using their garages to park their vehicles. Some of them are using them for storage and other uses, so, yeah, that is the case.
Commissioner Dukas?
As I said, when I got this, I went out and took pictures and made notes on my map. And I noticed some areas where my observation didn't match with the survey. One such thing was that 1184 Catherine Road was missing. It's part of a duplex with 1186. And it says the motor court can accommodate 2 cars. There are 2, dwelling units on that property. 1184 is missing. And again, that 1097 is actually a house, not a garage. I also made note of issues regarding setback with the road widening for that person with the curved driveway that won't be curved anymore because it's going to take some number of feet away from that.
Anything additional? All right, now we can get to the public. Like I said, if you submitted another card today, but I'm going to call the ones that we did not get to the last time. And the first one, Greg, we got 2 cards. So, Greg Seaton. Name and address, Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Greg Seaton. My address is 6834 Santa Susana Pass Road. So I live at the north end of the Knolls. Anyway, thank you for having me. Thank the Park District. We really appreciate that. But I live probably 400 yards from Catherine up the street. And the 2005 fire came right to my, to within 10 feet of my house. And the fire department set up camp right there and beat it down. But that's when they lost the house at Box Canyon. I think you guys were talking about that. But like it's been said, most of the fires have come from the northeast. Okay, and I think the fire department said that they always go past, they go above, but they don't. I've been there since '83, and we've had a few come right in front of us on the other side of the pass. I live on the hillside of it. They've actually been between Smith Road and the Pass Road, and they're extinguished pretty fast because it's that's super serious. But okay, they always block off, the sheriff's or fire department block off Cooner at the bridge, right before the bridge. So the old, let's see, the new Catherine, I guess, the one towards the north, the widened one already. Okay, everybody goes out that way. Very few people go out the old road that you want to widen, that they want to widen. If you widen that, that means they're going to have to the only way they can go is to the left to where everybody else is at. And it's just going to be a big jam because every single fire, doesn't matter how big, they close off Rocky Peak, then they close off Santa Susana, and so there's nowhere to go except backwards. So I think this, well, when there's a fire, what do animals do? Do they run towards the fire or away from the fire? Okay, so why would humans be running towards it? I think the only thing here, the biggest thing here is money, and they don't want to spend the money to possibly save a life. So that's about all I have to say, because everybody else has said everything else.
We appreciate that. Any questions of Greg at this time? Thank you for your diligence, sir. I appreciate it. Catherine Steffen, followed by Rihanna Wicken. Catherine, are you here? Okay. Rihanna?
Actually, I'm Marette. I'm her mother.
Okay.
She couldn't be here today. I think she put my name on her.
Yeah, your name and address.
It's Marette Wicken, and it's 1228 Cypress Street.
Thank you.
Rihanna wanted to speak. She's 16 years old. She had a school obligation today, so she couldn't be here. So I told her I would speak for her, and then I'll speak to my own concerns. Her concerns are very personal, very emotional. Mine are more practical. Rihanna has a neurobiological disorder. Doesn't affect her intelligence at all, but it does affect her body. And when her symptoms get severe, one thing that eases them is to walk. And what she does is she'll take a walk, and she goes and walks Catherine to the park. If you know our neighborhood, it's made up of like little tiny narrow short streets, and then Catherine, which is the long road to the park. So she walks to the park, sits in the park, reads a little bit. It soothes her. Her symptoms subside. She walks home. She's very concerned about her safety if she loses the dirt shoulder. You know, what she said to me was that, you know, people drive, they drive on pavement. If there's dirt, they stay on the pavement. Most people don't try to drive into the dirt. So she feels very, very, you know, she doesn't feel very, very safe, but she feels safer with having that dirt shoulder. Another one of her symptoms that comes with her disorder is something very similar to cataplexy. To most people, it looks like she's passing out. She's not passing out. What happens is her limbs, she loses control of her limbs. They go down, you know, she basically drops to the ground. She's completely conscious. Looks like she's lost consciousness. She can feel these attacks coming on within usually about 10 seconds. If she feels something coming on, she'll move as far into the dirt as she can, and she does this, sits down, so that she doesn't, have the opportunity to fall into the road and get run over, basically. She feels if she loses that ability to do that, if she has to sit down in the street, it's not safe for her, especially around some of those curves. That was really her big concern, was her own safety. She wanted me to express a personal, how personal it is to her. I do know my neighbors across the street have 2 children, adult children, that have autism. One is high functioning and drives, the other is not. They both also often walk to the park. And I see a lot of school children daily walking to the park. I live on Cypress, which is right up the street from the development. If you go Catherine, Catherine makes the turn, but if you go straight, it turns into Sylvan, and in about 10 feet, it makes the turn. If you go straight onto the little itty-bitty road there, that's my house. So I see a lot of the kids walking down. So there's a big concern for safety of children walking on that shoulder also. So those were her concerns. Mine are more practical, and I'm sorry if I'm kind of beating a dead horse, but I'm going to talk about parking again. But parking, for me, is an issue. I live, like I said, in the Knolls. We've got little tiny narrow, one lane, 2-way streets. My house was built in 1930. I have a little narrow driveway that accommodates 2 cars. I have a family of 5. We have 5 cars. 3 of the cars park on Catherine down the street, and we walk in. We do have a garage, and when we bought the house, we were very excited to have a garage, but what we found out was it was not a garage, it was a workroom, and it is too short to put a car in. My driveway, you actually have to make a 3-point turn to get into. So, I mean, they're very narrow streets. Most of the people in the neighborhoods use Catherine. You know, in my case, I can use Sylvan, but there's not a lot of parking on Sylvan, but we use Catherine for our overflow parking and when we have guests. You know, that was important to me when I bought my house, that there was some place for my guests to park when my family comes to visit. You know, we're talking about the people on Catherine, you know, yes, they might have 1 or 2 parking places, but where are their guests ever going to park? You know, it's going to be a lifestyle change for many of us if, you know, if that takes place. You know, I understand that 4 of the turnouts have been eliminated, but how much added parking is that going to provide? And it really, to me, is a concern. And especially if the road is widened and people are having to park farther away and then walk that road in the dark with no shoulder, and it's just a scary thing. Beyond that, another dead horse is the fire issue. I think something that a lot of people haven't mentioned is the people that live up in Oak Knolls and Black Canyon also come out this direction. About 2 months ago, there was a small fire behind our train station. Basically, fire starts and traffic gets crazy. People are rushing home in case it comes our way so they can get their animals or whatever. We were all that were home, were standing in our yards watching the fire, you know, to see what was going to happen, if it was going to come towards us or what was going to happen. And the amount of traffic going up Little Catherine, I call it Little Catherine because you got Catherine and then you have Catherine and then you have Catherine. I saw so many near misses of traffic going up to go home. And then those people are coming back out and around. Those intersections get crazy. They just get crazy. And to add another, you know, 100 to 200 cars to those 2 intersections is really frightening. You know, like I said, I saw several near misses. It's very frightening. I really don't understand. I know they've mentioned cost, putting a secondary access out the west end of the new development, that it was cost prohibitive. I spoke to a friend of mine off the record who is a city planner, not in Simi Valley. And, you know, I just asked him why that would be an issue. And he said the only speculation he has is that, you know, dealing with the railroad can be difficult, and they'd also have to deal with Simi Valley and possibly another homeowners association. He wasn't sure, he knew nothing about it, but he couldn't see why there couldn't be a road going that direction. I would like to say that living where I live, I feel putting something in that area is not a bad idea. We have had problems with vagrancy and dumping there, so anything to deter that would be nice, as long as, you know, as it doesn't affect the environmental effects are not, you know, prohibitive, and, you know, we keep our trees, and, you know, light pollution has been a concern to some people, but I do believe that something should happen there to deter those kinds of behaviors. Let's see. I want to make sure I've gotten everything. Finally, there was a woman at the last meeting who lived on Christine. I want to say that I completely agree with her. Christine, I never go out to Cuner to go back into Simi Valley. It doesn't make sense. We all turn left, go down Christine, and go to Bonds, go to wherever we're going. That's going to add a lot of traffic to a street that you see kids playing in the street and running around all the time. I think it's going to be a safety issue also for, you know, the people of Simi Valley, especially on Christine. That really hasn't been discussed except for by that one woman, and we do drive that every day. If you live at our end of the Knolls, that's our way out. So that's basically it. Thank you so much for having us.
Any questions of Ms. Bick? Thank you. Appreciate your time. Holly Huff, followed by Sybil Scottford. Name and address, Holly.
Holly Huff, can you hear me?
Yes.
1001 Black Canyon Road.
Thank you.
I wrote things down because I didn't want to forget anything, but everything's kind of changed. But I thought I'd start off with giving you just a brief history of the Knolls, so you get a little picture of how it was created and why it's the way it is. Of course, the Chumash Indians were the first to live on the land because of the acorns and the birds, and there was spring water that usually lasted until July. Bits of pottery and artifacts have been found when people were digging in their yards, so it makes sense that there would be the Indians there since they were at Rocky Point Park and Burro Flats. During the 19th century, the land was grazing land for sheep. It has been called Greenhaven, Mortimer Park, and to some Poverty Gulch. In about 1924, a man from Chicago named Lewis Mortimer and his wife found the knolls by accident. The Conejo grade was closed due to construction, so he had to come through Simi Valley to get to LA. Taken by its beauty, the oak trees, the rock outcroppings, he bought the 1,787-acre tract that included the knolls and divided it into 18 tracts. He named it after himself and began to divide the land into tiny lots with inadequate 10-foot roads that could not be widened to county standards without taking half of someone's home, and that was in those days. Add the overlapping survey lines and you have problems that haunt us to this day. The residents began to dislike Mortimer so much that in 1944 they petitioned the county to change the name to Susanna Knolls because they were getting their own post office. Mortimer's intention was to build summer homes. An advertisement from the Roaring Twenties shows women in their 20s bathing suits diving into a swimming pool nestled between the boulders and the oak trees. The water was to come from natural springs. There was a hotel to be built. The pool and the hotel were never built. It's likely the plans fell through when the Depression hit and the money was gone. There was a dance pavilion, speakeasy, and brothel. Most of the houses were built in the late 20s and 30s. They were built from gathered river rock, orange crates, apricot drying trays, newspapers used for insulation, and California license plates for roofing, shingles, and siding, hence Poverty Gulch. The area was the home of several cults. Ours was the Christian Science of the Seventh Seal. The Knolls had a market with a post office, gas pump, and the only telephone in the Knolls, a fire station that started in the garage with volunteer firemen, the Knolls Garden Club that in 1944 named the streets, a beauty shop, and 2 churches. Because of all the local filming in the area, Marie Dressler, she was an old actress, supposedly had a house built for her to live in during filming, and she named it Journey's End. The residents even bought the land that is now Knolls Park. It's said that the house on the corner of Oak Knolls and Black Canyon was a stagecoach stop. The Knolls had it all. One thing that struck me was that everything mentioned in history talks about the trees and the boulders. Now, the project. The project is supposed to be compatible with the Knolls and the Knolls character, which it is not. It's clearly high density. Others have already spoke of the danger of this development, the danger this development will bring to us when it's necessary for us to evacuate by adding over 120 cars existing right at our already bottlenecked exit over the railroad tracks. Safety is supposed to be the #1 concern, and allowing this development to go forward, you are putting the entire community in danger. Now I have different comments for the fire department. I guess I'll have to wing this one, but I always had great respect for the fire department. If it wasn't for Station 42, my son wouldn't be a captain in Santa Barbara today. That's why it's kind of hard for me to be negative about them. But they are willing to destroy parking and 151 trees for some concrete. Mr. Washburn told us they never had a problem maneuvering through the Knolls in the past. They seem to be going against their own requirements that say a subdivision must have a secondary access separate from primary. The minimum road width would be 40 feet with a 53-foot right-of-way. This isn't that for safety purposes. It looks as though they're willing to put us in danger too. The project has no secondary access, and the primary will be only 25 feet. Not only is Catherine not a secondary access, but by changing the meaning of secondary, it will bring more subdivision throughout the Knolls and more traffic. The widening of Catherine was to start at the project and end with the pass road. Unless you're going to change that too, he doesn't have it, and we shouldn't even be here. There should be no changes made to the general plan or zoning until the ownership of the road has been established, because maybe it can't be done. Changing things now would be putting the cart before the horse, and that makes no sense. When the mobile park was presented, this new access theory was created. At that time, the fire department representative told us that if this was a subdivision, we wouldn't be discussing it, meaning they would need a secondary access, but we're here now. The parking, I've looked at the parking many times. We've walked that road, taken our own pictures, and I have to disagree with a lot of what's being said and what we measured. So that's, everybody else has gotten on the issue of the parking. The trees are really what bother me. 151 trees in danger of dying. This can't be. I've tried to count the trees on Catherine, and for 151 of them to be in danger of death means close to all of them. I had an oak tree that died in my yard. I was depressed for over a year, so my opinion is to purposely kill them is an unforgivable crime. One of the reasons people are drawn to the knolls is that they are captivated by the trees. Big, beautiful, old, majestic oaks. We love them because they give us shade from the beating hot summer's sun. They create privacy and a home for the wildlife. We have hawks, blue jays, woodpeckers, hummingbirds, quail, doves, sparrows, finches, crows, and orioles. We have squirrels, raccoons, opossums, skunks, coyotes, rabbits, deer, fox, bobcats, lizards, crickets, and snakes. It's almost like you're camping, but you're home. We have the beautiful oak trees and the wildlife, not streetlights. We even have stars. Because of all these things that I have mentioned, I hope you can get an understanding of our life in the Knolls. I'm hoping you can find it in your heart to deny this project and all they are asking for until the access issue is perfectly clear. The hardship for the residents and the changes to the Knolls forever is not worth 60 condominium-sized houses. Thank you.
Any questions, Holly? Thank you. Sybil Scottford? Okay. Susan Wells, I'm sorry.
Susan can't be here today.
Okay,
I know she objected to the parking survey.
thank you. Debbie Popovich?
Good morning.
Good morning. Name and address.
Hi, my name is Debbie Parpovich, and I live at 1223 Casa Grande Road.
Thank you.
My take on the parking is, I read the report that was done, and it was kind of odd to me that everything was listed as substandard, and to whose opinion is it substandard? It's how it's been up there for a long time. Everybody is just fine with the way it is, and I don't really know. I guess it's just a relative term or whose opinion that is. Anyway, there are some other issues with the parking, and that is the issue of allowing residents to maybe have one or maybe have two parking spaces when everybody generally has two cars, mostly. But there's also, if you take away that parking, you're also prohibiting people from having not only guests, but what if they have to have plumbers or electricians or someone like that come to their home and do some work? There's nowhere for those people to park either. So there's that issue as well, and I don't think anybody really has kind of addressed that. The widening of it absolutely has a speed factor to it, an increased speed factor. If that was not the case, then we wouldn't have to have CHP sitting up on the 118 freeway now all the time because of the widening there and the increased speeds that have been drawn to that area now. And that's, I think, everybody that drives the 118 knows that the CHP just sits there constantly because the speed has increased to such a great degree. There's also the issue of schools. There's one elementary school. If this project is coming in with the contingency that it's supposed to be for young families that would have young children, there's only one school right there. That school has been overcrowded since my kids went there in the 80s and 90s. Then there's now that other tract of homes there which has added kids to that population. adding another 60 residents with young families is going to put more children into that school, which that school is just overcrowded as it is right now. Nobody has talked about adding another school for additional kids in there. Also, I read that they're talking about the increase of bringing in these people to the workforce. Well, there isn't enough jobs in Simi Valley right now to help the people who actually live there already, unless you want to work at McDonald's, and I don't think McDonald's is going to pay your mortgage. It's very sad to me to think that someone that really has no desire to live there, play there, work there, they want to come in and destroy our home and our neighborhood just for their monetary gain. It's just really very sad. The trees, most of them are protected. I know the 99 that they say that they want to alter, more than likely from the arborists that I've spoken to, probably won't make it any longer than 3 to 5 years, and they'll be gone. They'll all be gone. And that's just the protected trees, not the other ones that are not protected. There's also the issue of the county setbacks. County setbacks have been established for residents to roads, that type of thing. Widening that road is going to cut those setbacks even further, and we all know that along Catherine there's not a whole lot of setback as there is. So basically you're really kind of violating what's already been written about those setbacks. Originally, I lived on a street called Davidson Lane, which is right behind the Simi Country Mobile Home Park. And I was told, and I moved in there in 1981, and I was told that Catherine was originally supposed to go right through there and go through the Simi Country Mobile Home Park and adjoin with Yosemite. But apparently the woman who owned the mobile home park was really dead set against that and fought her own battle, and things were different then, and I don't know what the deal is now. But I know that that was the original plan, was to have Catherine go straight through to Yosemite. I don't know why that can't happen. It seems that it would alleviate a lot of the problem. Also, I mean, there's other alternatives than going through and tearing up the knolls and wreaking havoc through our community. There's also the issue of touching on a little bit about what this other gentleman said about the fire and people coming out of the knolls. Where I am is right by the Santa Susana Park, which is basically kind of at the other end. And it's when you go out that way, and especially during fire, it is true, they do close off the pass road, and you have to make that left and go over the bridge. It's very tiny right there. Traffic would back up considerably and go, when it meets the lower part of Catherine again, would be another bottleneck with people coming out that way as well. So it doesn't really seem very practical. The moving of dirt is a big concern to me, because after we had the earthquake and valley fever happened in the area from all of the moving of the dirt, created a lot of respiratory problems. I still have respiratory problems to this day from all of that. I never had them before, and I'm afraid with moving all of that dirt and bringing up things that we all know is there. I know that some of us don't really want to admit what's in that dirt, but we all know it's there. That could be a real problem with respiratory problems for a lot of people. And that needs to be brought to the attention of new residents that would be into this development. And, you know, I've had people ask me, you know, why do I care? Because I don't really live on Catherine Road. And I care because that's my community. It's my neighborhood, and these are my neighbors, and it's affecting my neighbors. And I do care very strongly about it, and I think that the whole thing is just wrong. I know there was a gentleman when we met in Simi who, one person from the Knolls, and he said that he kind of backed the development, but he didn't back the widening of the road. So I think you can see that basically, with the exception of that one gentleman, mostly everybody who lives in the Knolls is opposed to this project, and for a lot of different reasons. And I think that it's wrong. I just do. I think that it's wrong. I don't think we should do it at all. There's other areas where he can go to. I don't know why he's fighting so hard for this, because it really makes no sense, and there's just a lot of opposition to it. That's all I have to say.
Any questions, Debbie? Nora?
What are you alluding to when you say that we all know what's in the earth there besides valley fever spores?
Well, have you read the articles about Rocketdyne and the meltdown that they had up there in the late 50s, early 60s? I mean, that stuff just doesn't go away. There's been a lot. I mean, I have articles. Actually, I was going to bring an article with me today to give to you. But there's a lot of controversy over that. And if it wasn't prevalent, there wouldn't be such controversy over it. And there's a lot of articles that have been written about it. A lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Debbie. Don Kowalski, and followed by Kathleen Barton. Oh boy. Thank you very much, Kathleen. Name and address, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Dawn Kowalski, 6437 Forney Lane. Thank you so much for coming to see me the first time around. That was great. It really helped a lot of people out. You know, a lot of people, as you saw, took a day off work and couldn't take two. So, but we thank you for that one day there. I wanted to read you something that I read in the EIR. And it says the Susanna Knolls is identified on page 4-8-1 as a coastal oak woodlands in the Ventura County Oak Woodland Management Plan 2007, providing a sylvan visual character to the community. And that's why we're all here, because we live in a community. We all love our community. And, you know, the integrity of somebody who can come in and build 5 homes, 5 lovely horse-owning property with incredible rides. We're on the east end of the county. The west end of the county has Bridle Path. They are all filled with horses. We have the east end where we can get over to Chatsworth. We can get all the way back by Brown Canyon. There are amazing places to ride. And if this applicant used his integrity and built his 5 homes, which he can do tomorrow, we would have a wonderful horse property. We wouldn't be facing a road that is going to desecrate our community. And we would have something that at least blended with our community. I mean, a condo project, which is what this is, 3,000 square foot lots in our rural community does not fit. Certainly, we have some smaller houses. You saw themselves when you came out. We have big, huge houses. We have tiny little houses. We all have gardens. We don't all have garages, as I said. And when Holly and I went out with a tape measure, courting death, let me tell you, jumping across the street with a tape measure, we measured the road, and then we measured what would be needed with our map on the side that it was said that. And it would show clearly that if you took 3 or 4 feet, a car will not fit there because cars are wide. They don't fit on little tiny areas. So we measured the cars, and it would take half a car away. So you can't park half a car. So, I totally disagree with staff, and I think he needs to get out with a tape measure and do what we did if he wants to really know. But anyway, the other thing is, when I talked about Catherine Road to Dan, as I call him, the planner, I said to him, now, Catherine Road Widening and Safety Improvement Plan. Who came up with that name? I hope not staff. And he said, no, the applicant. And it's kind of like when you read staff's report about this widening safety improvement. If you read it enough times, you're kind of brainwashed. This must be safety and improvement. But as you've heard from everybody, it's redundant to keep on saying it. It is not improvement. So, it's just a real drag. The fire department said to us at many meetings, I've been to meetings in Camarillo and met with them on this project, they said unless he gets 100% of the road, it's no-go on widening the road. No-go. Well, he doesn't have the park area, and he doesn't know that he even owns the property. He's going back to some heirs in God knows when, but the people who've brought their properties, if it hasn't been dedicated to the county, they own that property. It's not the heirs from years before, and I'm sure if you got to the Supreme Court on this, there would be some agreement with us. So if we go with what the fire department stated to us, no road, no project. Now, if he wants to go over the railroad tracks, that's his prerogative. But what he has right now is he can build 5 houses, and buyer beware. When I go to get a permit for my house, which I've done, added on, I go through the plan checks and the plan checks and the changes, and I cannot I can't get a hammer or a nail out until my plan is stamped approved, until I've proved that I can build where I can build and what I can do. And I don't see, when all of us in the community abide by the laws of the county, that this developer, who is not in character with our community, who does not have the roads, and he doesn't have the egress and ingress, and he does not even own the road that he's planning to use as the egress and ingress, putting us into danger, and he is not even to talk about the 151 trees, which is completely criminal. I don't know why, until there's a stamp that says he has everything in order, that he could possibly even start to build. We can't. Why should he? Why should he have any approval? Why should there be a zone change created for him when he's already got the option to build his 5 houses? That's what he bought the property as. That's what he can build. And I don't see, if I buy a piece of property, I have to have my septic tank be able to, in the olden days, be able to be there. And I had to have millions of things done. And it seems like county, the staff is jumping through hoops to make this work. And I don't know why they're jumping through the hoops to try and absolutely annihilate our community. It's really, really sad. And I just hope the integrity, as it doesn't prevail with the applicant, that it will prevail with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Yes. Oh, Dawn,
Mike,
we have a question.
Can I ask county counsel to respond to her point?
Which point was that?
Her point regarding her statement about. I'm wondering if I can ask county counsel to respond to her point regarding who owns the land where the road widening is in dispute, and her opinion that you could take it to the Supreme Court and that they would find in favor of the residents. Can I have county counsel respond to that, or
Robert?
Any civil dispute between property owners would be settled in court. The way the proposal before you is structured in the development agreement, the applicant has to secure all the rights needed by the county and transfer them to the county before the final map can even be submitted to the Board of Supervisors. They would do that under the proposal by a quiet title action or by acquiring those rights from the property owners. It's admitted for purposes of your action that the applicant does not own all the property rights, for example, at the park, but also at certain places within the development. Other places are disputed as to what the ownership is. That's one of the purposes of a quiet title action. The quiet title action is filed against the world, meaning anybody with any interest has to come in, including, in this case, the missing heir, and contest it, or the court can make a finding in favor of or in opposition to the petitioner. The way the development agreement is set up, the county, if the board approved it, would be filing the action, but it would be prosecuted or funded by the applicant. And unless they can acquire by purchase and sale agreements or established by court order that they have all the rights for all the parts of Catherine Road needed for the widening plan, the final map can never be submitted, and the project would end at the term of the development agreement, which is proposed as 10 years.
And from your professional point of view, we've had testimony from the applicant that he's confident that he will succeed in getting that quiet title in his favor because of the interest of, the safety and improvement of the widening project. What's your opinion on that?
I'm not an expert. I'm not a witness testifying before you. I can tell you what the law is and what the legal implications are of the proposal before you, but I have no opinion on whether they can secure those rights or not. I don't know enough facts to know that. I know that there are rights in dispute. I know the Park District asserts it wouldn't give them the rights, but other than that, there are no facts for me to base it on. The applicant has stated they have an escrow, certain deeds from the Smith family. I've never seen those, couldn't opine on those. I can just tell you that the way the proposal is set up, unless they acquire all the rights needed for the plan, the final map cannot be submitted for approval to the board.
And just for clarification purposes, the Smith property is the portions in red?
I haven't looked at those in particular to know. I thought there were more than just the Smith properties that are in red. The staff can speak to that.
Thank you.
Not necessarily, no. We'd have to call in the surveyor, and we have to go back through the deeds that have been submitted to date to disentangle who has been determined as owning those areas, some of which is definitely owned by the Smith heirs, but we would have to go back through and take a look at it. And recall that there are areas that are shown in orange where it's in dispute, and the surveyor's office, based upon the documentation that was submitted to them, truly could not determine who owns those areas. The applicant, though, is really, emphasizing the fact that, the areas are, at least some of the areas are owned by the Smith heirs, and they feel confident that they can get the quiet title action in their favor. But it's very complicated out there. And I also got to mention once again that, there's some areas shown where there would be widening to occur, and the surveyor's office has not received documentation to determine whether or not the county has the right of way. So there's still a lot of work to be done in order to make this happen.
Anything else?
Do you have anything that you want to say in response to that, since I asked him to respond to you?
Well, I just think, regardless of anything, he doesn't have the Park Road, even if he finds some miracle he's found 2 heirs apparently, but I still don't see how that makes people who own their property now, who've bought their property over the years, suddenly some heirs from years and years ago, that it suddenly makes it legal to get a little scratchy piece of paper from them for whatever you pay or whatever you do, and that's going to suddenly make all this land that is owned by people in the Knolls suddenly become county land, or his ability to build on them. It just doesn't make any sense. And can I just say one more thing? It was referred to about Rocketdyne. I've been on the cleanup coalition for Rocketdyne for 25 years, and I just want to say one quick story. In 89, I was contacted by a woman who lived off Oak Knolls Road. She had 2 children, and the one was on a bottle being filled by water from a well on her property. And she said to me, should I be doing that? And I said, we don't know yet. We're working with the Department of Health, but I would put your baby on bottled water. I wouldn't use your well water. Fast forward 20 years, that baby has leukemia. She's at university in Arizona, and she had treatment for leukemia, and in fact damaged her lung. and now she needs a lung transplant. She probably won't live. So is that from rocket dynamite? Nobody ever knows. But this whole valley, there was a partial core meltdown of the reactor in 1959. It blew into the atmosphere for 2 weeks. I think we all have serious concerns within a 5 to 10 mile radius.
Don, Commissioner Rodriguez has a question.
Thank you. Actually, it's for County Council.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. No.
As a follow-up to your response to Commissioner Dukas regarding potential court action that might be taken by the applicant to attain title, I'm assuming by your response, you all, if any of those issues are contested, those costs will be borne by the respective property owners.
Are you saying that if a quiet title action were filed and a property owner disputed one of the areas that the plaintiff claimed were the county's, they would bear legal expenses of defending against that lawsuit?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
County Council.
Wait, that went past me. That went past me kind of fast because I was listening to something else for a second. Could you just repeat that briefly?
Sure. Anyone who's a property owner who contests the quiet title action would have to have counsel or represent themselves pro per, and there would be costs associated with that, including the cost of filing an answer to the complaint.
I hope that's understood.
Okay, and again, it's the applicant, not the plaintiff. All right, Kathleen. Followed by Dwayne Johnson.
I guess I have an electric personality. I'm Kathleen Bartkowiak. I own the property at 1087 Catherine Road, which is sort of at one of the big curves. I love where I live. I love my friends, my neighbors, and my community. I'd be sad if it went away. But you guys have talked about parking, and you've talked about so many things, and I'm not going to go reiterate that. I will lose some of my parking if the roads widen. I will likely lose the tree that is on the outside of my deck, and because it's attached to the tree, the oak tree that's inside of my deck, it's likely that that will be lost as well. In my tree, I have woodpeckers, I have a family of owls, I have blue jays and thousands of birds. I can't even name all the species. I'm concerned that those will be lost, and sometimes my entertainment is to turn off all the TVs and electronic junk, and I listen to the birds and the waters and fountains that are around. One of the things I'd like to tell you is that our road is used by people with dogs, dogs with people, kids, moms with kids, moms with dogs and kids. And at any given time of the day, you can look out and there's 5 people in the road. And almost 5 times a day, I have to yell at people to slow down because they're going too fast for the curb. There's an old man that walks in our neighborhood every morning to go get his groceries. He can barely walk, he doesn't hear well, and you can usually find him on the center line, walking down the road real slow with his groceries. And I'm concerned that if he doesn't have the road, the shoulders to go into, he's going to be endangered. And so are all these kids. And right now, schools has been out, so you're not seeing the amount of traffic that goes when we have school in session. Talk about safety, talk about the birds, and those were my concerns and my questions. You have questions for me, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
Commissioner Dukas?
Have you located where you are on the map, and do you know how much of your parking in front of your home?
Well, there's 2 different ways of looking at it. There's what's in the report, and there's what's on the map. And when we talked yesterday, you were saying that there was like a foot. but the property across from me, across the street, is a creek that drains essentially the whole mountain above Catherine Road there, and that is redlined on the map. So whatever road widening is going to have to come into my driveway. And I was out there with a tape measure, risking life and limb yesterday, trying to figure out where that would go. And some numbers I saw, I'd only lose a foot. Some numbers I saw, I would lose 6 or 8 feet. So I would lose all the parking that's to the left of my driveway. So I would only have the space that's in front of my garage. And Dan, I appreciate you looking at my garage and saying it's a 2-car garage. That's a stretch. I could probably get a car in it if I shuffled a lot of things. But if I lose the driveway in front of that, I won't be able to park the car sideways. And I do have 2 cars. So.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kathleen. Appreciate your testimony. Dwayne Johnson, followed by Robert Majonski.
My name is Dwayne Johnson. I live at 1313 Foothill Drive. My property backs right up to the proposed development. I know he had proposed to have apartments, and that wouldn't have worked. He proposed to have a mobile home park. That didn't work. He wanted to have a ton of houses. He's kind of worked with people, even designing the houses with one of our own homeowners, and he's got it smaller and smaller, and he has a nice green belt all the way around it. I really don't feel that his development is going to affect any of us that are right touching the ranch. And as far as the widening of Catherine Road, it's the most convoluted, ridiculous thing. I don't think in the history of California anybody's come up with something so convoluted. No matter what, it's still going to be a 2-lane road. Oak Knolls, which is what our street dumps onto, feeds 110 houses. And I've never come out there and there's never been a traffic jam. And what I think would work for this, when you're doing a house and you want to do something and add on to it in the style that the house was built, you ask for a variance. Is there any way that we could get a variance where we don't need to widen Catherine Road and he can still do his development? There's enough power and enough brains in this room, I'm sure, to make it work.
Any questions of Dwayne? Thank you, Dwayne. Robert, followed by David Ferguson. Name and address, Robert.
My name is Robert Majonski, and I've lived in the Knolls area for 33 years. My address is 22 Black Canyon. And if you had this meeting over in Simi Valley on a Saturday, there would not be enough room in that city room to hold all the people that would be here. So the amount of people that are here is like maybe 15 for every person that's come up here, every red shirt you see back there. I don't have red, I'm sorry, but for every person that's here, there's at least 15. So how do you make this decision? Who should win, the power? And I'm talking about the economic power of the development, of the developer, or the people, the community. And on one side, you have hundreds of citizens that live in the Knolls. They pay their taxes, they bought their homes because of the quality of life that the Knolls offers. Overhanging trees, country roads, a peaceful, relaxed way of life, without sidewalks, parking along the side of the road. In short, the absolute opposite of what will happen if you allow this developer to have his zone change. And there used to be a horse ranch on that property that he wants to develop, and there was a sign there. And when you cross the railroad tracks, the sign said, "Where the city ends and the country begins." And that is really the essence of what this whole thing is about. There's a community there, that's lived this way for the last 80 years. And this development will appreciably change the quality of life for all of the people. And because of the developer's plans to increase the property rights from 5 homes to 65 homes, not only the access road far removed from the project, and we're talking about that road, the access road just goes right through the heart of the Knolls. That all be changed forever, but the lives of the people will be changed forever too. And he'll make money. He'll leave the Knolls changed forever. And the rights of hundreds of people will be changed for the profit of one. And it's totally unbalanced. One gets gold, and all the rest of us get dirt. And that's just, it's wrong. And the property was bought on speculation. And the developer wants to make money at the expense of the community. He has the rights for 5 homes to be made on his property. Leave him make his profits from his 5 homes. And don't give him an undeserved gift from the expense of the community. And why should the rights of hundreds of this community be trumped by an absentee landlord? And I've listened to the planning staff's report, and it sounds like they're the sales staff for the developer. And they don't, probably because of their age, understand the damage that will be done to the families and the older generation who've lived a lifetime in the Knolls and who have treasured and tried to protect the unique lifestyle for future generations. The humanness is what's important, not the coldness of the codifications and the technicalities. It's the understanding of the humans that's important. And the development is not an infill, it's an overfill. 5 lots, 5 homes. And many people fear, and I hear this from the people, they fear that big money and political influence will outweigh the will of the people. Well, prove them wrong and deny this zone change.
Any questions of Robert? Commissioner Dukas?
Could you explain what you mean when you say absentee landlord?
Well, it's not somebody that's living in that area, and they've just come in from the outside and disregarding they don't know the community, they don't live there, and they won't be living there, and they just are doing what they want for money, which is fine. Let him make his money off of the 5 homes that he has the right to be able to build on that property.
So you're not saying that these homes are for rent and he will be the landlord or somehow?
No, but I'm saying the present owner of the property when I said the landlord. The person that owns the property right now won't be there, have nothing to do with it after it's built, and the consequences of that will be the burden on the people that are there, and the person that's doing it and making the money for it is long gone.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions of Robert? Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the letter you submitted. David Ferguson, and then after David, we'll take a 10-minute break. David?
Hey,
Name
my
and
name is
address.
David Ferguson. I live at 602 End Street. My property actually overlooks this project. I'd like to begin today by reciting a little parable. You know, I come from a very large family, and I lived very close when I was young to my grandparents and my aunt and uncle. And there was a lot of kids around. There was a lot of birthdays around. And every 2 or 3 weeks, somebody had a birthday, and somebody made a chocolate cake, and we all celebrated that birthday. But sometimes, some of us kids would eat too much chocolate cake, and we would get sick. You understand the idea of the chocolate cake. There was nothing wrong with the chocolate cake. It was just too much chocolate cake. Now, I would like you to hold that thought in mind for a moment and fast forward. So here we got this project in my neighborhood, And I've talked with Mr. Gorian. He's absolutely neighborly. He's a wonderful guy. I really like him, actually, personally. I had some issues, and I took those up with him, and he was quick to respond in my favor, and I thank him for that. But I drive home every night along Catherine. I come home late at night. There's not a lot of traffic when I come home, but there are skunks every night and coyotes occasionally, and there's trees always, and the amount of wildlife at 10 o'clock is kind of amazing, really. And so if you cut down all these trees, that goes away. Okay, that's a tiny thing compared to progress maybe, but it's compared to my happiness. Now it's a very personal thing. I don't like to see this happen. And from what I understand, they're not going to actually widen all of Catherine, just put some turnouts here and there. I guess that's right. Is that right? I mean, I'm really not clear on how much of Catherine's, is it all widened? Are we going to have 3 lanes there? 4, I haven't heard anybody say anything about 3 lanes or 4 lanes. Okay, if there's less than 3 lanes, what is the good as a turnout here or there? It's sort of like when you're driving on the freeway and it's 4 lanes and it reduces to 3. This is what's going to happen at peak hours. The traffic's actually going to get worse in a fire situation because people all have the same instinct, get in or get out quickly. And if there's a turnout and a guy can get ahead of a couple cars, that's what they're going to do. It's going to make worse, and it's going to unbeautify. I love the way Dawn said desecrate. I love that word. Annihilate. I love that word. That's what it'll do to Catherine. It's not just a matter of making homes. And have you asked yourself, if this project is in keeping with the neighborhood, why do we have to widen a road that runs, what, a half a mile away? That doesn't make any sense at all. And it's not going to do any good. And I beg you, please, I beg you, don't let too many houses in my neighborhood make my neighborhood sick like all that chocolate cake made us kids. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'll be back here 10, and if you are parked in parking lot G, be advised to move your vehicle. We'll return at 10 after. We all could please take our seats. All right, the Planning Commission is now back to order. Commissioners? Commissioners? Let's go. I was waiting for Kathleen's lecture personality to do something again.
Is that funny? It just did it again. That's so funny.
We used to call it magnetic personalities. Now it's electronics.
That's it. That's better. Better terms.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is James Deere or Dean. I'm not quite sure. He'll be followed by Dr. Kenneth Piper. James, are you present? Oh, you're with the sorry, it wasn't marked. So, all right. I shall put you over here. Dr. Piper, if you're here, be followed by Tim Tomasino.
The letter that I gave copies
Ken,
here.
Name and address, please.
Oh, my name is Ken Piper. I live at 6075 Pepper Tree Lane in the Knolls.
Thank you.
The letter that I gave for each of you to have a copy, I had written to Dan and got it to him before the last meeting because I knew I was going to be out of the state. And it was supposed to be put on there as a matter of, but when I
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene. Ms. Lazar has the podium. Please. It's the intent of the commission to take Ms. Lazar's testimony. Then we're going to break for lunch. And the length of time, because I know everybody's trying to digest what we've just received on all parties, and then come back after lunch and get into the rebuttal phase for the applicant. Ms. Lazar, please.
And I do want to say that it is not my normal custom to bring things in like this at the last minute. I was receiving things up until this morning on this project. So, I mean, I copied that off at, I don't know, about 7, 8 o'clock last night when I finished preparing it. So.
Well, just so you know, we all understand this is a very fluid, dynamic situation. So, yeah, but at times it's hard to digest everything. So.
Okay. So, in any event, there's a big hole in this whole staff report in the EIR, which never evaluated this project. And, you know, it's the elephant in the room. We need to deal with it, and I'm requesting that you deal with it today by denying the rezoning and recommending denial of the entire project here because this project is clearly inconsistent with the county's policies and its standards. And I want to go through those with you, and I appreciate the fact that you did take the time to read this before we start. The land use appendix of the general plan deals with housing and constraints on new housing. Where in the county can we build new housing? Where is housing not to be built in the county? This is the general plan, as you know, is the Bible. You have to you have to comport with the general plan. Any zoning changes have to comport with the general plan. The way that the county dealt with areas including Santa Susana Knolls where there's insufficient road access, roads, you know, that don't meet the county standards and don't have sufficient fire access, is stated right here in this section that it's not going to be a constraint on development because there won't be great development because through the zoning of the Santa Susana Knolls, subdivisions are not allowed. That's what the general plan has told you. Don't rezone, don't allow subdivisions. We won't have any problems or constraints that we have to identify in our general plan regarding access and inadequate roadways for areas including the Santa Susana Knolls. So that's your first thing. Then you have to look at, well, can this development be done in such a way that now we won't have a constraint because the roads are widened to county standards and there will be sufficient access for emergency vehicles. That's the section of the general plan, the policy on fire hazards. And it says, for new residential subdivisions, and now for the first time we're dealing with a subdivision here, although this is the first time you've ever dealt with this project, so that's the only project before you. It shall provide not less than 2 means of access for emergency vehicles and resident evacuation. We don't have that here. I don't think it's even in dispute, but I did put in language about this second road coming off of Pepper Tree. That's a dead-end road. It loops back onto Catherine, so it doesn't constitute a second access road. You only have one access road, and that's a substandard road. It's Catherine Road. So then you look at the second part of this fire hazard policy. A deviation from this policy is only allowed. So this is the only type of deviation you can have when the proposed road conforms to the county's road standards. So let's stop there. I provided to you a copy of the county's road standards therewith, and it clearly says in there that for this type of road, you need, which is a collector road, a residential road, urban without parkway, you need a minimum 40-foot width. Nothing short of that will do. The only other exception would be for a rural road of 32 feet, but when you're applying for lot sizes like we have here, it doesn't qualify. You need lot sizes over half an acre, and that's in B7 of this county road standards. So you need a 40-foot wide road. No, again, no one's contested that we're not doing a 40-foot widening of Catherine Road. That's not a possibility. So I could stop right there, because the rest of this fire hazard policy has the word "and." So it says, a deviation from this policy is only allowed when the proposed road conforms to the county road standards, which it does not, and when the county fire chief approves the proposed road. So even if the county fire chief wanted to approve a 25-foot road, it can't. This "and" stops the county from approving a fire road, an access road less than 40 feet, because you don't have a county road standard that provides for a 25-foot road. The only place that I could find where there's a mention of a 25-foot road is in the fire department standards, and it has definitions. And it talks about 3 types of roads. It talks about, let's see, primary access road, and that's what we have here. Catherine Road is the primary access road for the Knolls. It is the primary access road going in both directions throughout the Knolls for this development. And last time we had the testimony of the fire chief explaining that the access road is the road that extends all the way from Cuner all the way through the Knolls, through the outside to Simi Valley, that Catherine Road. It's the entire expanse of the road. It's not just a little bit of the road right in front. That access road has to be widened all the way to 40 feet to constitute an appropriate access road, according to the state standards, which I've also cited in here, that require access for people getting out, people coming in, and appropriate circulation. So you need the entire Catherine Road widened to the county standards, which would be 40 feet, which you don't have here. So where does this 25 feet come from? Well, when we had meetings with Larry Williams and of the fire department and the county, that came out of the fact that this was a mobile home park. And there was a frustration because mobile home parks are not subdivisions. And we knew this was a very dangerous, high fire risk area. So the fire department kind of had its hands tied. It doesn't have any policies on mobile home parks requiring road widenings, nothing else. So it said, well, let's compromise, let's try to make the developer voluntarily come up with something that will help us a little bit. And they looked at this definition for an emergency road, and that's where you get the 25 feet. It's an alternate access road is one that's used only when the primary access is impaired by vehicle congestion or other emergency conditions. So it's a road that's only used on an emergency basis, not on an everyday basis, but only as an alternate when you absolutely need it. Catherine Road isn't that kind of road. As I said, this was jerry-rigged only because we were dealing with a leasehold development mobile home park. This whole thing has changed, and nobody's recognized in planning has recognized this big change that has occurred because we're now dealing with a subdivision. And that's why I prepared all of this for you. So you don't have a compliance with those two standards of the general plan, those two policies of the general plan. And because of that, you also are not in compliance. Not you, saying the project is not in compliance with general plan policy 4.8.2-1, which says discretionary development shall be permitted only if adequate water supply, access, and response time for fire protection can be made available. Well, you do not have access that meets the county's standards. It doesn't meet the general plan, it doesn't meet the road standards, you don't have that. So if you were to approve this project, you'd be in violation of this general plan policy. And as staff has pointed out, it's even in the EIR, if you have a project that's not in compliance with the general plan, the county can't approve it. And if you look at what's in the land use appendix, it was never intended that this area of the county, the Santa Susana Knolls, would have subdivisions. It doesn't have the type of roadways, doesn't have the type of emergency access, and it's a highest fire risk area for the county. Subdivisions are not supposed to be there. So how do we get around this? If the developer wanted to, they could attempt to do a second access road. And after I'm finished talking, I suggest that you talk to Larry Williams, because we have had meetings with him. He has identified 2 potential areas for a second access road over the railroad tracks, and it would be very helpful for him to explain that to you, that this is a possibility. Now, and we provided information as well showing that even though a staff person at the California PUC says that they don't want to approve these secondary, access roads at grade over a railroad track, there's no prohibition against it. Those rules are still there. The application form is still online. You can still apply for them. You just have to have good cause. And if the county wanted to do this right, it could demand that for this to go forward and be in compliance with the general plan, that a second access road over the tracks be obtained. And there are ways to do that, but you have to ask. You can't just say, well, a staffer said that they wouldn't recommend it. You have to go to the PUC and ask. And in fact, for any of this project to occur, you have an access road that they're going to need to widen over the existing track on Catherine Road right now. And so you have to ask for that too. So this is not a done deal in any stretch of the imagination. We have all these variables that we don't know the answers to yet. And in addition, we have the cost factor, and I know that Colton Lee came up here in their opening remarks and said it would be ridiculously expensive to build an at-grade crossing, even though the individual from PUC estimated that an at-grade crossing could cost as little as $500,000, which is why I provided you with the last page of the report showing that not only was an at-grade crossing, a new one built, another one closed, and another one expanded, all was done in Texas for $700,000. So we're not talking about something that would be necessarily economically infeasible. And we also have provided information and evidence that the developer has probably not accurately evaluated the cost involved in this road widening. If you look at yesterday afternoon was the first time I saw their estimate, and that estimate doesn't have any information on it regarding the taking out of trees. I mean, I don't know if those 170 trees that could fail, if the developer is going to be responsible for taking out any of those other than the 17, or trimming the limbs off of those, or doing anything else. But the estimate of the cost for dealing with the trees isn't in there. The estimate of the cost for buying the property from the Park District, if it ever would become a willing seller, isn't in their estimate. There's many costs that aren't in that estimate, and it was interesting to me because that road is not a level road, and yet they don't have any cost factored in for fill or grade. And I'm just wondering, and for most of the, I mean, there's a little bit of cost for retaining walls, but very little, as Marie pointed out, in their estimate. And I'm just wondering, if they've really evaluated all the costs that will be involved in this road widening accurately. But in any event, these are all variables that we don't know yet, and under the case law, you can't find them infeasible. It's just premature to find that it's feasible or infeasible. And that was one of the difficulties we had, because if you could find right now that the mitigation was infeasible, that you couldn't have a second access road, that you couldn't comply with these general plan provisions and policies, you'd have to say that we have to stop right now. But because you don't know if you could get an at-grade crossing over the track, which is the only alternative that works because you can't widen to 40 feet, you have to say, okay, well, it's not infeasible at this point. We just can't find it is feasible. You're in limbo. So now we get into Government Code Section 66462.5. And this is a problem that the county's been struggling with. The last time that this hearing was postponed in January, we had a problem with this, and I spoke with county council, and we tried to work something out here. 3 weeks ago, I saw the development agreement, and Dan, in his opening comments, read one portion of the development agreement. There's another portion of the development agreement that I think is more important, and it says, this agreement may be modified or amended from time to time in whole or in part by mutual written consent of the parties or their successors in interest in conformance with the development agreement law. In other words, the development agreement could be changed tomorrow, it could be changed next year, it could be changed in 10 years, and there are provisions where this development agreement could be extended out another 10, 15 years. We don't know if you folks will be here. We don't know who's going to be on the Board of Supervisors. I understand that, you know. But in any event, we don't know if this development agreement will still be in place and if it will prevent this development from going through without a second access road or a 40-foot widening. And again, I don't see that ever happening, but the secondary access road could end up falling by the wayside because of the provisions of this government code, section 66462.5. Because what could happen if the development agreement goes away and they don't have to wait to file for the final map until they get all of the land that they need and all the permits that they need for fire access and fire safety for these residents, then the developer, because neither the county nor the developer have the permits and have the property, could have that provision waived pursuant to this section of the government code. And so they could go ahead and have that provision waived, build their subdivision, and create a situation where the community is worse off in terms of their fire hazards and fire dangers than it is right now, because you'd have all of the cars from the development getting in line before all of the people in the canyon to get out of that development, to get out of the knolls and trap everyone else in the canyon. And if you have trains coming across the tracks and blocking that, you're going to have cars all the way back into the canyons with a fire coming down. It's a very dangerous situation, and there's nothing to prevent a future Board of Supervisors from relieving the developer or their successor from these provisions and allowing them to file this final map. And based on how this law is written and the fact that the county doesn't own all the property that's needed for an access road, a second access road, we have a problem here that cannot be solved with a development agreement. So, you know, I want to flip now to the deficiencies in the EIR and point out that we're not the only ones that brought up these problems with the EIR. The Park District said you need additional studies. The Fire District said you need additional studies. And the City of Simi Valley said you need additional studies. And none of these were done. This EIR, as a legal document, is insufficient. It does not comply with CEQA. The first thing I want to address is what we now have with a subdivision that we didn't have before regarding the curb line. And this one, you know, it's something that I understand why people might have missed it because it wasn't there when we had the EIR. It's an issue now because you have a subdivision. What it requires is that the city of Simi, who now owns the company and it provides sewer service to the Santa Susana Knolls, is forbidden from providing new urban services to new development that is less than 10 acres. So when you had the mobile home park, that may not have been considered new development because you had the existing lots. And in fact, you were going to have less because they were all going to be merged into one. So it would have been grandfathered in terms of the city of Simi could have said, well, we were already able to provide sewer service to those 5 lots. Now you have 60 lots, more than 60 lots that you're creating. They're all going to be less than 10 acres, and they're outside of the city's limits. So under the curb and under the guidelines for early development, there's a problem in terms of whether or not Simi can legally provide sewer service to this development. That was not studied in the EIR. The city of Simi was not requested to comment on that issue. They did comment, though, on the fact that there has to be a study on whether or not there's sufficient sewer service available for this development. That's in their comments. If there's sufficient capacity of the existing sewer system to service this development, and that was the prior mobile home park, but it would still apply to this development, and that was shrugged off. The EIR did not go back and study that impact or that potential impact. Now it's even more. If you can't provide if Simi can't provide sewer service to the subdivision, you've got a significant unmitigated environmental impact. You can't put septic there. What are you going to do? So this has to go back and be studied. Another error in the EIR was this issue of residential parking, which you've heard everybody talking about. Well, in the EIR, the response to that was parking is not a CEQA issue. Well, there was a case that came out a year or two ago regarding the city of San Francisco. And that case said within the limits of San Francisco, parking is not a CEQA issue because of the fact that it was in a commercial area and there was a specific ordinance for the city of San Francisco that didn't require parking to be provided in commercial areas because they are an area of the state that has great public transportation as opposed to the Knolls, which has no local transportation coming through it. People have to walk out if kids want to go to school and they need public transportation. They have to walk the length of Catherine Road and out to the city of Simi to get a bus to go to school. There's no bus transportation running through Catherine Road. So it was confirmed in a recent case that came out this spring, Taxpayer for Accountable School Bond Spending versus San Diego Unified School District, that parking is a CEQA issue. Okay, this is not new law. It just reiterated what has been the law and distinguished the San Francisco case and explained it that wasn't what applies here. For a residential area, losing street parking is an environmental issue. Now, I think it's ironic that for purposes of the new subdivision, the parking that's required is not only for the residential areas, for the people that live there, but there has to be enough parking for the subdivision to accommodate guests and service vehicles. So if the subdivision is entitled and needs parking for guests and service vehicles, why is the definition of parking under this new survey that I saw yesterday limited to the people that live in the houses and their immediate vehicles, not guests, not service vehicles, not anything else. We have an inconsistency that hasn't been explained. These people in the Knolls have an ongoing use of the road, the dirt areas next to the road. We counted the parking spaces. There's 134 parking spaces along Catherine Road right now, on the dirt road. Last time at the hearing, Dan testified that if any of those parking spaces continue to exist, it would be legal for the residents to park on that dirt area. So it's not an issue of they're not legally allowed to park there. It's an issue of, do we allow, do we give them any of that parking, or can we take it all away and not create an environmental impact that needs to be studied? Taking away 134 parking spaces for this community is a significant impact. It was supposed to be studied in the EIR, and because the people that drafted the EIR got the law wrong, they never studied this impact. That not only us, but the Park District requested that they study the impact on parking and circulation, which results from lack of parking, with people running around looking for a parking spot so they can get their kids to Little League. It was requested that that study be done in the EIR, in the revised EIR, and it was ignored. Another issue, and this may not be relevant anymore if you decide that Catherine Road can't be widened because the 25 feet just is illegal. It's inconsistent with the general plan. But if you were to go on and continue to look at the widening of Catherine Road to 25 feet, what's missing in the EIR is any analysis of the environmental impacts created by the construction activities in widening that road. If you look at what the EIR says about noise, it only talks about noise on the project site, not noise that's going to impact those children that are in the daycare center on Catherine Road, or all the residents on Catherine Road, which, by the way, are considered by law to be sensitive receptors. It hasn't considered air pollution. It hasn't considered the impacts on the biological wealth of animals and bird life that we have in all those trees. 170 trees, according to the EIR, not my number, 170 trees could be lost as a result of this project. And where are the replacement trees going to go? Not anywhere in the Knolls. The suggestion is that they go to Bell Canyon. That's not mitigation for this project that's going to benefit this community. It's a tremendous environmental loss that has not been looked at. Now, I saw this morning, as I said, this keeps going on and on, we keep getting new information, that there's not going to be any impact from making the road larger and creating more impermeable surfaces. Well, that doesn't make sense scientifically. When you pave over earth areas that are flat, where the water's pouring down from the hillsides, you lose the ability for that earth to suck up the water and prevent it from flowing further downhill into the local creeks and into people's homes and flooding it. That impact hasn't been studied because, again, the EIR just studied the project site. It did not study the road widening aspect of this. So if that is still part of this project, then that needs to be studied in the EIR. With regard to mitigation on the parking, I've explained this. For the county to come up and say that guests to the park, guests of the project cannot park on public streets is unenforceable mitigation. What the proposal is so that the Park District will have sufficient on-street parking for the Little League games, that nobody that comes to visit or provide services to any of the 60 houses that are slated for this subdivision will be able to park on a public road. That's the condition that's going to be in their homeowners association covenants, and supposedly anybody that comes who's going to do business or have a personal meeting, come to visit, people in the subdivision are not going to be allowed to park on the public road. Well, that's unenforceable. I mean, law enforcement's not going to come up to people and say, what are you doing here? Are you going to the park, or are you going to go visit somebody in the subdivision? So in terms of avoiding an impact with parking by saying we will restrict anybody that is a guest or a visitor for the subdivision from parking on the public road is ridiculous. It's unenforceable. It's sham mitigation under CEQA. And we also got this proposal not in the EIR, but in the staff report, saying that, well, park patrons can come, and if there's not enough parking on the road, then they can park in the subdivision. Well, that's all well and good if there's additional parking spaces in the subdivision. I haven't seen anything that says how many parking spaces there are in the subdivision, but chances are that a developer isn't going to, build out another 20, 50, whatever parking spaces for use by the community. They're going to do what the county's minimums are. They're going to build out the parking they need for the people that live there and for service vehicles and a limited number of guests. They're not going to, I haven't seen any changes to the plan saying we're going to now build another road or another area just to allow parking for people that are visiting the park. So again, I think that is not, there's no information to support a belief that that would mitigate the parking problem for the park. The other things that I put in here are that the no project alternative was erroneously recognized as a 32-unit subdivision, and under CEQA, it's the 5 houses. Okay, it's 5 houses and maybe 5 extra houses, as Dan was explaining, secondary units. But the no project alternative is what's allowed now. And what's allowed now under the general plan is 5 units. If you went to a 32-unit subdivision, guess what? You have an inferior road that doesn't allow for a subdivision, period. So you can't do a no project alternative that's a 32-unit subdivision, because that is not allowed under your general plan. So that analysis of the no project alternative is just wrong. With regard to the baseline, the developer came up here and said, well, this is much better. We were talking 140 units, now we're talking 100 units, now we're only talking 60 units. No, that's not what you're looking at here. You're looking at what's there now. You took your tour. What's there now is dirt. What's there now is no development. What could be there under the current zoning and under compliance with the general plan is 5, maybe 10 houses. Not, this isn't better than something that you can't approve and that nobody has approved, including under the screening process. The Board of Supervisors never approved any kind of development here. It was one of those things where they didn't approve it, but planning staff decided to go along with it anyhow, because the developer requested that, despite the fact that the Board of Supervisors wasn't happy about their proposed development, they requested it go forward, and planning staff went forward with it. So this has never been even approved theoretically, any kind of large-scale development for this property. So when you're talking about this is better, well, no, it's not better than the existing condition on the property, which is dirt. There's nothing there, and that's what the baseline is, and that's what you're comparing this to. Now I need to talk to you about another part of the Subdivision Map Act, that has not been complied with because this project changed recently. And I don't want to go through all the details because I think you've read this, but there is a requirement, a specific requirement, that the school district board must be notified of a subdivision, of a request for a subdivision within a certain number of days of approval of the application. This hasn't been done. Now, you know, the argument might be that, well, all the school board would be interested and all the school district would be interested is in their fees. And that's why I cited this case, Chawanaki Unified School District, because the school district does have a right to comment on transportation and access of its students back and forth to schools. And so if the school district, if the county had complied with the Subdivision Map Act, and it's a requirement, it's not optional, it's a requirement, we might have heard back from the school district. We have no comments from the school district. They might have said, yes, you know, we don't have buses, school buses going through Catherine Road. We have no intention of having school buses go through Catherine Road. And there's, you know, a significant amount of our student population that walks Catherine Road, and we're concerned about their safety going back and forth to school if these changes occur, including possibly all of the new traffic that will be generated out of the subdivision. But we haven't heard from them because the county did not bother going to get their comments. And even under CEQA, it says to obtain their comments, not just to send a letter asking for them. I don't know if that's enforceable, but again, here we have the Subdivision Map Act requiring this specific notice to them, and that has not been done. And based on the testimony of the community regarding the fact that, you know, the high school track and field team runs through this neighborhood all the time. You've got students going back and forth on Catherine Road to all three schools. You've got all types of people in the community using this road. Getting rid of those shoulders is not only a dangerous situation, it's going to be a significant impact on the safety of the residents, and that needs to be considered. Now, because this is inconsistent with 3 separate provisions of the general plan, you only need 1, but it's inconsistent with 3, you can't do a statement of overriding considerations. So there are a few that were recommended by the developer, and they're listed in there, and I put in explanations in terms of why I don't think that they really fly in terms of being overriding. But you can't do it at all when a project is inconsistent with the general plan. And this one clearly is, because it doesn't comply with the county's road standards. I mean, as I said, we can stop there. It doesn't have a second access road, and it doesn't comply with the county's road standards. So you have a situation with noncompliance. And again, the land use appendix clearly says, you know, don't rezone, don't put subdivisions here, otherwise you're going to have a problem in terms of inconsistency with the county's policies on access. And again, I put in here that not only is this violative of, or inconsistent with the general plan, it's also inconsistent or violative of certain provisions of the government code for subdivisions. And that's on page 12 of this report. You can't approve a subdivision if it violates a general plan's policies. It not only it violates the ones we've talked about, but it could also violate the county's guidelines for early development if you don't get sewer service in there. You also have a project that doesn't fit in the community. There's been a lot of talk, and some of it was before you, a lot of it occurred in the last 8 years about what constitutes the density for this development. Now you have a project that's going to be, the housing is going to be on 10 acres. The rest of it's not going to be developed. So you have 60 units on 10 acres. That's, 6 dwelling units per acre. If you look at the conservative estimates in the general plan, and I've cited to the page, the highest density in portions of Sanders and Knolls are 4.36 dwelling units per acre. That's not our estimates, it's the county's estimates. So you're talking about a significant increase in density. And under the Subdivision Map Act, you have to deny a project where there's a significant variance in the density. Also, if there's substantial environmental damage, and we've gotten into all those issues, that's another basis for denial of a subdivision. And I know you're you're glazing over. I'll try to finish it up here. Okay. As I said here, we have these issues regarding the statement of overriding considerations, which the applicant provided to the county, and the county put in there as something for you to adopt as the overriding considerations. Well, they have to greatly outweigh the damages, the detriment to the environment and to the community if it is going to be a true statement of overriding considerations. And you don't have that here. And especially now that we're getting rid of the turnouts, it says one of them is that the road widening would help emergency vehicles. Well, now there's a question in terms of whether or not it will help emergency vehicles at all, and the detriment to the community. You've heard the testimony over and over. It clearly outweighs any benefit to the small increase, less than legal increase of the road to 25 feet. They also point out that there's going to be open space on the project site. Well, that open space, according to the Rancho Simi Rec and District's comment letter, doesn't count as a recreational facility for the community because it's on private property. So the trail may be something different, but in terms of all of the area that's being preserved as open space, that is not considered a benefit to the community in terms of open space that they can enjoy, recreational space that they can enjoy. So, that does not constitute a significant benefit. And then we talk about this really mushy area in terms of economic value. Well, it can go both ways. I mean, people's houses without frontage could decrease in value. We don't know. It's very speculative. I don't think that would be a sufficient basis to approve this project based on all the negatives that it might generate some additional income for the county of Ventura, especially based on their statements in the general plan that they don't want subdivisions here. And then finally, allowing for the construction of 5 homes on the site wouldn't result in any significant unmitigated impacts, but you change it and put in the 60 homes, that is going to create all these impacts that you wouldn't have. You wouldn't need a second access road. You wouldn't need all of the, the problems that we're talking about today. So what we're asking clearly is, take your power to deny the rezoning consistent with the land use appendix of the general plan and the other general plan provisions, the road standards, and the fire district standards. Just shut this project down. You don't have any control of the future of it. You can't control what happens with this development agreement, and as a result, if you approve it, you're getting into a situation where this developer, this landowner would have the rights, and any subsequent landowners would have the rights to build a 60-unit subdivision here. And you will never be able to take that back. It will create a precedent, contrary to the general plan, to allow other subdivisions in the Knolls when that was clearly not the intent of the county and the Board of Supervisors when they approved the general plan. So with that, I'm here for questions.
Any questions of Ms. Lazar at this time? Commissioner Dukas?
Okay, 2 things you said I want to get clarification said the county didn't bother to get comments from the school district. What's the basis for that statement?
What I pointed to is this, there's two bases. Okay, first is the subdivision ordinance that says you have to send out a specific notice to the school district 5 days after the application, I think, is deemed complete or approved. And that wasn't done as far as I know. I've never seen anything to that extent. So I think that that was just blown off. And the other one is under CEQA. It says that responsible agencies, agencies that have an interest in this, you not only have to contact them to let them know about the development, but obtain comments from them. And that's the language of the statute. Now, I don't know if, I have not seen any case law that says they don't have to comply with that. And normally, when I've worked on these projects, agencies do comply with that. So I don't know why the school district didn't respond, but it doesn't appear that there was any follow-up. Just simply getting a letter saying, we have no response. I mean, I've seen that from many agencies, but there should have been something in the record on that, and there wasn't. But the Subdivision Map Act is a totally separate basis for requiring their input, and they were not given that notice. So as far as I know, unless Dan hasn't shared that with us, but so that would be what I was referring to there.
Okay, my understanding of CEQA is that if a responsible agency doesn't make comments within a certain period of time, it's presumed that they have no comment.
Well, you know, that's one way to look at it. That's not what the language of the statute says.
Okay. The other question I have is regarding curb.
Okay.
And I'm not familiar with the Simi Valley curb. Is that a Simi Valley thing, or is that a county-wide thing? This is an urban restriction boundary.
It's an urban restriction boundary. They have them all over the county anywhere there's a SOAR. The Simi has its own. And I cited the language to you from their general plan and from the report that went along with the general plan explaining what that provision involves. And so they're not allowed by law to provide new services outside of their service area, outside of the curb line.
Commissioner Chair.
Unless it receives like a ratification or a vote of the people.
Unless there's a vote of the people.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt on that one point. During the break, I did speak with Kim Ulick of LAFCO, the executive director. She said she could be available to take testimony on that very particular issue. So if you have any follow-up questions, we can make it available. We can contact her, try to get her down here. So if Commissioner Iukas has questions directly for LAFCO.
Let her know that
issue,
it'll be sometime after 1:30, because there will be questions. After 1:30. Oh, no, after 1:30. Right. All right, thank you.
And I do want to point out that approaching the LAFCO representative at this point in time is not the way this thing should be going. That's why I recommend that if you're even considering approving this, that you go back and order that the EIR be revised and recirculated to address these issues and to allow the public and all agencies that are interested to comment on this, including the city of Simi. They've never seen this because the project changed 3 weeks ago, basically. We never saw the subdivision project roll out until 3 weeks ago. We haven't had an opportunity to get input from anybody and to do this backwards. And now, after the public hearing is closed, to ask somebody from LAFCO to come and explain this to you is ludicrous, because that should have been some of the comments to an EIR if the EIR had addressed a subdivision project. It didn't. It had a very truncated review of the subdivision project as one alternative, and it didn't address any of these issues. So, you know, I mean, I know you're going to do what you're going to do, but I certainly hope that if you go forward with this based on new testimony today that we've never had an opportunity to hear or to respond to from LAFCO, that, you know, that's not your basis for your decision. I mean, I spoke with Kim several months ago, or actually longer than that, when LAFCO was considering whether or not to change the Santa Susana Knolls area in terms of bringing it into, you know, annexing it into the city of Simi, and they decided not to go that way. If this provision requires the annexation of this subdivision, then that would be an issue for a future date. But to have a staff person speculate this afternoon on something that she's hearing for the first time without it having been run through her bosses in LAFCO, I think is premature to at the very least. You know, I mean, no offense to staff people, but they don't make the decisions. So with that, you know, I just want to make that point.
Any other questions, Mrs. Czar, at this time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 after 12, and I'm going to remind you what the way the process goes. We're going to come back. The applicant has their rebuttal time, okay, which I'm sure is going to be more than 5 minutes. Then the commission will hear from staff on anything that they wish to present back, and then the commission will ask questions. If this commission gets to the point where it feels it can make a determination, whatever that may be, we will close the public hearing and deliberate. Okay? So with that, it's 20 after. 40 minutes enough time, ladies and gentlemen, or would you prefer an hour? I'm sorry? Let's return at 1:30. 1:30. Thank you. We are in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, let's come to order. Thank you. I appreciate everybody coming back. We are at the point where now the applicant has their time for rebuttal. And my understanding is you want to do a PowerPoint now, or when would you like to do that? Because we have to sit down there so we can see it.
Well, yeah. Can we start with, we'll do that now, I guess.
It's your time.
Yeah.
Tell me what you want. Coming up?
Want me to sit up there?
Yes.
Be my guest.
Oh.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the part.
So we'll just start with aces and eights with the hand part, and I'll do the other.
That's the first time I've ever addressed, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm not the world's greatest public speaker. Throw me off, it's gonna, yeah.
How's that? Is that good?
Yeah, no kidding. I need my 16-year-old here.
Well, that should clear up any misconceptions that we're a big moneyed out-of-town company. Because that's, yeah. This is the presentation that Dave and I worked on last night. I guess it's kind of odd, but I'll talk this way. Thanks for giving us a chance to talk about both of the hearings that we've got so much public testimony from over the last 2 hearings. We appreciate the chance to respond. We have prepared a brief summary to start, and then we have all of our experts here as well, and Jim Vaughn will go on after I do. What we tried to do is kind of distill the public testimony down to what we heard, what we believe the core issues were from the last hearing. On the positive side, after almost 10 years of revising our design and our proposal, we've come a real long way with particularly our neighbors that are adjacent to us, which I think everybody heard, the people who live right next door to us. We would meet with anybody who agreed to meet with us over the last 10 years. And we have massaged and massaged and massaged. And we do believe that we do enjoy some support for the site plan as it is today, and the product type, and the architecture. As I said before, the strongest support that we are getting are from the neighbors who live right next to the project. And they've been good about giving us our time, and we like to think that we're there for them as well. We like to think that this is kind of how we do business, and we've done business for 25 years in the county of Ventura, that we generally go in and start with a blank slate, and we work with people. And we think that this new site plan does show our commitment to working with the neighbors, and the fact that they've come out and spoken to this effect is encouraging to us. The big thing that we heard last hearing relates to the public safety. We've heard from the public safety people, the firefighters, and the law enforcement people who are charged with protecting all of us. Any of us who live in the county, these people protect us on a day-to-day basis. The overwhelming consensus from anybody who has worked in the field is that Catherine Road needs to be widened. And with or without our project, Catherine Road needs to be widened. This is their area of expertise, and we defer to them, and if they tell us if law enforcement, sheriffs, and fire tells us that's what they need, then that's what they need as far as we're concerned. And so we set out almost 10 years ago to make that happen. We also heard that the county and the fire department does not have the budget to complete these infrastructure improvements. Our development would fully fund and complete all of the proposed safety improvements at absolutely zero cost to the taxpayers, zero cost to the county, zero cost to the fire department, zero cost to the Knowles residents. The big issue that we heard from the neighbors was, no surprise, spoiler alert, that they would like Catherine Road not to be changed from the way it is today. There is clearly a resistance to the concept of widening Catherine Road and to, as we heard, installing the turnouts. The main focus of the resistance that we heard at the last hearing seemed to center around the parking. And there was also a concern with pedestrian safety and with speeding. So we also have our traffic engineer here today to talk about some of that. I'd like to take a minute to just address some of the issues that were raised in the last hearing and raised again this hearing that we've been working on in the last 2 weeks. Specifically as it relates to the effect of the road widening on the existing parking. We have taken those comments very, very seriously, as has county staff and has the fire department. Over the last 2 weeks, everybody has rolled up and worked and tried to come up with a solution for that. And I can tell you that, 2 weeks in this business to work through stuff like that's pretty fast, believe it or not. It doesn't seem like it, but I think we got a lot done in that time. After a very extensive study, it was determined, as you heard today, that the turnouts can safely be deleted along Catherine Road. Now, that will result in about 10,000 square feet less of new pavement. This was all done in an effort to address, you know, this theme of the parking, basically. We were looking for a win-win. We've looked through this, done I know staff's done a very thorough study of the parking, and we engaged the traffic engineers to do a parking study as well that he'll talk about today. And we really, really believe that this will eliminate the lion's share of the concerns about parking. It confirms our earlier belief about what was happening out there, but we went out and just belt and suspender just to look and see if we missed something before, which we don't think we did. A lot of what we're hearing today is very emotional, and I understand that, and I sympathize with that. You know, when I hear people like this that are very concerned, we take what they're saying to heart. The angry stuff I don't get very moved by, but the people who are scared, you know, we really listen to and work on. So we went out again. We've walked this road so many times with the tape measure, I can't even remember how many times we've been out there at this point. But this slide right here is a very good example of what is actually happening out there in real time. In this slide, you're going to see two interesting things on both sides of the road. And it's worth noting on this slide that you see right here, there's absolutely no question that the County of Ventura owns the 40 feet of right-of-way, of road right-of-way there. So if you look to the left, you'll see a garage. The front of that garage is about 2 feet away from the county's 40 feet of right-of-way. So that car is completely within the right-of-way there. If you look at that wooden fence, that fence is about 6 feet in the right-of-way. And you can see it's reasonably a new fence there. So that travel trailer that you're looking at right there, if you were sitting in it, you'd be in the county right-of-way. The shoulder that was originally going to be paved here, by deleting the turnouts, this guy's going to get to keep all his parking. Even though it is in the county right-of-way, he'll still get to keep all his parking. One theme I have heard over and over here is that we're trying to come in and take somebody's private property. We're not proposing to pave 1 square foot of private property. Everything that we ever proposed to pave in here has been on the county right-of-way maps since before World War II. That's how long they've been. If you go back to the county's right-of-way maps, that's how long this 40 feet have been in there. Since the 30s, the county started acquiring right-of-way all up and down Catherine Road. The only area that we found that the county may or may not have had was the Smith portion, and it was a heck of a feat, but it took a long, long time, and we have secured that at that point. So by going back and revising this plan, it should preserve lots and lots of parking. And if you look across the street again, you know, there's right here, that's 6 feet within the county's right-of-way. If the county were actually just to go and just reclaim its own right-of-way, you would add, you know, a tremendous amount of parking just by that act alone. We understand, obviously, that this road widening is a very big issue, an emotional issue to a lot of people. It becomes, you know, a question at some point of safety. And we have to listen to the professionals. You know, we listen to fire, we listen to the sheriffs, and what they tell us is that's what we do. And, you know, that's gold to us. Any of us who've ever been in a situation where we've needed the fire department, which I have, you know, those guys, as far as I'm concerned, whatever they need, they should get. We've got to give them the tools to safely do their job. They tell us that it makes it safer, and we put our trust in them, and we hope at the end of the day that the commission will agree with what the public safety people have been telling us the whole time on this issue. And in order to kind of save time for everybody to go through everything, I'll just kind of go through, this a little bit quickly, the conclusion. We want everybody to know that over the last 10 years, we have made a legitimate, real, concerted effort to meet with these neighbors and work with anybody who's willing to meet with us. We can't make people work with us. There's always going to be in any project a group of people that want the property that you own to stay as a field or become a park, but that's not a financially viable business model. What we try to do is we try to work with everybody to get something that complements the existing neighborhoods and blends in. And the people who have met with us, it sounds to me like they're reasonably pleased with that. It was a very thorough and accurate staff report. We know that improving Catherine Road is a regional safety issue. It's not just a local safety issue, it's a regional safety issue. It's endorsed by the fire department. It will be funded 100% by private money, not one taxpayer dollar. We're not removing one oak tree. We've designed our whole project around all of the oak trees. We've designed the entire road widening around all the oak trees. We listened to the community and we reduced the density from the original proposal. And, I heard a comment today that providing jobs and economic growth is kind of a mushy concept, but I can tell you from a guy who started with a shovel and a hammer, it's not mushy when you need that food, money to buy your food and put gas in your truck. I mean, this provides real jobs. There's a real job multiplier effect, and it's good for the county to provide this kind of workforce housing. So today, we're respectfully requesting that the commission approve the project as staff has recommended approval. And we have everybody here to answer any questions that you may have. And I'd like to turn it over, if I may, to our attorney, Mr. Vaughn, at this point. Yeah, I think we had some backup slides, but it's probably better to. Well, they were. You want to? Yeah, why don't you go back up, because we were going to use them if you had a particular question.
When you're ready, Counselor, name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Planning Commission, my name is James Vaughn. My address is 4590 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard, Suite 100, Westlake Village, California, 91362. And I am the land use and CEQA attorney for the applicant. I have to say, in 20 years of practicing CEQA law, I have not seen this thorough of a CEQA document or environmental review for a 60-unit infill community. Maybe for a 1,000-unit community out in Riverside, but not for a project of this size. Staff has truly done an exceptional job addressing every question, every concern, and every issue that has been raised on this project over the past 10 years and over the past 2 weeks. The current 60-home Julia Meadows project has mitigated every single potentially significant environmental impact of the project. Every single impact except one. Ironically, the project's only significant unavoidable impact isn't even caused by the project. It's the visual impact caused by removing the 17 so-called trees of heaven and the one pepper tree in order to implement the Catherine Road widening and safety improvement plan. Frankly, given the vast number of heritage oak trees and other protected trees along Catherine Road that create that beautiful canopy, none of which is going to be removed, it's very conservative to call the loss of those 17 trees a significant and unavoidable impact. Very conservative. Again, contrary to what some people seem to believe, not one oak tree is going to be removed as a result of the road widening or as a result of the project. Not one heritage tree will be removed. In fact, not one protected tree of any kind is going to be removed. So the reason I said this is ironic is that the project doesn't create the need for these improvements to Catherine Road. 95% of the trips that we generated from this project go the other way. Catherine Road, the area we're talking about, doesn't create a shortcut for these new residents to go anywhere. It's truly an alternative access. Realistically, it would only be used in emergency circumstances if there was a train blocking the path. But as you heard from both the fire marshal and county staff, the road widening plan addresses an existing health and safety concern by improving what is currently inadequate emergency access for the entire Knowles community. As you heard, the county doesn't have the funds allocated, and it doesn't have the necessary right-of-way to fix this problem alone. That's why the fire department supports this project, because we're committing to widen the road and make the community safer as part of this project. I want to invite up one of the experts, Kevin Nestor, to talk a little bit more about that particular issue.
My name is Kevin Nestor. I live at 344 Sweetgrass, Simi Valley. Chairman, Commissioners, I worked 34 years with the fire department here in Ventura County, and for 10 of those years I was in fire prevention as an inspector, as an inspection supervisor, and I was also the fire marshal, and I sat in the seat that the fire marshal sits in today. The Knowles area is definitely in a fire hazard area. We all know that. They have wildland fires. Since 1927, they've had 25 fires in the general area. And that general area would go from Hummingbird Nest, which is north end of the freeway at Keener, all the way to Oak Park. There's been a number of fires. The largest fire being the Clampett Fire, which was in 1970, it was 115,000 acres. And it went all the way around Simi Valley. But there's been only 5 fires that have been adjacent to the Knowles, close to the Knowles, and actually was a threat to the Knowles. In every single one of those fires, it burned the same way. In 2005, I was the incident commander to the Topanga fire. And so we knew where that fire was going to go, based on what the topography is out there, based on the fire history out there. We knew that placing assets immediately in the Knowles wasn't a good strategy. The strategy was to place immediate assets into Box Canyon, and then Bell Canyon, and then Oak Park, because we knew that fire was going there. That fire burned fast, and in fact, at 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, this fire started at 2 in the afternoon, at 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, we were evacuating Oak Park. So it traveled from the 101 freeway to Oak Park, and it was very narrow, because that's the way that fire burns. And our strategy was to keep it thin and not let it get fat. And we talked about that as incident commanders. We knew that eventually that fire was going to burn parallel to the Knowles. We knew that. And we knew that we would evacuate those folks eventually. They knew there was a fire there as well. Obviously, because there was smoke probably 25,000 feet in the air. So one of our tactics is, that day and every wildland fire, is sometimes we have to let the fire burn to us, because you can't, especially in that area in the Knowles, because of the rock outcroppings and the elevation change, the steepness, you can't just put firefighters out there to put the fire out. Sometimes you have to let the fire burn to you. And so a lot of times we allow the fire to burn to the weed abatement that's done by the community, which they do a great job with the weed abatement. So in some cases, we just wait and let the fire burn to us. And that's what we did in the Knowles area as well. There are 2 primary challenges in development for the fire department, and that is access and water. Those are the 2 primary issues that we want to make sure that we get adequate access and that we have adequate water. And in this case, not only are they doing that for the development, but they're doing it for the community as well. They're improving fire flow, not to the whole community, but to a part of the community, which is good. The fire department looks at as a good improvement. And they're also improving access along Catherine in front of the development, as well as improving access along Catherine all the way to Santa Susana Pass Road. Now, there's been a lot of focus on wildland fires because that's a big threat out there. But there are other threats as well. I mean, a train derailment, you know, if there's a train derailment, people would want to evacuate out to Santa Susana Pass. So having a better road or a wider road would allow more people to evacuate. Now, what happens tactically in an operation, in a fire operation, especially in the Knolls, because most of the roads are like 12 feet, except Catherine is the best, worst road they have. There are other roads up there that have a lot of homes on them at 12 feet. And tactically or operationally, firefighters are going to want to stage on Catherine Road. Because going up a 12-foot road that usually doesn't have a turnaround at the end in a large fire truck is sometimes challenging in a wildland fire. So firefighters are going to want the best road that they can stage on, and that's going to be Catherine Road. When they stage on that road, a portion of the road will be blocked. A portion of the road will be blocked. But we still will have to have enough access width to allow people to get out, to evacuate themselves. In this case, this development, the fire department's recommendation in this development would most likely be don't evacuate, because they're not an immediate threat to the wildland area. In this case, we would ask them to shelter, or the fire department would ask them to shelter in place, which is a tactic that we use in Ventura County all the time. And so in this case, the law enforcement wouldn't be going into this development and asking those people to leave their homes. They would ask those people to stay inside their homes and close up their windows and doors and ask them to shelter in place. So now, not everyone does that. Not everyone's comfortable staying in that environment, so some will leave and some won't leave. Some will shelter in place. The other day, Keith Mashburn spoke before you. He gave testimony, and he made a comment that he was an engineer at Station 43 when it was located in the Knolls, and he didn't have trouble driving the large fire truck on Catherine Road. So on any given day, I appreciate that comment. That's fine. We drive on substandard roads all the time, or the fire department drives on substandard roads all the time. But in an emergency, it's different. People drive differently. The fire department needs more room. When we park when the fire department parks their apparatus, they need room to operate around that apparatus. They can't just park up against, you know, a wall or a shoulder, or they need room. So they're going to take a portion of that 25-foot road. And so what we're looking at, the reason why we're recommending it be widened to 25, because in some areas right now it's 19. So you take an 8-foot wide fire truck, you have 11 feet left. And so the fire department's probably going to park closer to the center line now to be able to operate. So it's not just evacuation of people, it's firefighter safety as well. Now, the issue came up today on turnouts. Why did the fire department remove the turnouts? And I had discussions with the fire department regarding the turnouts. I'm very familiar with turnout requirements. I had the opportunity to develop the private road guidelines in this county for the fire department when I was the fire marshal. And the typical application of turnouts is when the road is so narrow that you can't pass two cars at the same time. And so what you do, and most of the time we find that when topography just does not allow us to widen the road to 20 feet or to something greater than 16 feet. So you put in turnouts periodically, and you put them in lines of sight. So what happens is if I'm responding in a fire truck and I'm going down the road and I note that it's narrow and a car is coming my way, I need to be able to either pull off or they need to be able to pull off. So we would put in turnouts periodically so that cars could do that. It is not typical to put turnouts on roads that are wide enough to pass vehicles. It is just not typical. So I had the opportunity to meet with the fire marshal and went out there and talked both from a professional prevention background and from an operational background, and found those turnouts were not going to be as effective as they might have thought. Two of them were placed in locations where there is parking for fire apparatus if we were to stage fire apparatus. And the other two just didn't make any sense to me to put turnouts where you had a wide enough road where you could pass vehicles. And so I asked them to consider looking at the turnouts, and they have made a decision to eliminate them. I know that the fire department's looking at this as an opportunity. I know they're looking at this as an opportunity, and an opportunity that is not going to present itself in the future. Widening of Catherine Road is not going to occur in the future. There is no other area that is going to prompt that, or no other action that's going to prompt the widening of that road. And so I think that the fire department is attempting to look at this more regionally and trying to provide better protection for the greater good of the people in the Knolls. And now some people might say, well, it's perfectly fine the way it is. It's not perfectly fine the way it is. It is a scary place to be, even as a fire professional, to go up there in a wildland fire because of the widths of the roads. You know, in 2005 in the Topanga fire, as an incident commander, we got reports that it was difficult to manage the people trying to get back into the Knolls and evacuate people to get out of the Knolls. Some of those were looky-loos and some of those were residents. But the other day in that video, there was an officer that talked about the backup of cars all the way to Christine. That was the people that were trying to get into the Knolls. There were people that were back outside, but Christine is outside of the Knolls. It's north of the Knolls off of Catherine Road on the north side of the tracks. Christine is not on the south side of the tracks. So his comment, based on what I saw and what I interpreted, it was relative to the people trying to get back in to the Knolls, and most likely residents. So once again, I really believe that this is an opportunity, and if I was in a different position in the fire service, I would see that as an opportunity to improve access and to improve fire protection water in the Knolls that the developer has decided to do for this project. Any questions? Yes?
The widening process, how much grading is involved there? Is that area not available now for use? I mean, where I've seen widening in certain areas, and certainly they don't have much grading there. What's to prevent the use of that space now without grading?
Yes, you're talking about the dirt shoulders that are being used for parking. You know, we would utilize that where we could, where people weren't parked, but we could utilize that. But obviously, we don't always respond on dry days, or the fire department always doesn't respond on dry days. The fire department is very reluctant to drive on dirt, only because sometimes the fire department will sink down. But on a dry day, we would use it. We would definitely use the shoulder, absolutely.
Discretion to lower the requirements from 40 to 25. Do you have a comment on that?
I don't have the exact verbatim to memory what's in the general plan, but I know for a fact that the fire chief has the ability to modify requirements in the fire code or the regulations that he develops at his discretion. And when I was in the position of fire marshal, we looked at that all the time, and we would give a little to get a lot. And that's what I think they're doing here, is they're giving a little on the requirement, like removing the turnouts, but getting improved fire protection in the area, so they're getting a lot.
So in your opinion, fire department or district does have the authority to reduce from 40 to 25?
Based on the language that's in the fire code, I believe that. But I don't know the exact verbatim language in the general plan.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Questions of Mr. Nestor at this time?
When were you aware of the extensive study that determined that turnouts were not needed? We met on August 1st, and the turnouts were needed, and here we are, and they're not needed. So when did you become aware, and when did this extensive study determine that the turnouts were not needed?
I'm not aware of an extensive study. What I do know is after the last
The reason
hearing-
why I say
Oh.
extensive study exactly like that is because I wrote down exactly what was presented to us 5 minutes ago in the PowerPoint presentation.
An extensive study regarding the turnouts?
Extensive study determined that turnouts were not needed was the testimony given to us during the PowerPoint presentation.
And once again, I'm not aware of the extensive study. I could tell you how we arrived, or how I arrived at the information.
Okay.
Okay. So after the last hearing, there was a lot of feedback regarding parking, and the challenges, especially for those that were faced with having these fire department turnouts in front of their property. And so I contacted the fire department to discuss the turnouts specifically, and to talk to them about, where that requirement's coming from, what they're thinking about, how they were going to utilize those turnouts, or how they anticipated using those turnouts, and also looking at alternative access, the definition of alternative access, which is basically silent to turnouts, and my professional opinion about the use of those operationally and how ineffective they would be, and the impacts that it's causing on the community, and ask them to reconsider.
And that occurred in the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And who besides you was involved in that study?
The fire marshal was involved in those discussions.
And that's it?
There were also...
and the basis was just your I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Division Chief Ted Smith were also involved. He also spoke with the commission in the last hearing. I didn't speak to him specifically, but the fire marshal had indicated to me that he had.
And was Ventura County staff involved in that discussion at all?
Besides the fire marshal?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm aware of.
Planning staff, specifically. Was planning staff involved in that study?
I didn't speak with them.
Okay.
The fire marshal may have.
Okay. And the basis of the was your professional opinion that they weren't mandatory as part of a secondary access, and they weren't needed because they weren't line of sight? Do I have that right?
No. At one point, it was represented, and I believe it was from the fire marshal, indicating that the turnouts were going to be used to stage equipment. And we typically don't stage equipment when we go into a community. We deploy resources. And we deploy those resources where they're necessary. And then, oh, sorry, deploy means we put them out into the field. We don't just park them and say, stay here. They'll be staged somewhere else. We come up with our plan. We go through the fire department goes through a safety briefing, and then we say, okay, go out and protect the community. And this is during a large wildland fire. We don't just park them on the side of the road. And so I'll give you an example. Across from the park, the turnout at the park, there's 2 large parking lots there. If we were going to stage equipment, we would stage them in those large parking lots. We wouldn't stage them adjacent to the road. We would stage them in the large parking lot. So having that turnout be necessary for that purpose, it just wasn't relevant. It just wasn't a good plan. It wasn't necessary to have that. If the one near the fire station, the same thing. The road on Catherine Road's going to be widened to 40.
Which one are you referring to?
The very first part.
one.
The very first part that's being widened.
Okay.
You can park fire trucks on the curb there, and people can still pass by in both directions. That's the way the road's designed. There's the old fire station. We would put resources there if necessary, and then the other 2. It just, if you put a turnout for the purpose of, let's say, staging equipment, you would have to assume that that's where the emergency is going to be. That you're going to have the emergency here, and you're going to put that fire truck there. There's no guarantee it's going to be there. There's absolutely no guarantee it's going to be there. And like I said before, the purpose of turnouts in the past, my experience, has been to put turnouts in so that you can pass vehicles on a narrow road. I typically did not see application of turnouts as being applied in this project, and I would suggest that the fire marshal agreed with me.
So would you think that it's a fair characterization when you say that the fire chief, no. The fire department sees this project as an opportunity, that those turnouts were just part of a wish list of you know, here you have a development going in and we got them?
You know, I don't think it's my position to speak for them. I'm not really sure. I was brought in to take a look at the fire protection for this project. It was just one of those items that I looked at and I questioned. I questioned it from the very, very beginning. And so after discussing it with the fire marshal, like I say, I believe that he agreed with my position.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ansat, you had a question?
The residents in testimony over and over again have taken the position that widening is really unnecessary, and further take the position that the fire department is seizing on this as an opportunity to widen what is obviously a substandard road. Everyone understands it's substandard. Even with the improvements, everyone still says it's substandard. But we're being asked to determine a health and safety issue. And when we, at the 11th hour, when we do away with these turnouts, which were essentially deemed incredibly important, but now they're dished away, it leads people to believe, well, possibly we are shopping to improve a situation that's defective, but it may not really improve the health and safety of the residents, and they're giving up the character of their neighborhood. So we're being asked that.
Right.
Do you have an opinion about that, sir? How important is the widening to the health and safety of the residents?
Well, not only is it important to the residents, it's important to the firefighters as well.
I have no
and
doubt.
So it's an issue. Really, I've always looked at the Knolls as a very difficult place to protect. It's very difficult. It's one, the homes that have been built there, and the access that was provided, or the limited access that's provided, and so Catherine Road, as I said before, it's the best substandard road they have, and that firefighters look at that road as a place for them to go to if it gets really bad on these 12-foot roads. So it improves the safety of the people that are there. It's going to provide opportunities for firefighters and the public to interface with one another when the firefighters are running in and the public is running out. It's going to provide greater width for that. It's going to provide greater width on a day-to-day basis. When there's an emergency medical call on Catherine Road, the engine and the ambulance are going to block a portion of that road. They are going to block a portion of that road. And so if there is an additional 5 feet, let's say it's 20 feet now, and there's an additional 5 feet, that's 5 more feet that the engine can pull off a little and allow someone to, look, with a line of sight, look left to see if a car is approaching so they can go around them. It will improve that level of safety.
I understand that, but I also understand there are no curbs, there are no sidewalks, there's no street lighting, and without shoulders or to walk upon, how about the safety of the pedestrians, the bicyclists, and other people utilizing that road? There's an argument that people are espousing that you widen the road, people will drive faster. I live on Hall Road out in the county. We've got a straight line and S-curve. And invariably, people, especially people not from the area, will drive too fast and come over, and it creates an additional problem. So we're being asked to weigh the health and safety of emergency personnel against the health and safety of how many hundred residents.
Right.
And how would you come down on that?
I think you're going to hear testimony from another expert, the traffic engineer, and is going to address that specific issue regarding pedestrian and vehicle traffic and the interface of those two with the widening of the road. And I think he's in a better position probably to answer that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions to Kevin at this time? Okay. No, sir. It's their opportunity and yours. All right, thank you. I appreciate it, though.
Why don't we bring up the traffic expert so he can opine on your question? Daryl?
There. Name and address, sir?
My name is Daryl Nelson. I'm with Associated Transportation Engineers. I live at 3755 San Remo Drive in Santa Barbara. The question that I believe Commissioner was about pedestrians, bicyclists interfacing with vehicles on the road.
Right.
Currently, pedestrians are walking on the shoulder or in the actual travel way.
Right.
Same thing for the bicyclists. And being that it's a narrow road now, there really is no reserve area for a bicyclist to avoid a car or a pedestrian. And in fact, because there's a double yellow line out there, cars are in violation of the vehicle code if they cross that double yellow line. The project is proposing to provide a 2.5-foot striped shoulder, which would provide a de facto bicycle lane, so that the bicyclists are separated from the travel lane of the vehicles, and so with the pedestrians. And instead of having a double yellow line, we'd have a striped line, so that passing cars would not run right against the pedestrians, not run right against the pedestrians and bicyclists, but have actually the legal right to move over, away from them. So that would help out with in effect, help out with the safety for the pedestrians and the bicyclists.
Does that striped line run the distance?
I believe so.
Is that correct? Does someone know? Oh, excuse me. Do we have an answer?
That's what we are proposing. We are
Okay.
proposing
All right.
to stripe a dashed center line and white lines to demarcate the extent of the travel lane for the cars, reserving 2 to 2.5 feet before the dirt shoulder that's also paved that would be outside the travel lane.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait,
Go ahead.
wait a minute, wait a
Hold,
minute,
hold,
wait a
hold.
minute, wait a minute.
Commissioner Dukas, you have a question,
Wait.
Darrell? And so does Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Nelson, the bicyclists, since you brought it up, currently use the shoulder of the road and occasionally use the roadway? Or do you know?
From my observation, I've only seen bicyclists use the travel way, not the dirt shoulder.
Okay. Do you know how a bicycle is defined in the vehicle code?
Excuse me?
Do you know how a bicycle is defined in the vehicle code?
I can't recite it from memory, no.
Do you know that it's classified as a vehicle? And
Yes.
has to obey the rules of the road?
And they have to obey the law, and they're allowed to be in the travel way.
Okay. So they are normally in the area where they're entitled to be, unless they choose to be on the shoulder.
Correct.
This is the first I've heard about a bike lane.
Me too.
Well, it's a de facto bike lane as being striped as a shoulder.
De facto bike lane?
Yes.
Well, that raises another concern for me because the road is narrow. Everybody agrees to that. It's particularly narrow in certain places. And so I guess I have questioned in my own mind as to the wisdom of narrowing that pavement potentially more, whether it be a foot or 2 feet, to designate an area for the bike specific so that vehicles can go by.
Well, it's not narrowing the pavement. Right now, they're in the
But
travel.
narrowing the roadway where the cars is.
No, actually, the travel way would be wider because we're taking it from the 19 feet to 25 feet. So the travel lane would be a full 10 feet for the vehicles. Right now, it's 19 feet. Pavement to pavement. We're going to give it'd be 20 feet pavement to pavement for the 10-foot travel lane.
Yeah. I've got some follow-up on that later.
Yeah, let me just add to that, not from an expert standpoint, but just from the applicant's viewpoint on this. We are proposing the white striping to demarcate the travel lane based on the expert opinion that that would be the safest way to design the striping. But we are prepared to stripe it or not stripe it, however the county instructs us to do that. We're trying to obviously balance competing needs and considerations here, and so we will stripe it however we're asked to stripe it. But it is our understanding that by demarcating a 10-foot lane for cars to focus on traveling within, it does make the shoulder safer for pedestrians and bicyclists, but I'm not an expert on that. That's what we've been told, and so that's why we're proposing it that way. But again, we will stripe it or not stripe it however the county instructs us to.
Commissioner Dukas, you had a question for the attorney?
And I apologize if this is already in our staff report. Our staff report is very long, and this might have escaped my notice.
I don't think so.
But this is the first I recognize that the proposal wants to take away the double yellow line all throughout for the length of Catherine Road, the portion of the project that's widening Catherine Road. The project proposes to take out the double stripe and have dashed lines instead so that people can go around. Is that correct?
That would be our proposal.
Okay, I just needed it clear. And then for the portions that are going to be widened out, and it's different areas, it's not smooth the way you're describing it. There's parts that'll bump out and parts that won't bump out. All of that will have diagonal white striping to denote that that's where pedestrians and dog walkers and et cetera should walk.
I don't know the final design, I think.
Mr. Gorian just clarified, and he can come up, but
So the traffic engineer does not know?
to answer the question, it's not, the question is, he doesn't know what the ultimate design for the widening will be, and from a striping standpoint, we're trying to provide options for that striping. Whatever the county instructs us to do at the time we pull the encroachment permit and show the final plans, that's what the striping will be. So we're just trying to provide information and expert evidence on what is the safest from the traffic expert standpoint. But again, we will do the striping however the county so directs.
So is it thank you for that, but my question was directed at the traffic engineer. So from a traffic standpoint, it's your opinion that the safest way to widen the road is to have the diagonal white striping denoting where pedestrians should walk. Is that on both sides?
That has not been determined, and I personally have not reviewed that you're asking about in terms of the double striping for designation for pedestrian and bicycles. No, I
Then I must not have understood. I thought there was a dashed line in the center, and I thought that your email that came over talked about a diagonal striping.
That did not come from ATE.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you.
It was.
Where did that come from? I know, I read it.
Are you reading the letter August 14th? The last sentence in the first paragraph reads,
Maybe.
A striped shoulder with a dashed yellow center line on Catherine Road would provide a buffer between pedestrian bicycles and passing vehicles. There's no diagonal line indicated or where those diagonal lines would be located.
Thank you. I'll look at that again. Thank you.
Any other questions of the engineer at this point in time? Counsel, please proceed.
Real quick, we talked about speeds on Catherine after the widening of the roadway. Right now, Catherine Road is posted 25 miles per hour and 15 miles per hour. And there's a reason for that. It's because of the rolling terrain and curvature of the road. That's the most prudent speed for vehicles to travel. Once the widening is completed, we wouldn't expect vehicles to go much faster than what's already posted. The residents along Catherine Road know its conditions and know the prudent speed for that roadway. And I would assume and expect that the people that live there would continue, the people that live there with families and children will continue to drive that road at a safe speed, not to decide to go 25 miles per hour or 40 miles per hour, that they would, again, stay at 25 miles per hour.
I have one more question.
Okay. Hold on, Darrell.
Wait a minute, one more.
Commissioner.
What signage currently exists along Catherine Road? Just speed limits?
It's a posted speed limit 25 miles an hour, and it's an advisory of 15 miles per hour, and there are certain locations where it's marked for no parking.
Well, people are concerned about speed. As a professional, can you recommend any additional signage, warnings, or anything that might help alleviate this concern to let people outside of the area know the configuration? Could we sign it any better? Would seem to be a simple thing to do if it would help.
You can put advanced signage out there to indicate where you have advanced turns. But there are some, you can see those turns as you come upon them.
Right.
And again, the posted speed limit is 25 miles an hour. The majority of the road traffic down there, because Robin stated it's a low-traveled road, less than 1,000 ADT, or about 1,000 ADT out there. So you're not getting cut-through traffic on Catherine Road through the Knolls. What you're getting is the residents driving through the Knolls, going to and from home, to and from work. It's not a cut-through route.
Right.
People from this project aren't going to be using that route to get to San Jacinto Pass. It's counterintuitive for them to go the back route when they want to go into Simi Valley, into 118. So they're going to go north to Christine or to Cooner to go to 118 and into Simi Valley. They're not going to go backwards to go forwards. And again, the people that live there are the ones that are driving on that road. I'm not driving on that road.
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you.
Duca, hang on. Nope. Are there currently signs that say, watch for pedestrians, watch for bicyclists?
No, there are not.
Would that be part of the program then? Yeah, okay.
I have a.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, thank you.
Okay. I have a lot of pictures, and there's pictures on here, and the only speed limit signs that I noted were advisory. Could you point to me where the posted speed limits are on Catherine Road right now?
If you have a picture of it, I can.
Well, there's the map, and those are the pictures that we've been provided, and then I also have other photos. Not the advisory ones, those I'm aware of, but the posted 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, because that's contrary to some information that I got from Randy Hosking, who is a resident there, and just spoke to me as a resident because I was there.
For those that are listening, not here, the engineer is looking at the map that has the photos and the proposed widening.
Maybe the residents know. Where is the posted, if,
We have them on the map, our map.
on your map?
Yeah, if you'd like to see it. So, the signs. You want, Richard, you want to show? Then I'd like to sort of show you what we're doing.
Here's a pink sticky where you can put the buy stock.
All right, while he's doing that, is there something else that we can discuss?
Yeah, I guess that was my question. While the engineer is taking the time to review his map and
Hold on. Let's have one person at a time, please, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
would you like us to proceed with the rebuttal while the civil engineer is comparing his map and finding the locations of those signs, or should we just wait?
Ah,
Are we done?
okay.
But there are pictures of the sign.
Okay, but they're there. Yeah, I appreciate that. So on the straightaway, by the depot and the park, there's posted speed limit. There's advisory limits, and then there's posted the Catherine before it turns. Those are the only two?
Those are the ones that you have pictures of.
Uh-huh.
I can't tell you exactly where every place the sign is on Catherine Road, but they're all posted.
Are there more than two residents? There's more than two that are posted speed limits? Okay. Contrary to something I was told. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Darrell? Thank you.
And just before we move off of this issue, from the applicant's standpoint, I just confirmed this with Mr. Gorian, we are happy to install additional signs that say no parking, that say watch out for pedestrian crossing, or anything else that the city would like, or the county would like. I assume the best time to do that would be in the process of obtaining the encroachment permit to actually put in the improvements and get the final approval of the plan. This is a conceptual widening plan at this stage. Last thing on this issue, Mr. Gorian does have some photographic evidence of some areas that were widened previously that do have the type of horizontal, I think, or diagonal striping that Commissioner Adukas referenced. If we'd like to get that in the record.
Normally I'd show it up there, but maybe I can hand this to you. But this answers kind of more than...
See it from there, just show it.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, we can see it.
So if you see here, this kind of answers two questions.
And everybody in the room?
Yeah.
And everybody in the room?
Oh, sorry. So from our standpoint, I think one of the questions here that this is kind of a good example of what's happening. There are some areas that are say they're 19 feet right now. And so people are walking on part of it, they're driving on part of it and all that stuff. But when I say it's 19 with no shoulder. It's just a slope. So I'm basically a construction guy, so I'm going to just sort of describe this visually to you, if I may. On the section where the trees of heaven are, that area, there'll be a cut slope. So you're going to take a choke point that is, if you're walking, it's maybe about this wide right now, and then it's going to be this wide. But you couldn't walk on, it now. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You couldn't walk on it now because you'd be walking on a slope. And then you couldn't ride a bike on it now because you'd be walking on a slope. And I don't think we've done a very good job here of explaining what it is we're trying to, how we're trying to solve this. But this is how they've done it. The county's done it before. We're not reinventing the wheel here. And you know, I heard a comment about speed humps, which to me, if they're really driving that fast there, I think that's a very viable way to slow some of that traffic down. And certainly we would fund the speed humps, and if more signs are helpful, we would do that too. But I did want to just point out, our proposal will create more flat area. It's not just going on certain areas that are flat and making it so you can't park there. It's creating more flat area. That's what the retaining walls in the budget are for. So in that respect, you'll have an area that might be, you know, with a slope, toe of slope right there, 19 feet, that you'll have 25 feet, you know, in some spots afterwards. So I don't know if I did a good job of explaining it, but that's what it looks like with the retaining wall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you go,
Just-
hold on,
yeah.
everybody stop. We're going to need a copy of that emailed to the county, but I do believe that we have those pictures in Miss Kathy LaForce's 12 photographs. So we've seen those, but just to keep the record straight.
We'll send it, yes, sir.
Forward it to the clerk. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, don't go away. Those stripes you were showing there, is that planned for on both sides or just one side or sometimes one, or depending on how much you got to? Because I heard that the road bed itself between, say, two outside lines is going to be bigger. And I'm also hearing that on the outskirts of that, it's going to be bigger and flatter. Is that correct?
Yeah. So
It's not always going to be, it's not going to be perfect.
It could be uniform, though. You could do it one of two ways, really. You could, because what fire needs is 10 feet clear each side, passable at all times, right? So if you're going to widen it to 25 feet, you could theoretically, and this usually happens at the street improvement plans level, you know, after you get your tentative map done and when you're working with on the improvement plans. But theoretically, let's say you got an area that's now 19 feet and there's a slope dead end into it. Now you're going to take that to 25 feet, so you pick up 6 feet. So you could have a stripe down the center, and then a white line on either side 10 feet from the center line, and then you could have a minimum, because you've heard a lot of people say, there's areas that we don't have any shoulder, so we can't walk, we're always walking on the street, we don't have any shoulder. Then you'd have a minimum of 2.5 feet each side of shoulder, and a lot of places here, you still have more shoulder. You might have 5 feet, you know, of dirt beyond the 2 feet. Or you could put a 0 shoulder on one side and make it a 5-foot path. We've done projects before where they put sidewalks just on one side, you know, things like that. And I've heard people saying, like, you know, there's a guy who walks in the middle of the road to get his groceries and stuff. This would give you, for sure, a shoulder on each side of the road. And the reason we thought it would be good to get it striped is because, A, that's how they've done it before, and then B, it delineates the driveway, the driving path. So, I mean, I think that coupled with the speed humps and the signs could be something worth considering. And we'll email this to you.
And I assume all those stripes wouldn't, you know, such would be very visible at night.
I'd have to figure out, yeah, I guess just how stripes are everywhere, unless there's a fancy way to do it.
Just checking.
Yeah, yes, sir. We could put those little reflectors on there, too.
Okay. All right, next. It's your time.
So since we've been talking about it, I'll just wrap up on the issues of pedestrian and bicycle safety, and then the parking issue. Well, we'll get to the parking issue. And then I want to turn to the issues that were raised by Ms. Lazar this morning. So on the issue of pedestrian and bike safety, just in conclusion, it is an issue that was evaluated in the EIR and in the staff report, and it's now been peer-reviewed by ATE, also traffic experts, and all have concluded that the Catherine Road widening will not make pedestrian safety or bicycle safety any worse. It may not make it, the safest place within the city where you'd have sidewalks, but it's making it safer than it is now, and it's certainly not making it any worse. And while it's not making it any worse, as we've heard, it is certainly a public safety improvement from a fire protection standpoint. Okay, let me turn to the 11th hour submission this morning by Ms. Lazar. First, I need to comment on the fact that Ms. Lazar did choose to hold that 22-page submission back until the last possible second, so that the county staff and the relevant experts the county employs, as well as our experts, would have no reasonable opportunity to review that letter and provide their expertise to this commission. We're certainly going to try. You've heard that already, and I believe staff has done the same thing. But I, for one, do not believe for 1 second that that letter was just finished last night. I've now read it in its entirety, and there's almost nothing in there that wasn't available by August 1st, and I just don't believe that Ms. Lazar showed up at that hearing on August 1st with an empty briefcase. I do not believe it.
Mr. Vaughn, I don't think there's any point in going into that. We'll have some comments about that later.
But duly noted in the record.
Well, nevertheless, I'll do my best with the short time provided to respond, because I will tell you there's nothing in that letter that if I were sitting in your seat would change my view of this project or the sufficiency of the environmental review. Let's start with the issue of general plan consistency. Now, Ms. Lazar's picked a selected excerpts of language out of the general plan land use, I guess as one of the appendices, as well as some provisions of fire hazards and some roadway standards, and has kind of pieced all that together to argue that this project is inconsistent with the general plan. First of all, that's not how courts look at general plan consistency. Courts don't require exact, strict compliance with every word in a general plan. That's never possible, because there's always things that are competing considerations in general plans. What the courts have required is that the project, and it's the county's determination as to whether the general plan is consistent or not, and counties are given a great deal of latitude by courts in making that determination, as long as those determinations are based on any substantial evidence in the record. So I do believe that on these issues of general plan consistency, staff is going to respond to that, but I want to make sure that we're clear on what the courts are requiring on that issue. And also here, on the issue of fire protection, clearly the general plan contains numerous provisions, but the number one goal and policy that I read just in the excerpts quoted by Ms. Lazar is the very first thing is fire safety for the community. Okay, I want to talk about this feasibility of a railroad crossing. Ms. Lazar has raised this issue before, and she's raising it again today as to why can't this project just put another railroad crossing in? Well, as noted in the staff report, the applicant and the county have fully analyzed this issue. If there was a way to put in secondary access over the last 10 years, we would have done that. That would have been a simple solution if that could be done, and it could be done feasibly. The problem is the county's looked at both the at-grade crossing and the grade-separated crossing, such as a tunnel or a bridge, and neither one is feasible, and that's what the county staff has concluded. That's certainly what we concluded as well. As far as a grade-separated crossing, that may be safer and more palatable to the railroads and to the PUC, but it's about an $80 to $20 million project. And for a 60-unit subdivision, that's obviously not financially feasible. There's evidence in the record to support that if it, honestly doesn't pass the red face test. For a at-grade crossing, which is thought to be at least somewhat cheaper, I saw a reference in the staff report to a possible low end of $500,000. Our information from the Metrolink representative that was at the hearing 2 weeks ago was that that's not even close. That wouldn't even pay for bringing the current crossing up to current standards. So we're really talking about something in the multiple $1 million, which again is not financially feasible. But more importantly, there are policies already in place by the PUC and the state and Union Pacific Railroad, all saying we don't want more at-grade crossings. They're not safe. So Union Pacific Railroad, they own the tracks. They have said they will not approve a new at-grade crossing unless you can take out 2 existing at-grade crossings. We've looked and we can't find any, not one. The California Public Utilities Commission, who must approve any railroad crossings, they have an established policy of reducing at-grade crossings. Here, as the staff report points out, there are already 2 at-grade crossings within 1 mile of this project site. So if there's ever been a project that would be denied another at-grade crossing, it's this one. On top of that, county contacted PUC staff to determine the feasibility of an at-grade crossing, and the PUC staff specifically stated that they would not recommend approval of an at-grade crossing at this location. Now, Ms. Lazar has said, well, that's really not up to staff, that's up to the commission themselves. But I think it's pretty good evidence that the commission's not going to approve an at-grade crossing when their own policies say it's unsafe, and they already have 2 within 1 mile of this location, and their staff's telling them not to do it, it's not safe. Finally, the U.S. Department of Transportation has a published handbook that states, quote, new grade crossings, particularly on main line tracks, should not be permitted unless no other viable alternatives exist, and even in those instances, consideration should be given to closing 1 or more existing crossings. So under these facts, and these are the facts that are before you, the only reasonable conclusion, certainly that I think the Commission could reach today, is that a new at-grade crossing is not capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, and that's what CEQA defines as feasible. All right, the next issue raised by Ms. Lazar is this Government Code Section 66462.5, and I hate talking in numbers, but the gist of that code section is if a county imposes an off-site requirement for a subdivision and the county does not obtain the right-of-way necessary to accomplish that, then when the applicant comes in with its final map, the county can't reject the final map on the basis of that of the lack of right-of-way since they didn't go get it, and the applicant has shown they can't. And what the Government Code gives you a couple of options. You can enter into an agreement at that point to require the subdivider to bond for it and complete it when the right-of-way is available, or you can waive it. County staff has agreed with a different approach on top of those protections that already exist that in this case are ironclad, and that is the developer and the county will enter into a development agreement. Doesn't really have much of the stuff a developer usually asks for in a development agreement. We're not capping any fees and we're not getting any subsidies. All the development agreement really does is it gives us 10 years to go out there, obtain the right-of-way necessary, and build the road, widen the road. And the language is, in the DA, the development agreement, is quite clear. If we can't do that within the 10 years, then all of these entitlements that are being sought now, including the general plan amendment, including the tentative map, including the zone change, are all automatically void and null and of no force and effect, with no further action from anybody. Ms. Lazar quoted some boilerplate language about amendments to a development agreement. That language that you heard earlier about consistent with development agreement law, that means public hearing, Board of Supervisor approval, and a new ordinance subject to a referendum. So it can't just be done in a back room in the dark of night. That's not what we're talking about here. It would be the same exact process we're doing now. And more importantly, there's a provision in the development agreement, and I'll quote it. I'll take the time to quote it because I think it puts this issue to bed. And it's section 2.12. And the important language you're going to hear is where I say notwithstanding anything else in the agreement. Because that means the boilerplate provision about amending it in the future, it doesn't apply to this particular requirement, that this trumps everything else. 2.12 of the development agreement. It's on page 1321 of your staff report. The developer further agrees that, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this agreement or the law, including Government Code Section 66462.5, it may not submit a final subdivision map for approval by the Board of Supervisors and recordation by the County Recorder's Office until the developer has acquired for the county all rights of way in the county's sole determination for completion of the Catherine Road widening and safety improvement plan. That simply can't be waived. The developer has put its money where its mouth is. If they can't obtain the right of way, they can't proceed with the project at all. The next issue raised by Ms. Lazar had to do with the City of Simi Valley's curb line ordinance or provision and somehow not allowing sewer service to this project site. I believe staff is going to address that, or someone from LAFCO may address it. But the bottom line is the city provides sewer service to this area now. We have a will serve letter. We've had it for a few years. There's not any question about their ability to provide sewer service to this site. That's a complete red herring. So is this issue she raised about the school district not being consulted. The school district was given notice of every step along the way of this project. They chose not to comment. They didn't comment when the project involved 250 units and all the students that would involve. And so I suppose if they didn't comment then, there's not much reason to comment when we're down to 60 units. Okay, now the big one. Loss of parking. Is it an environmental impact? I'm not going to get into a philosophical debate over whether the loss of parking could be, in certain circumstances, a significant environmental impact. It very well may be. The case cited by Ms. Lazar had to do with a new school project and parking issues that new school project raised. What I'm here to tell you is that in this particular case, this particular project does not create or cause any significant parking impacts. Why do I say that? Well, number one, we're not adding any parking to this portion of Catherine Road. We're actually adding parking on site for all our residents and overflow parking for the adjacent park. So what is the parking issue? We've heard a lot about it. It's, of course, the road widening plan. And again, the concern about parking is understandable. But it's really important to dig down like we have, I think, today in the last 2 weeks and figure out what exactly is the impact going to be, and that's been studied here. Following the hearing on August 1st, county staff went out and carefully surveyed over 50 homes located along Catherine Road to determine how many homes already have a reasonable amount of parking on site somewhere, either garage, driveway, et cetera. And we can certainly nitpick back and forth on a house-by-house basis how much parking each one has, but the bottom line is all but a few homes, 3 to 5 to be exact, were determined to have some reasonable amount of parking on site. So when you're considering the health and safety benefits of the road widening, it's important to keep in mind that you're weighing it against some loss of adjacent shoulder parking. But 90% plus of these residents at least have some parking on site in addition to the shoulder parking that will still remain. So let's look at that parking on Catherine Road. Following the August 1st hearing, we had our traffic engineers, ATE, and Daryl was one of the individuals that went out. They went out and conducted a study of how many cars are actually parked along the shoulder of Catherine Road. They went out at 6 a.m. on Thursday, August 8th, and they went out again at 4 p.m. on Saturday, August 10th. And these were times selected by ATE because they're designed to have the greatest number of cars. When would the most cars be expected? Late Saturday afternoon and first thing in the morning before anybody leaves for work, 6 a.m. The results, over this 1 mile stretch of Catherine Road, there were 13 cars parked on the shoulder on August 8th and 15 cars parked on the shoulder on August 10th. And these results are set forth in the August 14th letter report from ATE, which is Exhibit GG in your package. Now, I have to admit I was a little surprised that this number wasn't a bit higher given all the testimony. And I know we had testimony this morning that Ms. Lazar or her folks counted about 136 existing parking spots on the shoulder. So 136 available spots on the shoulder, plus what county staff found on site at the 50-plus residents. And we've got 13 to 15 cars actually using the shoulder for parking. So the most important question now, though, is what can we do to preserve these parking places to the maximum extent feasible, as much as we can. I think if you widen pavement in a narrow, hilly area, where in some places there's only 19 feet of flat land now, yet you're going to lose some of that parking. Some of those 136 spots are going to get lost. The reason it's not a significant and unavoidable impact, or even a significant impact, is because there's so much on-site parking now and 136 spots of shoulder parking for 13 to 15 vehicles. Even if that number tripled when someone had a party, there's still plenty of parking between the properties themselves and the existing shoulder spots. You know, as you've heard, I'm not sure, I guess I would agree with Commissioner Reducas. I'm not sure I would have used the word, whatever it was, extensively studied. I think I would have used a phrase like carefully considered with the people with the relevant expertise, the fire marshal, the former fire marshal, county planning staff. And I think that they've all gone out and actually looked again on site, reconsidered, thought very carefully about what's needed here, and come up with a proposal for what's the least intrusive plan that we can come up with. So that's why the 4 turnouts were removed. And that's an important change to the plan, because that's where a lot of those parking spots, where it's currently flat and straight, we were going to put, those were the spots that were going to become paved. Now they're not. So every time you see a sticky up there where a turnout was removed, that alone, I'm not sure the exact number, but it's probably enough length for 4 to 6 cars on each one of those spots, in addition to all the spots you see along there that are going untouched on that plan. The widening is only a foot or two over here and a foot or two over there, maybe 3 feet, occasionally as much as maybe 5, but it's not 10 feet of widening everywhere the whole way and paving every flat portion. That's not the plan. So this plan will preserve shoulder parking. And I guess that's, when I look at this, it's an example of the public hearing process really working. And I share Commissioner Onstott's frustration in a way that things seem to be changing at the last minute. But on the other hand, county staff and even the applicant, we heard resident after resident come up here and say, this is going to create a hardship for us if we lose this parking. And we asked in good faith, is there anything we can do to preserve as much parking as possible and still accomplish the goal of safer emergency access? And that's what we've come up with. And the same is true on the safety issue. Anything that we can do as part of this widening that makes it even safer than it is today for bicyclists and for pedestrians, and to slow down those few cars that do speed by from time to time, we would gladly incorporate that into the plan. If staff were to insert a condition of approval today to reference that the final engineering drawings shall incorporate speed control devices and signage, we'd be fine with those kind of things.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How many people lose all their parking? How many residents lose everything?
I believe, and again,
and is there any available parking nearby, such as where the turnouts were lost?
The only spot that I've been able to find, and I'm not an engineer and I'm not an expert on these things, but I've looked at this very carefully, as you can imagine. And it looks to me like there is at least 1 or 2 residents who live, I'm only looking at the right-hand half of the map right now, but you'll see on that right-hand half, just past the middle, there's a dip in the road towards the bottom of the map,
Right.
and then it goes back up. In that area, I believe there's at least 1 home that currently parks on the shoulder, and that shoulder is slated for a small amount of widening. And I can't say, as I stand here today, whether the amount of widening that's slated for that spot will leave enough shoulder to keep parking or not. But I would imagine that there's 1 or 2 or 3 homes that are in that situation. But what I also know is that within a reasonable distance of those homes, there will remain shoulder. And in some places, there'll even be, like where some of these turnouts were planned, there'll be wider shoulder than there is now. So,
Is there any possibility of limiting that widening in those areas so that those people could maintain a parking spot, one?
I think we would welcome a similar type of condition added to the ultimate approval of these entitlements that says when the final widening plan comes in for approval, the plan shall, to the maximum extent feasible, preserve at least one shoulder parking spot within X number of feet of each residence, or something like that, so that there are some standards established now that the final plan can comply with, conform to. And at that point, obviously, there can be some further consultation with those residents as well. It really is a minor, out of the 50-plus homes, there are probably less than 5 who are really going to be ones you have to look at carefully and say, how are we going to make sure that this person still has a couple of parking spots relatively close, relatively convenient.
Good.
Mr. Chair. This may be better directed to the applicant because we spoke about this. I said, would you be willing to help out at the first meeting with folks who are having problems with their parking after this road's done? And it may be, and the idea was that instead of narrowing the road, is that you could possibly dig into a slope like you've talked about, and if you lost 3 feet from that spot where they're parking on the side, you'd dig in 3 feet farther. Now, one gentleman last time testified that he had cut his own slope and put in a construction block wall, and he felt, and I don't know if it's true or not, but he felt like he was going to lose some space in this particular thing. So if something like that cropped up, are you willing to knock down this old wall, move it in 2 feet, and put up a new one? I mean, is that possible?
Absolutely, and I think if you listen to the people who've worked with us in the neighborhood, we'll work with anybody who will meet with us. And I think I actually know exactly where that wall is, and we already looked at it, if it's the one I think it is. There's a lot of opportunities to do stuff like that. And there's opportunities for us to widen things out there right now. And we are always committed. Look, like I said before, I've lived here my whole life. I've been here 46 years. You call me, you ask anybody on any of our projects. If you call me, I'm there. So we'll meet with anybody and we'll grade it out. We could move that wall back, and we may even be able to find parking for the guy who doesn't really have parking now. Remember, it's all in the right of way that these guys are parking now anyway. So,
it's really, I mean, we've driven through. Some folks have gone through better than us.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to visualize this because it's all over the map. Everything's different. You turn, it's wider, it's here, it's narrow there. You've got a wall there. You don't have a wall there. And so it's really hard to see how this is going to really flow. But what the lawyer said here a moment ago, that you're willing to work with what you got, and if there's some way to help this neighborhood and certain folks who live in the neighborhood who are losing something there, which it sounds like you are.
Oh yeah.
That's what we need.
Yeah. Well, we try to be compassionate in everything we do. We understand that people have concerns and they're emotional. We try to approach everybody with compassion. And I'll tell you, the great thing about my business is it's not like landing the Mars rover on Mars. It's simple. You go out there with the Bobcat and you move a wall back 3 feet. And yeah, we'll work with anybody who wants to work with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The last few issues that I have down in my notes that Ms. Lazar raised are all really CEQA compliance issues, I'll call them. This may seem like inside baseball, but I just want to make sure it's covered for the record because, again, there's nothing in her letter or testimony that raise CEQA compliance issues. She stated that the EIR fails to analyze the impacts of the road widening project itself. That's not true. The definition of the project in the environmental document includes the road widening. Staff and the EIR consultant knew all along that this was part of the project, and they went out there. I looked through last night the biology appendices. It talks exactly about potential biological impacts of the widening itself and why they're not significant. Same thing with drainage. That the small amount of additional pavement that we're talking about here spread over a mile the experts have already opined, there's just not enough there to cause a significant change in any drainage at all. It doesn't create enough new impervious surfaces. It doesn't redirect any flows. It's nominal as far as drainage goes. Next argument was that the no project alternative in the EIR is inadequate because it looked at 32 units instead of 5 units. Again, that's just not true. This is another one where a quote's going to be a lot better than me just talking. This is on page 27 of the staff report, and it's discussing the no project alternative from the EIR. And it's just one paragraph, and here's what it says. No project alternative. This alternative involved 2 sub-alternatives. The first sub-alternative assumed that the requested entitlements are not approved, and the project site is developed with 32 dwelling units, which is the maximum number of units that may be allowed with a subdivision under the existing general plan and zoning designations. The second sub-alternative evaluated a scenario in which Catherine Road cannot be improved to provide emergency access pursuant to Ventura County Fire Protection District's requirements. No subdivision would be permitted, and only the 5 existing legal lots could be developed. So the EIR looked at both. That was just blatantly false. While I've quoted that, though, I think it's important to point that out. The existing general plan and the existing zoning designations allow for 32 units, not just 5. We've heard a lot of testimony from residents saying, hey, let the developer do what's allowed under the current zoning. 5 units. It's not 5, it's 32. The problem is that 32, or even 6, requires this same widening. Almost finished with Ms. Lazar's letter. The next argument was that the improper baseline was used for environmental analysis, that somehow the EIR only looked at how the 60-unit project, what impacts it would have as compared to the 250 or 100-unit project. That's not true. The EIR is quite clear. The baseline analysis is what's on the ground now, or actually when the NOP was listed. That's what the law requires. And then it went on to analyze a number of things, but the EIR does include a comparison between no development, no change from existing circumstances, and this project. It also contains some information about how this project compares to the previously proposed project, and it certainly concluded that this project is much less impactful, including on compatibility with community character. That's one of the big things, that the 60-unit project is better as far as that goes. So bottom line on this, there simply is no basis for either delaying this hearing any further, and certainly not for recirculating the EIR. I'm sure this is old news to you folks, but to some people in the room, they may not be aware. You know, the test to recirculate an EIR, you have to have some new significant impact or some substantially more severe impact than you had already acknowledged and analyzed. And we don't have that here. In fact, this project keeps becoming less impactful and less impactful. Even since August 1st, it's now less impactful as to this issue of parking. All right. Just one more point on the zoning and density. I corrected the record already as to what would be allowed under the current zoning. And general plan, it would be a maximum of 32 units. But I also want to point out that the existing Knowles community, the county study showed that it was over 5 units to an acre. And this project is seeking a zoning of 2.55 units an acre. It's clustered so that it's less impactful to the biological resources, but it's still it's treated as a 2.55 units per acre zoning because the project, it's the entire site. So this project is not more dense than the surrounding circumstances and the surrounding properties. I guess in conclusion, whenever a new project is proposed in Ventura County, the county is called upon to do some careful balancing, and I've heard reference made to this already today. We believe the 60-home proposal for this site and the revised Catherine Road widening plan that eliminates the turnouts strikes that right balance. It has a density, we originally sought 250 units. It's down to 60 single-family homes, designed to be as compatible with the surrounding uses as possible, especially when you look at what's in that immediate vicinity, just north of the train tracks. Everything around it is at least this dense, and the Knolls is more dense, as I just said. Talk about trees. This project has been designed and redesigned, as has the widening plan, to protect the oak trees, the heritage trees, every protected tree. Not one is slated to be lost. You know, the EIR acknowledges, and so do we, that there could be, you know, an inadvertent loss of a tree or two that doesn't make it if its root zone is touched. But generally speaking, when you go out there, and you saw it 2 weeks ago when you drove the road, there are oak trees right up on that pavement now. And they're doing fine. The whole park area is lined with oak trees that are right up against the paving. We've talked about parking, and we've talked about health and safety, that this project really does provide a great health and safety benefit to the entire community. It's a regional benefit. You know, the staff and the applicant has worked very hard for many years to address every issue, and we ask that as you balance these considerations, you find that this project strikes the right balance, and we ask for your approval. I can answer any questions. We also have James Dean, the tree expert here. We have Richard Doss, the civil engineer, and you've already heard from Kevin Nestor, the fire safety expert, and Daryl Nelson, the traffic expert.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the applicant at this stage? Commissioner Dukas?
Do you want to get a drink of water? Or?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. At the risk of sounding nitpicky, to use your word, the difference between the 32 and the 5 number, the 5 and 10, 5 with second dwelling units, was the difference between a discretionary approval and ministerial?
Correct.
Okay. So I think that's what people were referring to.
Okay. Yeah, my point was to clarify that when the testimony is, let the developer do what the property is zoned for, why should they get a discretionary zone change? And I was responding to that and saying, well, that what the zoning and the general plan call for now is up to 32 units, and I just want the record to be clear on that.
Thank you for that. To your knowledge, has there been a survey there to determine the center line of Catherine Road?
To my knowledge, I have no knowledge on that to answer that question, but the civil engineer or Mr. Gorian may know.
So you don't know whether or not a survey has been done to determine the center line? You don't know that?
I don't personally know that.
Okay. Okay. So I'll refer those questions to them.
All right, any other questions of the applicant at this time? Anything else, Counselor?
Anything else for rebuttal?
We make,
I can't think of anything, and I've been doing this for 10 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
One question. I asked you prior before. Can you give me an estimate of the cost of the widening of this, of Catherine Road? Just, if you could give that to me, I'd appreciate it. I think we should know.
There's a hard cost of $383,000. Is that the right number?
It doesn't include what we've already spent, which is considerable.
Can you give me your best estimate?
Yes, sir.
Rough estimate.
Yeah, I think I'll answer that and correct me if I'm wrong. It's about $383,000 in future hard widening costs. We estimate $60,000 to $100,000 in legal fees to prosecute the quiet title action on behalf of the county. There's engineering and soft costs, so that all combined gets you to about $500,000. And somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000 has already been spent to date on experts analyzing the title to the entire roadway and the right-of-way the county already has and who owns it. I'm sorry, it's $328,000, $231,000. That's the hard cost the engineer came up with for the physical widening.
Thank you, sir.
Jim, we have one more question on there. Commissioner Dukas?
Just flashed in my head, and it's in my notes here. When you investigated the Smith heirs, when was that done?
That was done over a multi-year time period. My best recollection is that that work was done between 2007 and 2010 or 11. It wasn't just the Smith heirs, it was to determine for every aspect of this road widening, not necessarily the whole road, but where there's going to be widening proposed, does the county have the current right-of-way now? And if not the county, who does? And that was a multi-year process with multiple title engineers, and that north of $100,000 has been spent already. But that's why we're confident that the title action will be successful. We believe we know what the title of that road looks like.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, then at this point, we've been at this almost 2 hours. Let's come back at 3:25, I'm sorry. That's correct. And at that time, we'll have staff do their presentation, and then we'll deliberate what we want to do as a commission.
Do you have more experts available to us, the civil engineer?
Yeah, you'll be for questions, is that correct? There's nothing in your presentation, just for questions. That's my understanding. All right, be back here in about 12 minutes. Thank you. This is very convoluted. Let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Chuck, we good to go? Thank you. All right, we're back on the record. The applicant has finished their rebuttal, but are available for questions. We will now take testimony for the staff. Who would like to lead off?
Wait, we're not doing questions.
I thought they were just available.
And so they're.
Do you want to ask somebody a question? All right. Then, besides, I think we're missing somebody from staff anyway. So,
Okay.
Commissioner Dukas, you have questions for the applicant.
Yeah, this is for the civil engineer.
Please state your name.
Richard Doss, 30141 Agora Road, Suite 200 in Agora Hills, California.
Mr. Doss, I was wondering, has there been a survey done to determine the center line of Catherine Road where it's proposed to be widened?
I would say we haven't done a record of survey that you would file with the county. Chris Nelson, licensed land surveyor, did a full survey of all the improvements along the road. That's what the basis of our plan is, our conceptual plan. And they did find some monuments that were in the center line. So to that extent, we did survey the center line. But
When I was out there taking my photos to try to see the areas that were subject to the quiet title action, not sure if I'm using that lingo right.
Okay.
I wanted to see what was impacted, and a neighbor told me that the what is built is not the right-of-way according to, meets and bounds and survey markers and whatnot. Do you know if that's true?
Well, certainly the roadway wanders back and forth within the right-of-way. Even the original right-of-way, there's portions where it was outside of the dedication. So, yeah, it's not coincident with the center line of the dedication as it was.
Say that again, as if I were 5 years old.
Okay.
I want him to tell.
There's a right-of-way that was created with the original tract maps back in the 20s, and there's a center line that was established from that right-of-way because they didn't show on the original maps. The roadway that's physically there does not coincident with that center line.
Okay, so what the neighbor told me was correct.
Yes.
Okay, but the roadway is all within the existing paved roadway is all within the county's right-of-way?
I'm not sure that that's the case. I think there are places where the roadway actually goes outside of the right-of-way.
Where? Here.
I think we exhausted our sticky budget.
Buy stock, buy stock.
If you look, let's put the sticky right at that point.
Is that in the green? Is that in the portion that is green?
I'm not sure what the green is. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So is that the only area where it varies from the existing pavement?
I'd have to look through our maps, but it wanders back and forth inside the right-of-way.
And do you know the approximate address?
No. I wouldn't have any idea.
Do you know any of the addresses on that exhibit?
No.
Okay. Regarding drainage, I have some photos that I took of it looks like homemade drainage. Can I just hand them to him and
But then they have to be admitted, give them to her first.
give them to her first?
Well, have
Okay.
them look at them, we have to do another exhibit. Laura.
Okay, so so that yeah, it's just so that everybody knows. I'll just describe. It's an area at Del Robles, either road or drive, depending on what. You okay? Depending on what you read on the sign. And Catherine starts on one side. It appears to accommodate drainage that comes down from big boulders that are behind the property that they thought was a garage, but it's actually a home. And another fellow who has huge boulder outcroppings. And so there's a watershed there, and this looks like it's attempting to control surface water runoff. So that's what these pictures are. And they should go to you next? Okay. So from the, pardon? Okay. Okay. Well, I assume since you're the civil engineer, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, there's various, yeah, I've seen these drainage facilities, if you will.
So exactly. So are they adequate?
I have no way to know. A lot of them, I think this, the one that shows the corrugated metal pipe was
No, it's all
probably-
one system. Let me explain again. If you look at the back, they are numbered, and if you start at the lowest number and go to the highest number, they start from one end and just take you along. But
I'm with you. I'm assuming they may look like they're just randomly placed, but I believe that they were probably county improvements.
see, I didn't think so, because the water comes out, and they expect the water to make a sharp turn, and then another sharp turn. And you know what happens when you have, rain storms and lots of surface water coming off those big boulders. They scour out, and you end up with all kinds of problems. What does the civil engineer plan to do with that series of facilities, or
We're planning to avoid them as much as possible. So, I honestly, from just a standpoint of, you break it, you bought it, I don't want to get involved in something that's going to be where I'm going to take liability for.
Well, see,
the
that's my point
facility.
exactly. That's my point exactly. I thought that you were going to fix it.
I think we certainly can if that's the wish of the county, but in terms of widening the road, we would try to avoid interfering with existing facilities.
That's all. Yeah.
Additional questions, Commissioner? All right, for the record, while we're waiting, this is Exhibit SS. Okay.
To the arborist, or I'm not sure what his title is.
Tree guy. Your name, sir, and address?
James Dean, landscape architect and arborist, 996 Lawrence Drive, Newbury Park.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean?
Yes.
This is a two-part question. A lot of people express concern that they've had experiences in the past where they've had large mature oak trees with pavement coming up, and eventually they either have a limb fall off, or in the case of the famous one that people used to go around, split. Number one, as an arborist, do you find that that mature oak trees can take the pavement and more importantly the preparation of the roadbed, and do they eventually die, and when do they die, or can you predict how long it'll be?
I have experience with over 50,000 oak trees since 1966, and been doing this that long. I picked up on the 4 items. One was had to do with the depth of pavement. Reality is that the oak trees grow in what's called, there's 4 horizons in a soil profile. They're A, B, C, D, or sometimes called R, that's rock layer. Generally speaking, oak tree roots grow in horizon B, which is usually around 2 feet to 3.5 feet in depth. That's also called a zone of alluviation. Over time, the fine particles come down and they perch in that area. That's mineral rich, so the roots grow there. You will find some roots in the top 12 inches, but they're usually very fine and they don't have a lot of effect if you take some of them out. Could a tree grow with paving right up to it? There's been lots and lots and lots of examples of that. It wouldn't be something I would recommend, but it could be done with techniques that were available to us. And let's see, what else? There was something else. There was a couple more things. Oh, the sudden branch stop syndrome. And essentially, the scientists have never defined exactly why that happens, but the real reason is that in the summertime, trees pump huge volumes of water and transpire it off to the atmosphere. And that water means more weight. When the weight exceeds the ability of the tissue to support it, a branch drops. It'll have nothing to do with development. It's natural. It's a natural process. It's well, if people are concerned about that they have a climbing arborist occasionally come up and look in the trees. But you can't always tell what's happening inside. There may not be a wound, or if there is a wound, it could be rot. But if there's no wound there, it's very, very difficult for somebody to predict it. And it happens always in the summertime, and it's well known in the industry.
And so that's unpredictable.
No,
And
it's not predictable.
Is there any, I don't know, guidelines about the length of the life of the tree once it's had surface roots, or a difference in there's reasons why we have prohibitions against activities within the drip line of an oak.
I sat in on the revision of the latest revision to the county oak tree policy. The trees, everyone is a different case. Every situation is a different case. If you're getting into situations where you remove deep cuts within 5 or 6 feet of a tree, you take out more than, say, 40% of the roots, there's a good chance that tree is going to become diseased, and there's a chance it's going to die. The type of grading that I've seen so far in terms of the project, I believe that all the trees within the actual project will survive. There will be some pruning that will be necessary. The unfortunate thing about the ordinances, and I've been involved since the beginning in Thousand Oaks, we call it Thousand Jokes, and the
know your audience.
What happens? I lost my train of thought. I fooled myself. but I've been involved in the issue from the beginning, starting in 1968 or 69 with the city of Thousand Oaks. I've been the arborist for the cities of Calabasas, Gory Hills, Santa Clarita, and so I don't know why I'm telling you that, but that's my background.
Well, and I appreciate that. I think the concern of a lot of people is that when you have these different things going on, not just pavement, but preparation for the roadbed, a change, traffic going across, whatever trimming that has to be occurred, they're fearful that eventually these trees will die and that they'll be stuck with a bill for removing the dead ones and then having, the impacts of the loss of a big mature oak tree, particularly the ones that are very close to the road right now and the ones that are close to people's property.
Recovering my thought process, basically the ordinances don't require that the trees be surveyed in place before the application is submitted. That happens much after when survey comes in, control survey. So what happens, a tree could be off in a location. A plan could show it here and it's really over here a little bit. And those sometimes have dramatic effects. I believe that every tree that I've seen so far, and the amount of grading and the type of grading, that there won't be a huge amount of root disturbance. That's my belief.
Even by the park and the train depot?
Well, I can't talk specifically about that because I haven't been involved with the that particular part. But the 170 trees I'm not aware of. My experience has been on site so far.
Oh, I see. So have you looked at Catherine Road, those oak trees at all?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you.
But every one of those will have specific details. At the time at which planting starts, there'll be a position of a tree and there'll be a plan that shows cut and fill. If we stay generally anywhere from, I wouldn't recommend cutting any closer to a tree than 6 feet, but generally, if you're out, we've actually.
What do you mean cutting? What do you mean cutting? Do you mean cutting
roots,
the limb?
Cutting
roots.
Cutting
Surface root? Even surface roots?
Yeah. What happens?
6 feet.
Well, it's kind of hard to explain it because it's very technical, but we learned a lot about. For years and years and years, the question was in Thousand Oaks. We know that we can save an oak tree, but we can't really guarantee that 50 years from now it's going to not die from that damage. And we conducted a scientific study in 1971 called the Ben Johnson Oak Tree Study. The cost was $150,000, and we, just to make it real short, we put a tree surgeon up in the tree for 8 weeks on a daily basis from 8 in the morning till 6 at night, and every hour took a leaf on a twig down and gave it to a lady down at the bottom who had a device that she put it into what they call a Schalander pressure bomb, and they injected gas into that. And since the tree is in negative pressure, when they put the positive pressure and they began to see the water fizzing, they could read the actual pressure that is in that tree at that particular time, and they mapped what they call the diurnal flow of water through a tree. We had a indexing tree, and we had a victim tree, and we came in after we'd done the same thing for both trees for 8 weeks.
Were these coast live oaks or valley oaks or all?
Those were both. Well, the two trees I'm talking about were both live oak.
Okay.
And we came in with a backhoe and took 40% of the roots away of the victim tree in about an hour and a half, and kept monitoring the tree, the diurnal flow, for 6 or 8 weeks after that. And it's all published. And so we've learned an awful lot about damage to trees in that regard.
And so,
it's much more involved than that. But
it sounds that way. I love victim tree. Ouch. But 6 feet generally is what you recommend, no closer to the trunk than 6 feet?
Yes, because they have a root plate
I'm sorry, was that
They have a
from
root
the
plate.
from the drip line 6 feet?
I
or
know
was
6
it-
feet from the trunk.
From the trunk.
And they have what's an area approximately 12 foot in diameter, 15 foot in diameter, where the roots come out of the tree and bend down in the ground and then rapidly disperse beyond that. And that's called the root plate, and that's necessary for the tree to maintain its balance, be able to stand up. If you come in and you cut closer than that, what happens? You disrupt the balance of the tree, and the tree could fall. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It's a lot of technical stuff.
well, but you have not had an opportunity to look at Catherine Road.
No,
yet?
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions of James Dean?
Jimmy Dean.
Don't go there. Yeah, all right. All right, any other questions of the applicants or their experts? Hearing and seeing none, then we'll go over to staff. Now, staff, you can order your presentation however you want, because I know we have some other individuals here.
Thank
So-
you, Commissioner Chair. I believe we should start with Kim Ulick, the Executive Director of LAFCO, followed by Richard Herrera from the Transportation Department, and then Masood Aragi, and then I'll follow after that.
Was there something else you wanted to say?
I'm sorry.
No.
I did actually look at.
No, up here, please. There are people at home that are just dying to hear what you got to say.
I did look at the plan. I just haven't taken the map to the site and found a tree that relates to a particular position in the street. I just haven't been at the field enough to speak to that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, staff, let's go. Name and position, please.
My name is Kim Ulick. I'm the Executive Officer with the Ventura Local Agency Formation Commission.
Did we have questions that was raised earlier?
I guess that was my question regarding the curb line and its applicability to the Julia Meadows project.
Well, the curbs, which stands for City Urban Restriction Boundary, that's a result of the city's SOAR ordinance that was established and enacted by the city. So LAFCO doesn't have the authority or jurisdiction to address anything having to do with the city curb. That would be a question that would need to be addressed to the city of Simi Valley.
Thank you.
Any other questions of our LAFCO representative? We thank you for your availability, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Your next staff person? Name and position, sir?
Richard Herrera with the Ventura County Transportation Department.
Thank you, sir. Questions of Mr. Herrera? Richard?
Well, I guess your co-hire Department Head Transportation, David Fresh, I believe.
Yes, David
was
Fresh.
here on the first. Comments were made about the fact that the county is examining and going through this issue of encroachments onto the public right-of-way across the board in the county. Are you familiar with that process right now?
Yes.
I am.
Our department has done some studies out at the Silverstrand Beach area, and I believe the intent is to do other areas in the county as well.
Okay, thank you.
Richard, would you be the one that could address speed bumps, or is that?
Yes, sure.
Okay. The requirements for and then approval by the fire department, I believe, comes into play.
Okay. So the county has Board of Supervisor approved policies for speed humps. One of the policies is that a petition has to be signed by 67% of the property owners affected on that street. Another policy is that we have to get concurrence from the county fire department, the sheriff's department, and the highway patrol for the installation of the speed humps or speed cushions. Also, the speed hump construction must be paid by the property owners who sign the required petition.
What's the difference between a speed bump and a speed cushion?
A speed cushion is kind of the shape of a pillow, so it doesn't go all the way across the roadway. It just goes in the lane. So you
Are those
have
the
you have
ones
a
I
space
dodge?
between-
Are those the ones I can dodge?
No, no.
No?
No,
Oh, yeah,
because
you can.
at least one of your wheels
Wheels is
will go
gonna-
over the hump. But what it does is it allows fire engines to pass over them because they're a wider vehicle. So in addition to that, we have board-approved warrants that the roadway has to meet before we can approve speed humps or speed cushions for the roadway. And one of the requirements is it must be a residential street. It must have a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit on the roadway. We have to do a speed survey to show that 67% of the motorists are exceeding that 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. And then there's a requirement for ADT, or average daily traffic, of greater than 1,000 vehicles. So we would have to do a study of the roadway to see if it satisfies these warrants.
Okay, so we'd have to be positive on all those aspects before we would look at installing it.
Correct.
Okay. Any
I got
other
a couple
questions?
questions. I mean, are there any variances like the average daily trips and things like that if you have a fairly unique roadway situation?
Well, these are the warrants that are established by the Board of Supervisors that we have to follow in our department. There are, neighborhood groups that could go beyond our department to get approval.
Okay, and if there's road work being done and the developer is willing to pay for that as opposed to the residents of the street, is that something you can deal with as well?
I would have to check, but I mean, it sounds reasonable.
So it was 25 miles per hour, the daily trips, the dollars. What was the other thing?
67% of the motorists have to be exceeding that 25 mile per hour.
Really?
Yes.
That sounds like a lot to me.
Well, those are the warrants that we have to follow.
Here again, if you have a unique roadway situation, is there a way to work around that one?
For our department to approve speed humps, they would have to meet all of these warrants.
However, you said there was the average daily trips is something that we could work with.
Sure, yes.
But not the 67%.
Well, no, any of the warrants.
And the process would be what?
Well, like I said, at our level, at our department, we have to go by the warrants. Now,
No, I understand that.
Beyond that, they can be approved by the board. The board, approved these warrants.
So if a homeowners association went to the board, they may get a variance of some kind?
They might, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Richard? Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Okay, staff? Okay. State your name again, please.
Masood Aragi, Fire Marshal, Ventura County Fire Protection District. I want to comment first on one of the questions or concerns that was brought up by Ms. Lazar just before lunch. And the question or the comment was regarding the subdivision. And the requirement for subdivision is 40-foot access, secondary access. And her comment were that since we don't have a 40-foot secondary access, the project should basically stop on its track right now. And I just want to let you know a couple of things about that, is that the construction of a 40-foot secondary access allows 8-foot parking on both sides. So it really leaves you with 24 feet of drivable surface. So when you look at that, and we know we can't get a 40-foot secondary access through Catherine Road, so there's a section in the fire code that I want to read that to you. It's called titled Modification 104.8. It says, whenever there are practical difficulties involved in carrying out the provisions of this code, the fire code official shall have the authority to grant modifications for individual cases, provided the fire code official shall first find the special individual reason makes the strict letter of this code impractical, and the modification is in compliance with the intent of the purpose of this code, and that such modification does not lessen health, life, and fire safety requirements. So when we knew we can't get 40 foot through the access, using this section of the code, which allows us, the fire chief, to make modification, we looked at the alternate access, which is a requirement of 25 feet with no parking. So when you compare, you have a 25-foot no parking drivable surface to a 40-foot with parking that leaves you with 24-foot drivable surface. That is an equivalent protection, and that's why we went with the alternate access instead of a secondary access for the purpose of this project. So that's why some of the changes or the requirements came about. If you have any question regarding that, I can answer that before I...
Any questions of the chief? Thank you.
Okay, and any other questions? Yes.
You know what's coming.
Yes, yes, I do.
I asked you at the break whether or not you could so configure the widening project to save that one individual who's losing his parking place. Were you able to come up with something?
Yes, actually, if I believe the project where you're referring to is on a turn, and right now it's designated about 32 feet, so we can go ahead and lessen that to what we need, which is a 25, and try to give that residents the parking that they need. I mean, that really a testament of what we're all trying to do here is to have a win-win situation. If we have the fire department meets its intended requirements, the applicant move forward with the project, and the residents do get the parking that they've been enjoying for many years.
Forgive the lawyer in me, but when you say try to...
We will.
Thank you.
We will. I'm on record, yes.
Is that the address 950, Catherine?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. I have nothing further. Nothing further. Anything else with the chief?
I'm looking for 950.
Okay. Little song and
Is
dance?
that the only? That's the only one where someone completely lost their parking,
That's the
according
one
to
who was
you?
brought up to me, yes.
Okay,
Dan,
that's.
is that correct?
Yes, from my survey, that was the only property I witnessed which had no parking within the property. It appeared that they relied solely on that area in that photo right there for their parking, which is adjacent to Catherine Road.
Does that include the missing property, 1184 Catherine, and the 1097 that's actually a house?
Yeah, excuse me. So, good catch. I did notice that in my table, I did miss 1184, which was the last property before he got to Rancho Simi Parks District's Park. That's the one. I actually met the property
Actually,
owner.
no,
right there.
that's not the
Wait,
one.
which one?
That's another one.
You're killing me. 11.
Tell me the one
okay, so
you caught, and I'll tell you the one
okay,
I
so
caught.
1184 is
1184.
there's a substandard garage which the property owner informed me is currently being used for storage. The property owner is currently parking 3 vehicles along Catherine Road in front of their property. That's the last property before you get to the park.
No, I was
itself.
mistaken. That's the same one.
Okay.
Man, I thought, dang it. Okay, and the one that's a house, not a garage, does that include that one?
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not
let
sure
me
I know
get
which
it.
one you're speaking about.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Anything else with the chief for right now? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Mike, I know you want to move things along.
Well, if you've got something specific to show us, though. Okay.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to chase down, is that if that included those houses.
And that's what we're trying to do. So let's go to staff, and you can work with them. And if we need to bring the chief back up, we will. Steve, so let's, please. Okay? Dan?
Yes, Commissioner Dukas. The only property of which I'm aware that I mean, I did make a mistake. I did not include it in my survey, was the one I just described to you, I believe. If you have something else and you see an error, please point it out to me, and I'll do my best to try to correct it.
It's the 1097 Catherine Road. Survey listed this property as a garage. It is a house. 1097 Catherine Road. Yeah.
I'd have to go back out there. I'm sorry.
Here, I got photos.
Okay, may I see the photo?
Yes, you may. These are photos numbered 19, 20, and 21. They show 1097 Catherine Road. On our table, it says that it is a single, one-car, let's see, 1097. Yeah, it lists it as a one-car garage, but it's actually a house. And I've got photos showing how it could be mistaken for a garage, because it looks like it used to be. And then you swing around the front, and you see their little balcony, and then I took a picture of the inside of the guy's house. I wasn't a peeping Tom. I asked his permission. So this goes to you first? Can all those be the same exhibit? Because I've got, they're all in a series, and I have them on a CD.
Sure, they can be on. Okay. All right, so it's the same exhibit SS, is that correct?
Okay.
All right.
So my question is, it appeared that he would lose all of his parking because he just has his one little car in front of that house. And given that the exhibit doesn't have address numbers, I'm not 100% sure that I have my sticky on my notes in the right spot, but it looked like...
Yeah, I mistook that for a garage because it looks like a garage to me.
It does look like a garage.
And if they, yeah, so I can't speak to that. I didn't have access inside there, and you had more information than I did when I conducted my survey because the gentleman wasn't there.
But it doesn't really matter how we got it. I mean, the point is it's there, and the road widening is occurring. Does the road widening impact his ability to park?
Most likely, but the problem is I can't see the rest of the property, and I pulled up an aerial photograph of the site, and I can't see the remainder of the property. I don't know what else is out there.
A teeny tiny koi pond, a little walkway, lots of succulent plants, and then it appears to be part of a second, property.
Could very possible be that, he will lose all his parking, and that would be 2 properties.
No, there's one more. No?
No,
Okay, well,
I
let's
have
see how it shakes
950
out.
Catherine Road, and then that property now, if that's correct. So.
I'm going to have to do a lot more nitpicking because it's not just 2.
Whatever it is, it is. Let's go.
All right,
Okay.
We trying to go through house by house, or what are we trying to do here?
No, there's...
Commissioner Idukis, in all honesty, I don't have that level of information on each property. This was a survey that I conducted last Monday where I just walked the roadway, and from what I could see from the road, that was my assessment, as best I could do.
I got it. And the best that I could do was try to match that with the exhibit that we had because there are no address numbers on that thing. So I drove out and took pictures of each one. It was a lot of work, and I don't like being forced to hurry along, and I'm getting upset. I'll take it.
All right, we're losing a commissioner for a few minutes here. Is there any additional questions of staff while we're waiting?
Of staff?
Of staff. That's where we're at. I don't want to go into deliberations without the full commission in front of us.
I have a question.
Sure.
I've heard some folks say that, and it said in the staff report that there's a chance that some of these oaks could die from this road widening project. And I've heard people in testimony say that they would indeed then be responsible down the road to have the tree removed. Is that the case?
No, that's not correct. There is a mitigation measure which was recommended to be adopted as a condition of approval, which requires a monitoring program for the trees that would be impacted by the road widening activities. It requires monitoring over a period of years. The plan must be developed by a biologist and arborist, subject to our review and approval. If during the monitoring period any of those trees died, at the applicant's expense, they would have to replace at a 10-to-1 ratio those trees at an appropriate location within proximity to the site. And at this point, I should clarify, Ms. Mason, I must have misspoken when I was giving my testimony on August 1st. I meant to say Bell Canyon, not Box Canyon. Bell Canyon was one of the sites that could possibly be used for replanting within proximity to the project site. And I need to clarify, too, there's two aspects to the tree removal that was evaluated in the EIR. One is the trees as a biological resource, and the trees as a visual resource. The EIR identified that with the mitigation measure, that is replanting within the area, and because we were able to find, for example, in this case, the Mountains Resource Conservation Authority and Bell Canyon as being a possible location for replanting, the biologists felt that with the 10-to-1 ratio, you would adequately mitigate to a less than significant level the loss of those trees as a biological resource. However, when it comes to the trees as a visual resource, Mr. Vaughn is correct. We took a very conservative approach to this EIR, and what we said is, although there's just going to be the California pepper tree and the tree of heaven that would directly be removed, we did acknowledge that even if you monitor these these trees and all the work within the protected root zone of the trees will be monitored by biologists and arborists in order to try to not result in mortality to those trees. We cannot guarantee that those trees will survive. So we are calling that an unavoidably significant impact, which requires the statement of overriding considerations if the Board of Supervisors would decide to approve this project.
And about how many years would that be monitored?
Good question.
I want to apologize to staff for getting upset.
No need.
Five-year period. And if the trees within the 5-year period were showing signs of being diseased, distressed, or going, then the monitoring period would then be extended for another 5-year period to see if they survive. That continues until...
Thank you.
So during that period, if the consulting arborist and biologist identifies that there are signs that the trees are failing, then at the point at which we can see that it's clearly not going to survive, at that point the offsets at the 10-to-1 ratio would kick in. So the monitoring periods keep getting extended depending on what they see happening to the trees until the point where they can determine, yeah, it's going to survive or it's not going to survive.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Rodriguez, you had a question?
Just one question for Daniel as it relates to loss of trees and having to replant them or replace them and to mitigate the environmental issue. What is the distance between the Knolls and Bell Canyon as the crow flies?
Somebody in the crowd probably knows this better than me.
I mean, I know how to get to Bell Canyon, but I'm just curious.
I'd have to pull it up. Does anybody in the audience know roughly?
About 7-8 miles, I think, as the crow flies. But for us to
Right.
cut those trees, you got to do a real long drive around.
Yeah, once again, they're not being mitigated. That's an unavoidably significant impact with regard to them as a visual resource. But with regard to them being a biological resource, once again, the biologists, that is the county staff biologists, the biologists for Dudek and Associates who prepared the EIR, all felt that that was within a reasonable range to mitigate for the loss of those trees as a biological resource. I also forgot to mention that we also consulted California Department of Fish and Wildlife to confirm that they believe that that would be effective mitigation, and they concurred with us. As for
Okay,
habitat as well.
Let's explain something right now. We're in the process of trying to dissolve this down so we can render a decision. It's not the back and forth. If we ask you, thank you for your information. And not that I'm trying to rush anybody, I'm trying to get specific so we can get to a decision. That's what we're here for. All right, so I appreciate that everybody's concerned. We've got that. And we've got the fact that there's some things that are being modified on the fly as we're talking. But that's what the process is for. But if we don't get the information to a certain point where we can render a decision, we're going to be coming back again. Okay? And I think everybody would like to have some kind of decision. We're trying to come up with the best one possible. So I appreciate your patience and your time. Let us get to that point, and then we can deliberate. It's just like with Commissioner Dukas. I know she's trying very hard to help those residents, and we're trying to compare stuff. And I'd like to get to that too. But in the meantime, we have a lot of other questions we need to ask now that we've received all this testimony and this evidence. That's what we're here for, is for us to render a decision. Okay? So again, I thank you for your patience. So, Richard, do you have any other questions of staff?
No.
All right. Commissioner Onsot?
This is directed to staff. We obviously have Ms. Lazar's letter. We've heard Mr. Vaughn's comments. Do you care to respond to the allegations contained in her letter?
So just for clarification, do you want us to use this time to do the full staff rebuttal, or do you just want us to respond to Elise Lazar's letter?
That was up to Mike.
What I would like is the fact that my concern here is, and if County Council wants to weigh in, if we're going to trigger a review of the EIR, et cetera, then the substantive, significant new information. So if you can angle towards that direction, I would appreciate that. Okay.
I think staff's question is different. She wants to know whether you want the full rebuttal now or just an answer to specific questions. I assume her full rebuttal would include the response about recirculation.
Then I would support a full rebuttal at this point in time, because that to me is the critical point. Did Ms. Lazar's letter or any other testimony raise this to a significant level?
I still have questions, though.
You do. We'll come back.
Look, so why don't you let her do full rebuttal, and
You would still have time for additional questions after the full rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay.
Planning directors deferred to me to do the rebuttal. Okay, there have been a number of questions that have been presented to me going all the way back to the site visit. The first one started with Holly Huff presenting the question about the number of underground storage tanks on site. Actually, there's a question about whether there were 1 or 2 tanks. There was actually 1 tank found on site, and it was fully remediated pursuant to the Environmental Health Division's standards for soil remediation for underground storage tanks. I also want to point out that with regard to the project site being within proximity to Rocketdyne, there was an analysis done pursuant to the initial study assessment guidelines back in 2007. The Environmental Health Division requested soil samples to confirm that trichloroethene and perchlorate, the 2 chemicals that are mostly the problem out there, do not exist in levels that are unhealthy. The soil samples revealed that neither of those chemicals were found. There were comments regarding night lighting. As you read in the staff report, impacts to night lighting were evaluated in the EIR, Chapter 4.8, Impact VIS-4, pages 4.8-19 through 20. Impacts were found to be less than significant with the implementation of the mitigation measure and condition of approval that we're recommending, which requires the submittal of a lighting plan to reduce the amount of night lighting, and that consists of things like projecting it downward. For paths, you use low-level lighting. You don't have upward lighting that could be seen off-site. You got to direct everything down on site. With the implementation of that mitigation measure, we found that the impacts would be less than significant. We've already discussed the impacts to trees. The impacts were fully evaluated, the EIR, both within the chapter that was on biological resources as Chapter 4.1, and then also in comment D-1.15, that's on page 11-53. I should point out that the impacts set forth in the EIR are more severe than what would actually happen, because since the time at which the EIR analysis occurred, the road widening plan has been revised such that trees that were previously identified to be removed would no longer be removed because they've avoided a number of them. I've already spoken to you about the significance levels of those trees, the loss of the trees, both as visual versus biological resources. In Mary Weisbrock's letter, she also stated that the EIR should have analyzed impacts to amphibians, wood rats, Santa Susana tar plant do the road widening activities. Dudex biologists actually walked all of Catherine Road when they're doing their evaluation. There's no suitable habitat for those species within those areas. So pursuant to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's review of the project, the focus was on areas where there is suitable habitat for those species, and that was on the project site. And as you read in the staff report, there are a number of mitigation measures to avoid creating a significant impact to each one of those listed species. Silence is deafening. Okay, with regard to impacts due to the construction activities of the roadway, prior to conducting those activities, the applicant will need to pull an encroachment permit from the Transportation Department. I did consult with their engineers, and there's actually a number of standard conditions that are applied to every encroachment permit. Those include everything from the implementation of NPDES, that's National Pollution Discharge Elimination System requirements. That's for clean water reasons. They have to implement best management practices, which include everything from erosion control. The design of all drainage structures must comply with the Transportation Department standards. Those plans are reviewed by the engineers in the Transportation Department. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got visual evidence of surface drainage at that property, and he says he's going to avoid it, and he's just not going to deal with it.
what I was just about to say is that the standard is that you cannot exacerbate an existing drainage problem, and if you're going to modify an existing drainage system, the new drainage system must comply with the standards of the Transportation Department, and that is from the Transportation Department directly.
Okay, but how does that square with his testimony that they're not going to touch it?
He's wrong. They're going to if they have to modify the drainage system within the right-of-way, they're going to have to comply with the Transportation Department standards. The Transportation Department actually, and Richard Herrera can speak to this, they're very, very cognizant of the fact that the design of roadways can cause drainage impacts to other properties, so they review that very carefully, and he can probably testify to that effect.
Richard, go
Yes, yes. So what would happen is they would submit improvement plans to our department.
Have you seen the photos that are in the record of the existing surface drainage structure that goes across Canthrid Road?
No, I have not.
Would you like to see them?
Okay.
I think you've got them now.
The clerk's got them.
Let me describe them to you as they go across. There's large boulders, and we know that when the rains come down, there's a lot of surface flow. And if you look at the back, the numbers go from smaller to bigger. They're part of a series. So you can see it from one end where the water comes in and where the water goes out. If you want to spread them around, you can see. And it deals with surface runoff, and there's turns, and the water doesn't go straight. It turns to the left and it turns to the right as it goes through, and I imagine that it scours out that area if there was really a lot of flow. So that's part of the road widening area. The developer's civil engineer said they intend to avoid that. What's your response to that?
I don't know. I don't know how it would affect this drain. It would depend on how wide, the improvements are. I haven't seen any plans. I have no idea what's going to be affected.
Does anyone know?
Well, we don't have improvement plans yet.
Do you see it being possible to simply avoid the existing drainage structures there? Are those something that the county put in, or do those look homemade? Do those look old? Do they look standard? Do they look substandard?
It doesn't appear to be standard, but I'm just looking at these pictures. It's hard to tell.
I understand. In your opinion, can that be avoided and still widen the road?
Well, again, not knowing
Goes right under
what's
the
going to be
road.
affected.
Goes right under the road. It's on either side of the road where it's being widened.
If the road has to be widened where this culvert is, then something would have to be done.
Nothing?
But again, we'd have to review the plans, the improvement plans for this project.
Do you see it possible to avoid it? Because that's the testimony that we have from the civil engineer for the applicant.
Without knowing what has to be widened, I can't really say.
Do you want to know where it is on the map?
I'd have to look at it out in the field, or have some plans or something to look at.
I see.
Assuming for a moment that this structure, which doesn't look like anything standard to me, that it would be disturbed by the widening of the road. Let's assume that would happen.
Okay.
If indeed that happened, what would you do?
Well, anything in the right-of-way would have to meet current standards.
So you would bring the system
It would have to
up
be
to standard?
It would have to be improved
Is
to
that
our
the
standard.
whole system, or just, you know?
Again,
if it goes
it
like
it
this,
depends.
It goes like that, I mean.
Yeah.
They're responsible for the whole watershed once they touch flood control.
It just depends on what is being improved within the right-of-way.
Does that include resurfacing the road? Does it include paving the shoulders? This is right off the shoulder. You can see that it goes right up to the pavement and under and out, and it's all connected. I think the pictures show it pretty clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Do they not to you? Because I do have a CD here if you want to, bring it bigger. Like, I know that those pictures are so small, you can put it on a computer and see if you can piece it together and make more sense of it.
And so the question is, would we require widening or pavement?
Would you require this to be improved? This is a drainage facility crossing Catherine
If
in the
wide-
midst of the widening activity in the sections that are in dispute, that are subject to the quiet title.
Mhm. If this facility is on the shoulder and that shoulder needs to be widened or paved as part of the pavement widening, then some improvements may be required to this drainage.
Tell me the number on the picture. What's the series of numbers there?
On the back.
On the back.
38 through 42.
Okay, so this is right near 1025 Catherine Road. It's between 1025 Catherine Road and 1005 Catherine Road. It's between those properties. Does that help? To let you know where it is and whether or not these facilities will be impacted by the road widening?
No, I'm not familiar with all the drainage facilities in that area.
Me neither. Okay, what I'm trying to get at is without a plan, before you don't evaluate this until we approve it?
Well, typically what we do is review plans that are submitted to us. So the
And those
developer would
plans
submit-
wouldn't come to you until conceptually we approve it? The Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors approve it?
I'm not sure what the sequence is, but, typically we would receive a review of plans. I suppose the development would have to be approved first. That's probably more of a planning question.
Staff?
When I spoke with Ben and Mommy, Anitha, and actually there was messages left between Anitha Ballin and myself and the Transportation Department, the process is as follows. Assuming that the board approves the project and the applicant can proceed with the project, at that point, The applicant would then need to apply for an encroachment permit from the Transportation Department. As a part of that, they must then submit engineered drawings and plans of the roadway improvements. The engineers in the Transportation Department would then review it to make sure that the roadway plans comply with the current county roadway standards. If it didn't, it'd have to go back for a series of plan checks until the point at which it does comply. At that point, the encroachment permit would be issued, subject to the conditions that I just discussed.
Well, it seems to me that this is part of the project that is before us, and as part of the project, surface water runoff should be analyzed, and I could see, just as a, someone who's married to an engineer, that water doesn't turn at right angles very well.
At that point, Mr. Doss would then have to be required to design that drainage such that it does not exacerbate the existing conditions, subject to the review and approval.
Mr. Doss said that he was going to avoid it altogether, though.
He doesn't get off that easily. Once again, as a part of the review of the plans that he would be required to submit to the engineers of the Transportation Department, if the Transportation Department that his design did not conform with any of the county roadway standards, he would be required to go back, redesign it such that it does comply. If not, they could not issue the encroachment permit to Mr. Doss. Not to put you on the spot, Mr. Doss.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you, Richard. You're welcome.
One more point about the encroachment permit and the conditions. There was a comment raised, I believe, by Ms. Lazar in her letter regarding construction noise. Actually, there's standard conditions on construction noise. They cannot occur outside the times where people are most sensitive to noise, consistent with the county general plan. That's a standard condition that's applied to all encroachment permits, so there would be no significant impacts related to noise. It does not require evaluation in the EIR because that's a standard condition. You must comply with the law, and compliance with those regulations in itself is going to ensure that you're not going to trigger any of the noise thresholds.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Something that's just stuck in my head is that a sound wall that's on one side of the railroad track can create a very minor increase in the decibel levels, like something like 3 dB or something like that. And it made me wonder if it would trigger an exceeding county noise standards for not the people in the project, but the people on the opposite side of that wall.
Yeah, that was actually modeled in the noise study, and it wasn't found to exceed the standards. So.
Thank you.
Okay, with regard to what was meant by substandard when in the parking survey, what I was relying upon is the zoning ordinance requirement for parking. Now, I need to clarify that the zoning ordinance does not consider parking within a roadway satisfying any of the required parking for a project. All we look at is parking on site and the standards that are set forth in the code. And what those standards say is that a parking space must be 9 feet by 18 feet. So when I was walking Catherine Road, I was looking at the garages. Wherever I saw a garage, which I thought probably did not meet those dimension specifications, I noted that in the table by saying, the garage appears small or substandard. Once again, I did not have access to those garages, the inside, so I can't verify that, but that's based upon my observations in the field. There was another comment raised with regard to dust control on site, and as you read in the staff report, we're recommending conditions number 74 and 75, which were recommended to us by the Air Pollution Control District. Those are the standard conditions for controlling dust. And number 75 is just reinforcing the APCD's regulations regarding idling vehicles and to reduce air emissions on site. Those dust control measures are also, there are dust control measures that are also applied to the actual construction of the roadway. Once again, that's one of the standard conditions of the encroachment permit. Okay. Okay, with regard to the analysis of parking as a CEQA issue, when we prepared the initial study for the project. At that time, the County Board of Supervisors' initial study assessment guidelines required us to analyze projects' impacts on parking, but the threshold was based upon whether or not the project would accommodate all the required parking for the project. Because there would be a garage provided for each one of the units, the project was found to have a less than significant impact because they were accounting for all of their project-generated parking. Since that time, though, the Board of Supervisors has actually revised the initial study assessment guidelines and has removed parking as a CEQA issue. And I need to point out that in Ms. Lazar's letter, where she cites that court case on page 7 of 22, the court said parking, that factor, may be considered in determining whether project's effects on parking is significant under CEQA. You're not obligated to. And in fact, the state has removed parking as an issue from the suggested initial study template that's set forth in Appendix G to the CEQA guidelines. When we were analyzing this project, we looked at parking at Knowles Park because we did have good information regarding just that section of the area. We knew the county roadway standards would require an elimination of that parking. As at that point, we found that, you know, once again, the parking need generated by the project is going to be provided on site. But then we also included the condition of approval, which actually we have consulted county council on and have found to be a feasible mitigation measure according to their analysis, is that with that HOA requirement stating that the residents cannot park on Catherine Road, that is a legitimate condition. We do have that in there as a recommended condition of approval. And then once again, there is a condition of approval in there which would require the HOA to adopt CC&Rs to allow for public parking within the project site.
I think the argument was that it wasn't enforceable. How would you enforce that?
It would be a reactive process. So if we were receiving complaints about people doing that, we could go out and do an investigation. We could survey the site. We could go out there unannounced. We would contact the HOA. We also, before the CC&Rs are adopted, they need to submit that to us to show us that they are including those in the CC&Rs. It would be a reactive process. That is, we would, if we received a complaint, we would then investigate it. All right. With regard to the fire hazards policy set forth in the general plan and the land use appendix, Ms. Lazar is correct. In the land use appendix, it does identify emergency access as being a limiting factor on development in the Knolls. But with the improvements to the roadway, that limiting factor goes away. And what happens is, as the fire protection district is, reinforced over and over, that with these improvements, you are going to satisfy the general plan policy regarding emergency access. And the fire policy in 2.13.2-3 says new residential subdivisions shall provide not less than 2 means of access for emergency vehicles and resident evacuation. There's another sentence about deviations, but you don't even need to go there because fire department has gone on record to say with these improvements, you get your 2 access points going in and out Catherine Road. And I know there's disagreement about that, but that is the fire protection district's position on that matter. With regard to the cost of the road crossings, we did our best to get a reasonable cost estimate for a new secondary access to the west of the site. I did consult California Public Utilities Commission staff. I consulted the Union Pacific Railroad staff. And then also at the site visit and hearing last week, Mr. Ronald Matthew from Metrolink did indicate to me, as he did apparently to Mr. Vaughn, that the cost estimate set forth in the staff report, which I received from those individuals, is actually very low. It's going to be much more expensive, in his opinion, than what I cited in my staff report, which once again reinforces our opinion that that renders that option as an alternative in the EIR infeasible. I thought Ms. Ulick was going to address this, but she didn't. With regard to the curb boundary, what happened was when there was a merger back, and I believe it was in the 80s, and I'm summarizing what I learned from Ms. Ulick, and I've heard from LAFCO staff when we investigated this a number of years ago when this issue was originally presented to us, is that there was a merger of county and city agencies to provide services. And at that time, that agency was already providing services outside of the curb. when this issue was raised, LAFCO investigated this, they consulted their county council, and they confirmed that because of that merger which occurred prior to the adoption of the current curb boundary, that it was legal, and they are allowed to continue to provide services outside of the existing curb line. So,
So that means that the guidelines of orderly development will not apply in this case.
that is correct.
Thank you.
Just that. Okay, with regard to the alternatives that were identified in the project and what occurred and why there was no notification after a completeness determination on the subdivision. Once again, this subdivision was a project alternative identified in the EIR. It's not the project. The main project is still that 100-unit manufactured housing community. That was the project application that is deemed complete. That was the subject of the initial study. That was the main subject of the EIR. That project was evaluated against a baseline, which was discussed in Chapter 3 of the EIR, which is the existing environmental condition. In addition to that, each alternative in the EIR was measured against the existing environmental condition. And then pursuant to the requirements of CEQA, we then must compare each one of those alternatives in terms of how they weigh out in terms of the project objectives and their environmental effects. And I'm really surprised that this has been missed and it keeps getting repeated, because I've stated this not only to the folks of the Knolls, it's clearly stated in Chapter 6. The no project alternative included a subdivision according to the existing zoning designations for the property, and then also the no project alternative that is without a subdivision. So I don't know why that's being repeated. That is just false. And once again, that is totally consistent with CEQA. CEQA says if you are changing a plan, in this case it's your general plan and your zoning maps, you are to evaluate the project against the existing plan, which would be subdividing, creating 32 units, and then also, because this involves a development project, you're supposed to compare the alternatives to the proposed project to the existing environmental setting, and we did that as well. That's your 5-lot development, so that was just inaccurate. With regard to the notification to the schools, once again, this is not the main subject of the project that we're considering is our staff recommendation. That is the applicant's preferred project alternative. So project alternatives never go through a formal completeness evaluation. So there was no requirement to notify the schools. But regardless, we notified the schools when we published the notice of preparation, when we announced the scoping hearing, when we published the draft EIR, and then of these hearings. We have not received any comment from the schools. So they've been properly notified.
Staff, when you say you can't notify the school, are you referring to the school or are you referring to the school district?
School district, the superintendent of the school district was sent the notice. Notices. I'm sorry, this has been a very long hearing. I believe I've addressed all the issues that need to be addressed, but I'm open to any additional questions you might have.
Okay, questions to staff, please.
I believe I found the third property. That was 1128 Cypress. The woman who said that she parks on Catherine, and that is her only parking. She's on one of those teeny tiny roads. And my question is, she just happened to be here today, and this is the first time that I heard that. I don't know, and does staff know if there are other teeny tiny properties that shoot off of Catherine that use it for their primary parking, and that they don't have other places to park?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Do you agree that 1128 is going to lose all their parking as a result of the Catherine Road widening?
I can neither confirm nor deny that, because I'm not out there. I'd need to go back out and take a look at the site.
Okay.
Nora, do we have 3 now?
I believe there are 3. regarding the question that service workers have to be provided, plumbers, contractors, et cetera, that that a project has to provide parking not only for residents, but they also have to provide parking for guests and service workers. How does that prohibition on how does that work for the Julia Meadows project?
It's not quite correct. You don't have to provide visitor parking. You only need to provide, it's on a bedroom basis. So if you have one bedroom per unit, you need to provide one space. If you have 2 to 4 bedrooms in a single family dwelling, you need to provide 2 spaces on site. If it's 5 bedrooms or more, you got to provide 3 spaces on site. They don't have a 5-bedroom model, so it doesn't apply. So what they need to provide are those spaces on site. They do not need to provide visitor parking pursuant to the code.
Okay.
But if that was to occur, visitors could park on the private roads that are being proposed as a part of the project.
And how do you answer the criticism that we've got a dual standard here, that these people are being deprived of their visitor and service worker parking, and these people?
That's the big challenge with older developments that don't comply with current standards and are not, for example, a number of the residencies, they're not built to current parking standards. So that is the challenge with these sorts of areas. So,
what's your best guess to why the school district has not responded to any of the notices, given that we've got testimony saying that the schools are overcrowded?
I'm not going to speculate.
I have no idea. Is it correct that the assumption is if they don't comment within a certain time, then they have no comment?
I don't make that assumption, no.
I wouldn't make that assumption. However, it is the practice of the planning department to notify, but not continually call somebody, right, and force them an answer, right? They've been notified properly 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
I should also state...
It just seems odd.
I would say in my experience it's not that odd. It's not that odd. I think the school district, maybe they get perfunctory in just understanding that if houses go in, then the impact fees will be paid, and that's just the way that it works. But I don't think that it's that odd that they haven't participated in the process.
Very good. I made all these different photos. Do you want to look at them, or do you want me to describe them to you? Because I see a lot of problems with the road. The places where I took the pictures were only where it was in dispute. Where it was green on the map, I didn't get to. But it appeared from the not-to-scale exhibit that we have, and the guesses whether it's going to be 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 5 feet, I have no idea, where people's properties are going to be impacted. It seems like there's a lot of setback issues. And it seems like there are also, are there setback standards for a road and a retaining wall? Does the retaining wall have to be a certain number of feet away from the road?
A retaining wall, no.
Not a retaining wall.
Not
so
a
you can
retaining
have
wall.
so you can have a road with a retaining wall and it be fine.
That's correct.
Okay.
Not to be confused with the wall that's used as, for example, a fence, where it's screening. A retaining wall is handled differently. That's part of the grading ordinance.
Oh, you know what? Then that might be a term of art that I am misusing. I looked at, okay, for example, at 1198 Catherine Road, the driveway, it looked like he has parking on Catherine, and that the road widening will impact his driveway. And I just wondered, does there have to be a certain setback from a driveway where you and this right of way?
No,
and this pavement?
And that's an existing condition, because if they can verify that the county has the right of way and they can determine where the actual property line is, and it's found that that property line is in a location, they can go ahead and do the widening, so it's going to get that much closer. The existing development is already encroaching in the setback, so the project's not going to exacerbate that problem. It's not going to make it more non-conforming because they will have established where the actual property line is, and that property line is not going to change with regard to where the structures currently exist in the field. They're just going to be developing closer to it within the right-of-way, closer to that property line.
Okay. At 1184 and 1186 Catherine Road, I've got two pictures here where the street width was 17 feet. And do I give those to you again? And you've got a front view and a side view of the same little duplex. I was wondering, when the road widening occurs on that side of the street, what happens if they want to, add on to their property sometime in the future? Will that road widening affect their ability to work on their house?
No, once again, because if the applicant can get a judge to establish where that property line is, that's part of an existing condition, they would already be non-conforming with regard to the front yard setback. So they already are subject to the regulations in the non-coastal zoning ordinance regarding what you can do in a non-conforming situation. You cannot exacerbate the non-conforming aspect of the house. You could, for example, add on to the back side of the house on the opposite side where it's not non-conforming. In other words, it is conforming. So.
Okay. That's contrary to what somebody told me in the street, that they had trouble working with the county, that they were working on the adding on to their house, and they're the ones with the circular driveway that's going to be, that's, according to this exhibit, it looks like they're going to lose the ability to use that as a circular driveway. And they were told that that they weren't going to be able to add on because they were wanting to do it within the setback. And she was concerned, if you bring the road even closer, then what happens to my ability to expand? She had 3 kids. Her husband spoke here today.
Well, technically, if you could expand within that area, that means that area is already in the right-of-way. It's not part of her property, so she can't develop in that direction.
Okay, but she's
her
setback from that right of way that, okay, right now where the pavement ends and where her house is, she was able to do some, but with the road being moved closer to her, does it change anything?
No, because don't confuse the road with the property line, because the property line's not going to shift by the means of this project. They got to go out and demonstrate, get a judge to say, where does the property line end, where does the right-of-way begin? And if they can demonstrate that it is within an area where they currently can't expand, they're going to continue not to be able to expand. So it's just going to allow the roadway to get closer to the house.
Yeah, and that brings me to 1164, where the guy has a couple of very large boats and a couple of cars. It looks like he's got room, but after the road widening, I mean, I wouldn't want to put a screen door on this property. The road comes right up to the house at 1164. It looks like. Am I reading the exhibit right?
I
For
believe
1164 Catherine? Okay.
I believe so.
Can I keep going?
Sure.
All right.
I think
there was an error on the survey that I forgot to point out before. It's Alta Vista Ridge Road, not Alta Vista Lane. Alta Vista Lane it's confusing.
Yeah, I noticed that last night when I was looking at it too.
I have no idea. Did you have 1123 Catherine Road on the survey? Did that house get included? 1123?
No, that was an area where I was having difficulty with the street addresses. I was looking at 1109, 1113, and then there was 1126. And then there was next door to 1126, another property. That could have been 1123, but it was I was stumped at that point. What I did, though, is as best I could in my parking survey on page 3 of 4, identified 1109, 1113, 1126, and then I just called it next door to 1126. I'm
Okay,
assuming
so
that's
that-
1123.
so that's 1123.
I believe so.
And, yeah, I found that it was unclear how to match that address and property with the survey description. So we
Mhm.
don't know whether or not they'll lose their parking there.
Yeah, but all of the properties I identified, those 3 are there, and I did analyze them as best I could, given the information I had available to me. Excuse me, all 4. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 properties there between 1109 and 1126.
So, but
With a swing driveway?
no.
3. I've got 4 on there. You can refer to the survey.
I've got a puny little photo here that you can barely make out 1123, and my estimation was that the parking would be lost, but I don't know if that's true.
I can't make anything out from that photo. I'm just referring.
I do have it. I apologize for that, and I recognize that, but I was sweating yesterday trying to get this done, to try to know what actually is going to be lost and what isn't.
I can empathize. I was sweating on Monday. But what I did was, in my table, because I couldn't match up the street address with some of the properties, what I did was I described to the best of my ability the 4 properties within that area where it was unclear. I did identify 1126, but there are 3 others where it was unclear. I did mark those in here. I do acknowledge that I can't match it up with the address, but regardless, I looked at the property and I assessed what was there. You had, on one of the properties, there was a 1-car carport, driveway, and a motor court. On the other property, there was a 1-car garage and a driveway. And the third property, there was a swing driveway.
That didn't match my observation on the ground, and that's what I tried to take pictures of, but I could be wrong. Is the county requiring the developer to, in addition to moving the mailboxes and the road widening and the fences, is the county already conditioning him with regard to I don't know what the proper word is, but where the road is going to be changed, there are a few properties where access is already very steep, the driveways are very steep. Does the county condition the developer to improve those driveways?
Yeah, there's actually standards that the transportation department applies to the design of driveways to the road. Once again, they'd be subject to those requirements as a part of the encroachment permit.
Okay, so that's not on the property owners, that's on the developer?
That is correct.
Okay. And what about the materials used?
What about them?
Well, in some cases, there's these cobble, planters that lead up to the thing. You know, there's people who have this concrete brick and big boulders. There's different building materials used framing their driveway.
As part of the project description, the applicant has stated that they would replace those, and I'm assuming it would be it has to comply with the county standards for the design. So if it complied with the county standards to continue to use those materials, the applicant has stated that they would use those materials and replace
And it's conditioned?
Yes, as part of condition number 1 is a project description.
Right. I noticed areas where there's dig out of the current pavement from 2 driveways in particular where you unless you have a certain kind of car. I noticed a Porsche when I
was walking the area that couldn't access, and there's other places where it's clear that a truck has gouged out the pavement. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know that specific location, but I can.
But you know the phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is that something that is going to be avoided when, if this project goes through? Is
Yes.
that something that can be avoided?
Yeah,
Because
it-
right now, there's all kinds of scrapes in the road in certain areas where driveways are quite steep.
Good question. Yeah, there are engineering standards that are applied as a part of the encroachment permit, and that would not be allowed. There's surfacing requirements.
So I don't know whether this is a retaining wall, but at 1025 Catherine Road, okay, let me talk as a layperson and as a not very good driver. I would much prefer to crash into a soft embankment than somebody's wall. Are there any areas besides 1025 where there's going to be, you know, a retaining wall? And it's pretty sizable. Do you want to see the picture?
I need to see the picture.
1025. It's an area where the road will be widened and there's an existing wall and there's a big grade. Is there, maybe you answered this already, but you can have pavement and road right up to, is that a retaining wall or is that a
It looks like it's
fence?
retaining dirt, yes.
Okay. So is there a county standard saying you can't do that or you can do that? It's hard to see. I apologize
yes,
for the
you
quality
can,
of the picture.
You can do that, yes. I mean, you have to engineer the walls such that it's not going to be a hazard. It's truly going to retain the dirt that it's supposed to be holding up. And once again, that's all subject to the review of the Transportation Department engineers.
Okay, and I have another one there at 1025. It's very steep driveway, stairs, and retaining wall that will be impacted by the road widening. Here's another one.
Actually, I should clarify. If there's a retaining wall required in the right-of-way, it would be subject to the review and approval of the County Transportation Department. If it's on the private property, then the retaining wall, depending on the amount of grading that's required, that's subject to the Building and Safety Division's review. And also, if you're moving more than 50 cubic yards of dirt to do that, then it's also subject to the Public Works Agency Development and Inspection Services Division's review. So.
Okay, it wasn't clear to me whether or not these retaining walls would actually have to be moved. These particular ones that I'm showing you now, I think that in those areas, it appeared, according to this map that doesn't have a scale, that you're only talking about a couple of feet and you're just coming close to it.
Yeah, from going off memory, I could go back to the table in the staff report, which itemized all of the structures that would need to be removed. Actually, I've got it right here.
I saw that on the ones that have to be moved, but I didn't know whether or not there was a setback issue. For example, if I wanted to build that, it'd be hard for me to build something that close to the road. I have to have a setback.
Correct. I mean, if it's not a retaining wall, yeah, it would be subject to the setback requirements. Once again, this is a vestige of a substandard area that's not built according to the current code. I'm looking at Table 1 in the staff report, page 15, and I do not see any retaining walls requiring, any walls for that matter, need to be removed in order to accommodate this. There's just that fence.
Right, right. But it was I guess the setback that I was asking a question about.
Yeah, once again, property lines aren't going to move, so it's not going to exacerbate the existing non-conforming status of structures that are in the front yard setback.
On 960 Catherine Road, the survey describes a garage, but I went down and looked at it, and it appears to be used as living space. It's a house.
Want to report the zoning violation?
The garage for 960 Catherine Road is People are living in it.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where, okay, if it's permitted as a garage, it's permitted as a garage. If somebody illegally converts it until there's a zoning violation, alleged complaint that's filed, and we go out and we can verify that they aren't using it as a garage, at that point, we would then require them to convert it back into a garage, or they'd have to build a garage.
So does this count for loss of parking or not? 960? Do we already have 960? Maybe we already have it. Looks like we already have it. Do you want to look at the pictures? Here they are. On one property that's not, disputed was the property at 891 and 898 Catherine Road. It's the fellow who parks his big truck, and he has a shade structure and steps going down. And in the survey, it says that he can construct a cut slope and a retaining wall. Take a look at these pictures for. And I found, my observation was that would be quite expensive and challenging. Is the road widening going to impact that property?
Yes, actually, that area, and it's interesting because the actual dirt driveway going up to this property, it's actually, if you go around the corner and you go up,
Yep.
and then there's actually an area right there which appears to be used for parking. So this is an area where there would be widening, and it's likely that some of it would be that parking. It's questionable whether or not it'd be entirely lost, or if you could still fit cars there parked at least parallel with the roadway. But once again, they do have that funky, for lack of a better term, sort of carport shade structure. They do have the dirt driveway going to that other area of their property, which it appeared that they're using for parking.
There are two addresses. There's 8.
Yes,
Yep.
there is. This is I walked around to make sure that this driveway went up to this particular property, and then I also looked at aerial photographs when I got back here to the government
But
center.
there are 2 homes there. I just want to make sure what parking is actually going to be removed. I'm almost done with the pictures. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, Mr. Williams just pointed out that's one of the areas where they're reducing the amount of widening, so that it's likely that parking along the side of the road will remain. But I have the properties there. You have 880, 891, and 898 all within that area. 880 has a 2-car garage, driveway, and motor court. Once again, 891 has that structure, as Mr. Williams just informed me. It's likely that the on-road parking would remain, and then they also have the area on their property. Then you have 898, which had the driveway and motor court within which you could park on site.
So is that that cut slope and that driveway leading up, is that part of the project?
No.
That one isn't. Okay. That one is not. And then last was regarding the squirrel tree and the use of the word debris on her driveway. Looks like a temporary situation to me. There's bicycles and motorcycles and a refrigerator, which is not a good idea to have on your roof. I don't think that's
not legal.
That is not
That's
legal.
Outdoor storage. That's actually a zoning violation.
It looks like that's temporary though, because I looked at it on Google Maps and it was clear. Is that something that's ongoing? That refrigerator on the?
I can't.
Have no way of knowing.
I don't know. I just saw it on Monday when I was out there. I was going out there to corroborate what Ms. Rusnak's testimony, verify her testimony is correct, to make sure that I had the parking situation there squared away. But as I reported in the parking survey, she has a 2-car garage, that driveway, and she also has access on the backside along Wisteria Avenue, because I was concerned about the drop-off of children for her daycare service and making sure that with the widening they would still have that. And from my assessment, she still would have that, especially if she took the stuff that she's storing in her driveway off her driveway.
Stuff is a kinder word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you speak to the suggestion that from Dwayne Johnson that there should be a variance from the standards so that the project can go forward without needing this secondary access? He said that perhaps a variance would be an appropriate, mechanism to approve this.
No, that wouldn't be an appropriate mechanism. Variance is something that we handle. That is distinct from the waivers and deviations that the fire chief is allowed to grant in certain situations, which Mr. Aragi already described to you. Sorry, Kim.
Regarding risk of upset with fire, earthquake, and train derailment, was that analyzed in the EIR?
No.
Should it have been?
You need substantial evidence of a project impact, and substantial evidence are facts, reasonable assumptions supported by facts, expert testimony supported by facts. There are no facts. There's no description of the frequency of those events. If they would have to set forth quite a bit more, I believe, in order to make that a potentially significant impact that should be evaluated in the EIR.
So the photos of the oil tanker and the description of the fires with the train stopped and the description of something that happened similarly, and I forget where she said where, that's not substantial evidence? That there's a risk of upset that has not been analyzed in the EIR?
If you gave me facts about how frequently derailments occur within that area, yeah, I would, and you could show that there have been derailments, I think that would be a much stronger argument
How
and would
close
qualify.
does in that area have to be? Because the one I'm recalling was the Chatsworth tragedy.
Speculation.
But it did occur. It's not speculative. That's something that did occur.
Sure, it
From
could
a
occur. It could
statistical
occur, but
standpoint, I understand that it's unlikely to occur, but that's the whole point of analyzing risk of upset.
right. And once again, you gotta look at it from the perspective of what's the project's impact on the environment. If the project doesn't create a greater potential for a derailment, yeah, you could look at a lot of catastrophes. You could look at earthquakes. You could look at terrorist events, and you can evaluate what the project's impact would be, but you're going way out there at that point.
So his having to widen that crossing isn't something that would trigger that then?
No, all of the widening has to comply with Metrolinx requirements. It's such an anomalous case. I mean, I don't believe that passes as being substantial evidence of an event that would need evaluation in the EIR.
When the tree dies, did I hear you say that there's a 5-year period of time after the widening that if a tree dies, then something would happen? I wasn't paying close enough attention.
Yeah, that's correct. So the way it works is the tree monitoring plan requires an initial 5-year monitoring period. Within that 5-year period, if the tree appears to have it's diseased, it's failing, looks like it has the potential to die, and obviously if it is clearly dead, if it's dead, you just got to go ahead and mitigate it at a 10-to-1 ratio. If it appears to be dying but it's not actually dead, you extend the 5-year period out an additional 5 years and monitor it during that 5-year period. Within that 5-year period, if it looks like it's not turning around and the health is satisfactory, then you'd have to mitigate at that 10-to-1 ratio. But if it looked like it was still failing, if it could be shown, or we have an arborist that says, yeah, this thing's on its way out, it's going to die, even though it's not dead now, we'd probably just say, go ahead and mitigate at a 10-to-1 ratio. In fact, we've done that on other projects like in Lake Sherwood. And then it gets, at the end of any one of those 5-year increments, it's got to be demonstrated that the tree is healthy, it's surviving, there's no signs of disease, fatality, anything like that. At that point, you're signed off and you're clear.
Regarding losing parking as an environmental issue, I know where there's places where I can't park. I end up driving around looking for a parking space. Does that mean that it's an environmental impact or it's not an environmental impact?
Yeah, once again, we don't address that as an environmental impact. However, in my staff report, I do evaluate that and do acknowledge that as an adverse effect, which should be taken in consideration when considering whether or not you can make the findings for approval of the general plan amendment and zone change. Our position on that is due to the benefits of the project, those outweigh those adverse effects, and we believe that you can't support a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors.
I'm embarrassed to say that went past me. I'm embarrassed that I couldn't follow that. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Okay, we all are, I think. The Board of Supervisors does not look at parking, does not require us to look at parking as an environmental issue. So we don't include it in, for example, an initial study that we prepare for projects. However, we did analyze that impact to the community in terms of the findings you need to make in order to approve a general plan amendment and zone change. The general plan amendment, the finding is you got to find that the project is within the public interest. The zone change has additional requirements. You got to find it's in the public health, safety, and welfare, public interest, and good zoning practice. And once again, we acknowledge that there will be a loss of parking and that will be an adverse effect to the community. However, we believe that pursuant to the Fire Protection District's assessment of the improvements to emergency access, as well as the other benefits that we outlined in the statement of overriding considerations, that those outweigh that adverse effect. You might disagree. That's very reasonable. Your recommendation to the board should reflect that if you feel that that's the case. The only thing that we ask is that if you do make that recommendation, you set forth in the record the findings to support that so that we can defend your decision to the board.
Could you explain, could whoever is appropriate explain what recourse residents have this convenience of their, their property, their convenience and their use of their property in the manner that they see fit. What recourse they have to fight this? It looks like that this quiet title action. If you're holding out hope that somehow they'll fail, that doesn't look very likely. What recourse do residents have who object to their inconvenience and the loss of their ability to use their property in the manner they see fit?
I'll take the first part because I'm not an attorney. Once again, this project, after your commission makes a recommendation, the project then goes to the Board of Supervisors. The public would then have the opportunity to provide testimony to the Board of Supervisors and try to persuade them to, listen to them and, deny the project based upon the reasons that they present to the Board of Supervisors. After that, I'm sorry, Robert Oriana, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm not an attorney and I don't know all of the various bases upon which they could file a lawsuit. I know, for example, if they could file a lawsuit based upon, they could say that our CEQA analysis was inadequate for any given reason. For the other types of lawsuits, I believe it's best for Mr. Oriana to opine on that.
Maybe I just think like it's a takings issue, where you take away people's ability to use their property in the manner that they have for years and years. What recourse do the residents have if this project is approved ultimately, and they still want to dispute it? What recourse do they have?
First of all, since the project requires in the development agreement that a quiet title action would be filed, they have the recourse of defending and saying, no, the county or some other person does not own that part of the property, I do. And it would be a taking. You'd have to condemn it to take it. The development agreement set up to prohibit condemnation because the applicant and staff does not think that the board would approve a condemnation action. So it was specifically set up that way as a way around forcing the condemnation in the government code that both Ms. Lazar and the applicant cited earlier. It's that if that section were triggered, the Subdivision Map Act would require the county to condemn the right-of-way for the improvements. We don't want to trigger that section, so the development agreement requires them to file an action. The immediate recourse, if everything went through approval from the board, would be for any affected owner who said, I'm losing part of what's my property to this paving, or to the widening of the road, to defend an action and prove that they do own that road. As to the taking of intangible rights, which I think even one of the letters addressed, that's a property rights civil issue between the parties. It's not something that's protected by any county ordinance. You could have viewshed issues, things like that. The loss of those are either protected by law or they're not. They're not before your commission. They're not issues where anything being proposed is in violation of an ordinance.
But it seems it is before us when we get a survey that says these people have garages that were built, I don't know how many years ago, and they should be putting their cars in there.
Let me re-clarify. To the extent that there's existing parking that they would lose, the recourse is what Mr. Clayman told you about the other basis for denying the project. The general plan change, the zone change, because of the impact on the neighboring communities. It's not a CEQA issue. It's an issue of whether it's good policy to permit this project because of the changes it makes to the Catherine Road neighborhood. That's a policy call for you. It's a wide open call. If both you and the board approve that, or just the board if it was appealed, then there's no recourse from that because that's in the legislative domain as to whether they think the upsides of what are in the statement of overriding considerations outweigh those impacts to the neighborhood.
And just explain to me, as if I was 5, why the county is not condemning those properties and people getting, compensation.
The issue of condemnation would have to come from transportation to the board requesting that they approve the whole negotiation process for condemnation, which requires negotiation with all the property owners first before a resolution of necessity could be made, which requires a 4/5 vote. No one on staff, nor in our office, nor the applicant thought the board would, by 4 votes, approve a condemnation of any of these properties. The alternative, as I said before, was a development agreement that allowed the applicant to try to get those same rights, including from the Park District. If they fail to get them, the map is never recorded and the project never happens.
I just happen to believe them when they say that they've got it. So
Well,
to me,
they've
it seems like
clearly
a false
admitted they
hold to
don't have the Park District one.
so far.
That's an issue that's not before you. That's an issue of property rights between 2 different entities, either a private party and the applicant, or a public entity other than the county and the applicant.
Thank you for that. Just going through every place where I have a question. How do we ask the city of Simi Valley to opine about the appropriateness of that city urban restriction boundary? LAFCO representative said that we should ask the city of Simi Valley.
Ask the city of Simi Valley what? I mean,
The
the city is...
applicability of the
The city has already
curb
weighed
lane.
in with regard to water and sewer supply. They say it is available. They're willing to provide it. There were availability letters that were submitted early on. The water service was reviewed, re-reviewed, re-reviewed by Waterworks District Number 8. There's never been a question about it with regard to the availability of water that they're willing to provide. I should say there's never been a question after we confirmed with them that they are willing to provide it, and they will continue to provide water service to the area. Once again, in that area, when there was the merger of the county and city agencies to create the Waterworks District Number 8 and then the Public Works Agency for the city, which took over providing sewer services, they acknowledged that they're already providing water and sewer outside the curb boundary to the Knolls. And LAFCO has researched that issue, and they said it's not a violation of the guidelines for early development. The city at no point has indicated to me that they are unwilling to provide those services. And once again, especially with regard to water, we have gone back to the city numerous times to verify that. And every time they've come back and said, yes, provided that everything is designed in accordance with their standards, we revise the condition to make sure that, you know, the water plants must comply not only with the county's requirements, but also the city's requirements as well. That is Waterworks District number 8.
And that was specific to that, was it an ordinance or a general plan amendment, that curb line that went with SOAR? It was like 15 years ago. That complies with the intent in the letter of the curb line?
I'm not sure I'm following your question, but once again, this situation in the Knolls is unique because you had a situation when the curb boundary was established, there were already water and sewer services being provided by the city entities outside of that area. And when this issue came up with this project, and also the Knolls consulted LAFCO. LAFCO went ahead and researched it, found out that that was the case, went back, looked at state law, which said that technically you're not supposed to be doing that, got a county council opinion that stated that, okay, in this particular situation, it was already being provided, and because that agreement was already established, that it is legal, they can continue to provide services outside the curb boundary. And that's not Mr. Oriana, that was counsel to LAFCO.
And that, and that's additional sewage
Yes.
hookups. Okay,
That's correct.
all right. When I visited the project earlier this year, when it was mobile homes, it was rainy, and there were 2 large areas of ponding that persisted over time. Is that habitat for anything? It was right as you access the property. It's a large flat area. Is that in the EIR?
Possibly, yeah. There's actually an analysis of whether or not that would be habitat for western spadefoot toad. Unfortunately, when the biologists went out there to do their site visit, it wasn't the ideal conditions for western spadefoot toad. They didn't find any out there, but there is a series of mitigation measures that are recommended as conditions of approval that were reviewed by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, in which biologists would have to go back out there, do another survey when the conditions are right, that is after a substantial rain, when you have ponding. If there are western spadefoot toad found out there, there are a series of mitigation measures that the applicant would need to implement, everything from cordoning off that area, not allowing development within it, and recreating ponds to relocate the western spadefoot toad at the point at which they would be developing it. That all has to be done by a qualified biologist who has a permit from California Department of Fish and Wildlife to handle western spadefoot toad and conduct those activities.
And that's the only species of concern that we'd be looking at for that ponding area?
From the reports, the database, there's a database that California Department of Fish and Wildlife maintains called the California National Diversity Database. And whenever biologists go out and survey and they find listed species, they have to report it, and it gets added to the database. So what they do is, before they go out and they do surveys of a site, they look at that database and they see what species have been found within proximity to the site, and then when they go out there, they look for habitat which is suitable for those species, and they survey for them. So they did do all that analysis. They did identify all the species that have the potential to occur and have been found elsewhere. And for all the species that did have the likely chance of being found on site, there are mitigation measures to ensure that there is not a significant impact to those species.
One of the mitigation measures made me laugh because it's on page 18 in our staff. I believe it's the staff report. Yep, page 18 of our staff report, where it talks about keeping cats out of the area where there might be nesting. I was wondering how you did that.
Page 18 of the staff report.
I have staff report, I've got page 18, and it says, recommended biological resource mitigation measures include limiting vegetation clearance. The applicant must conduct a nesting bird survey 7 days prior to the commencement. developing a trail plan to minimize potential human and domesticated pet encroachment within the coastal
Yes.
sage scrub habitats.
I don't see any reference to cats there.
Well, I just said cats because I think domesticated pet encroachment.
Right. The point of that is you don't want people who would occupy the site to be taking, you take your dog and you start walking through the coastal sage
I'm
habitat.
not talking about dogs. I'm
So,
talking about cats.
Yeah, these are domesticated pets. The idea was...
Goats.
Right. So the point is you create a trail plan to keep people on the trails so they're not walking through the coastal sage habitat, letting their dogs run around and...
Again with the dogs. How do you keep cats out?
That's a good question. You wouldn't be
So
able
you
to do
just
it,
said-
so...
okay.
That was not evaluated, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I should also state that there are already domestic cats out there, so...
That is true. Valley fever. The mitigations proposed, is there a risk of valley fever from the project itself, the Julia Meadows grading itself?
Not a significant impact. As evaluating the EIR, they found that the thing is with valley fever, people are probably, majority of people who live in the Simi Valley have already been, most likely been exposed to the spores due to just grading activities, also agricultural activities. Just when you go out and you grade, you're releasing the dirt and the spores go up in the air. Also, for example, with the landfill, when you're moving dirt, it releases the spores. And because it's all, people have already been exposed to it, the amount of grading that's being proposed for this project really isn't going to have a significant amount of additional exposure as a result of it.
Okay, I wanted that answer because it was raised during public testimony. Does the Julia Meadows project have a clubhouse?
Negative, no.
Okay, so there's certain things in the project description because the project is still the manufacturer's home that are kind of remnants, and I didn't know if it still applied. A lot of these have already been answered. The perimeter wall plan of the Catherine Meadows project is, I understand that you can't have any plants or anything on the railroad side. You can't have plants that grow on the side of the wall that is adjacent to the railroad tracks. Is that correct?
According to whom?
According to standards for railroads, they don't have. That is not allowed because you can't have maintenance activities. You can't have landscape maintenance people or people fixing the irrigation or whatnot.
Yeah, that would only be if you're constructing. It's my understanding that's only if it's within their right of way, but the wall would actually be constructed on the Colton Lee property.
Got it. So. Okay, and graffiti abatement, is that included in the conditions of approval?
That is not.
If this goes forward, can we make a recommendation that there be, something that controls graffiti?
Sure.
On that wall. We already got that. And the amplification of the wall is not an issue?
Nope.
Is the flow adequate now, the fire flow adequate now for the existing community? I've got additional demands would exacerbate Simi Valley Waterworks District Number 8 ability to provide adequate flow, but is it adequate right now without the homes?
That would be a question better geared towards the fire protection district because you got supply and then pressure issues. So I could describe some of that, but
Are you again, Masuro Ragi Fire Protection District? Is your question regarding the adequacy of the fire flow within the Knolls area currently?
Yes.
Okay, that one is not. where the proposed project is going to be off of a different system, and they are going to have more than adequate pressure for this project. And they're also going to improve some of the hydrants and add more hydrants along the Oak Knoll, I believe, that will add more to the neighborhood. So that
To
neighborhood
the
will
to the
improve.
existing Oaks Knoll neighborhood.
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Sorry for going so slow. So is the Julia Meadows project, the alternative, is it twice what is existing, that 32 homes figure? For a
It's
discretionary
just under.
permit? Just
Double
under?
would be 64. They're proposing 60 units.
Okay. And we had a lot of information about the density, and I understand there's different ways to figure density, but what about the community character? One thing that really struck me about the Knowles neighborhood was how eclectic it was. There are very large properties, there are very small properties, there are different setbacks. Some people are very close to one another. It's very unique. How does the Julia Meadows project meld with that? With large parcels, small parcels, different setbacks, and very different architectural styles?
There is a slight amount of variation in the lot sizes. The layout is more uniform than what you find within the Knolls, but that alternative was actually found to be more eclectic in nature than what was previously proposed, because now at least you have different modeled that are being proposed. As the applicants discussed in their presentation, you have more like the craftsman's style and bungalow sort of architectural design. The one thing about the site, though, is that from a planning perspective, you do actually want to cluster the development away from that coastal sage scrub habitat, because that's the area where you have the potential to find biological resources which are subject to protection. So it won't have the diversity that you find throughout the rest of the Knolls, but it's more so than what was previously proposed, and we do find that the layout, we found it when we did our evaluation of it to be in the keeping of that eclectic style. I mean, it's eclectic out there, and when you have that wide of a range of different types of houses, styles, diversity, you can propose a lot which is going to fit somewhere in there within that range. So we felt that this was more in keeping with the Knolls than what was previously proposed.
That area of coastal sage on the subject property itself, when's the last time it burned?
That's a good question. I do not know.
Is it?
I've been there 40 years and it's never burned.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just speaking out.
Just for the record,
yeah.
Marie Mason stated that it hasn't burned in 40 years.
Not on the property.
Commissioner, would you allow a follow-up on that density question?
Yeah, the density question is in flux. There's different figures saying no, the existing thing is this, and we figured it this way. We've had 3 different figures, so it's.
Well, I have a question to staff, if it's all right.
Go ahead.
It's been brought to my attention that the density of 5 per acre, which was quoted to us, that that may be different based on lot mergers over the years. How did staff analyze that?
Good question. Years ago, actually, because recall that the direction from the Board of Supervisors was that the density would be based upon the number of existing legal lots within the Knolls. We do not have records for each and every property out there, but what we did is we pulled all of our existing legal lot determination files and information that we have on the notice of mergers that have occurred. I think it was in the 80s where the majority of them occurred. Identified as many legal lots as we could find, and then we did our calculation based upon that. It actually took quite a bit of research to do that. It took multiple staff, and probably about a couple months to complete. And from that, we came up with the figures that were reported in the staff report. And I got to clarify, there's no set methodology, no rule regulation, no practice which states, there's one methodological approach to calculating density. We just did our best based upon the available information. At the time, Bruce Smith was the manager for the general plan section. I was following his direction with regard to how the county staff in the past have done such calculations when they're, for example, updating their general plan.
Okay, and Mr. Lazar, document page 12, as far as density, references that we're putting 60 houses on 10 acres. However, when we do a density study, it's the entire 27 acres.
That's correct. We look at the entire property.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Dukas?
Regarding that, is there going to be a fuel modification zone between that area where, yes? Okay, thank you. There's information saying that we've got a supposition or an assumption that this there's a property tax increase as a result of approving this project, and then there's arguments from residents who say there's going to be a decrease. Is that within the Planning Commission's purview to analyze and have information on? Facts and figures about, we just have this generalized statement saying it's going to get us taxes, and people are saying, no, it's going to ruin our property values.
Mr. Oriana appears to want to respond to that.
Any finding in the statement of overriding considerations needs substantial evidence to support it. You're free to fully investigate any one of those statements and the facts supporting or countering them.
Mm-hmm. All we have thus far is this generalized, assumption, and then the supposition of residents. I don't have anything of substance to base any decision either way.
Initially, you're the ones that determine whether what you have is substantial or not. That's a decision you make by voting on.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Idikis, if you hold on just one sec, there's I believe a footnote in the staff report which addresses that issue.
I think that's where I got the question from.
Yeah, initially, the applicant submitted information which had some assertions about, how much revenue the county would accrue. I looked at the studies that they were citing. None of them were Ventura County specific. They're more general studies. For example, it's on Exhibit 1, staff report, page 36. Actually, the footnote starts on 35. It continues on 36.
I've got a big scribble on my screen that says "Go back."
Yeah. So there were statistics cited in the National Association of Home Builders studies,
Starts there.
and although it's fair, I can say with I can say with a fair amount of confidence that we will see revenue from it. I didn't see anything, and I was not prepared to do an economic analysis to provide any sort of exact figure for it. But clearly, we're going to get property tax revenue. You will see jobs from the project. You will see business,
But we
increased
also
business
have,
revenue.
not to be argumentative, but we've also had people say that they can't sell their house because they have to disclose that this widening project is going to occur and they're losing parking. That seems pretty significant to me. That seems like substantial evidence to me, if that's within our purview, and it sounds like it is.
You can take that into consideration. You should when you're making your decision. I just can't corroborate any sort of facts about, how much of a loss in value, the probability of a property being sold, or anything to that effect.
Yeah, his no, was it? It was a husband and wife, and I think it was the first day. Yeah, one of. So the mitigation for the loss of the on-street parking in front of the park is that if there isn't enough parking, people will cross the street and utilize the streets of Julia Meadows. Is that correct?
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not a mitigation measure, but it was a condition that's applied to the project. That is, once again, the developer would make the applicant, pardon me, Gary, the applicant would make the private roads within the project site available for public parking. And that would be written in the CC&Rs for the HOA.
In addition to the retaining walls, fences, mailboxes, and other monuments, will landscaping also be replaced on the developer's dime? And with the, keeping with whatever the current residents will lose as a result?
That's correct.
That's a condition?
Yeah, the condition is the applicant's going to replace everything that they remove from the right-of-way. I mean, of course, you can't, the landscaping, you'd have to find another place on site to do landscaping. It's not going to look exactly the same, but they would be providing that, yes.
Okay. And the 9 acres that are being deeded as open space, how does the Catherine Road and the Knowles residents exactly benefit from that?
Well, they would have access. For example, they would have access to the Rancho Simi Rec and Parks District Trail that goes across the property. They could, there's walking series of sidewalks and walking trails that the applicant's proposing. Those would not be restricted, so they could use that as well.
And how do the residents of the existing Knowles neighborhood, how would they access it? Is it through Julia Meadows?
Yes.
So, okay. Oh, that's too hard. I've concluded my questions. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience as I go through this. I want to make sure that everybody's questions are answered, and at least we hear it.
Any other questions of staff by the commission? Commissioner Onsott.
Dan, how many residents have we determined may lose all their parking?
Right now, my count is possibly 3. Once again, can't tell for certain because we don't have access to some of those garages. Well, previous garages that have been converted.
I think we arrived at an accommodation to the one first identified. Is it possible to arrive at an accommodation with the fire department?
Yeah, sorry, it's been a long day. 950 Catherine Road, as Mr. Williams pointed out, the road we shifted to the other side, so that property they would retain their parking on the side of Catherine Road.
What about the other 2? Do they fit within, and we so adjust the roadway so that they will not lose?
According to what Commissioner Idukas observed, it sounds like that. I didn't make those observations in the field, though, so I can't corroborate that.
So we have no way right now of determining with the fire department whether that's possible?
I don't know.
Obviously, I'd like to have a situation where someone or everyone maintains at least one parking place.
I think perhaps, Commissioner Onstott, what you could do is you could, if your desire was to approve the project, you could approve it with that contingent, and we could, between now, your recommendation with that being your motion and going to the board, we could fully explore each and every one that we have to make sure that that is accommodated before we get to the board.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm seeing nods from both the applicant and the fire marshal that they would work on that for us. Other questions of staff? Okay. Chair had, well, the first question obviously is, since Rancho Simi has said they're not going to let you improve, I think you got a big road ahead of you to widen. You answered my question on the density. Okay, we got that. My only other question is, does County Council have any additional comments on the issues Ms. Lazar raised?
A couple I can clarify matters. As far as the development agreement amendment, just to clarify our position, that is required to be in the development agreement by the government code, but any amendment goes through the process of public notice, public hearing, and is subject to the same referendum possibility as the original development agreement. So if there were any changes to the current parts of the development agreement, they would go back through the public process. And if something was amended that eliminated a required mitigation of the project, including the widening of the road, it would be subject to the same challenge it would be now, for example, for fire safety, if it was approved with that development agreement change. So that wouldn't be any different now than 10 years from now. Although I suppose there could be other access at that point from across the railroad or something. On the notification to the school district, that's only triggered if the applicant submits for approval a tentative map. As staff, Dan Clayman pointed out, that wasn't done in this case, so there's never been a determination by Public Works of the application being complete for a tentative map. However, to the extent that the school district did get notice, that provision provides that if they haven't responded within 15 days, it's deemed to be approval of the subdivision by the school district. And the only other thing is, if you had any questions about recirculation, I can state what the standards are, but both staff and the applicant have stated those standards. And the most important one here is that it has to be significant. New significant environmental impact would result from the project or from a mitigation measure or alteration that you are approving. And that takes into consideration the fact that the project applicant is asking now for an alternative to be considered, not the original project. So you would have to find that the new information based on the alternative makes the EIR inadequate or subject to recirculation.
Thank you. All right, any other additional questions to staff?
Did you say that the development agreement, if it was at some time in the future amended, it was subject to referendum?
Yes, the original and any amendments are subject to, they're done by ordinance, and the ordinance is subject to a referendum.
And so they'd have 15 days to gather how many signatures to get it?
No, it's 30 days.
30 days to gather how many signatures?
30 days from the adoption and effective date.
And gather how many signatures for a referendum?
I don't have that number.
Is it 15% of the last election cycle? Is that a ballpark figure? That sounds familiar?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to research it.
Does anybody in the audience know that? It seems pretty daunting to me, and that would be for the entire county. Is that correct?
I also don't have the answer to that, but
I
I believe that's so.
I believe that, yeah, referendum, it would be daunting. Is it your opinion that it would be daunting to have to gather the entire county's, a certain percentage of the entire county's last election? I think it's 15% of whatever the last general election was.
I both don't know that your facts and assumptions are correct and can't speculate on what daunting even means. You'd have to ask an election expert.
It would be daunting.
And not an election law expert. You'd have to ask someone who does elections.
It would be daunting.
And I think they went home already, so. Talk to them. All right, any other questions of staff at this point? Anything else from staff? Comments? Anybody else? All right. Then I shall close the public hearing, and the commission will now deliberate. Commissioners? We can either approve, deny, modify and approve, continue.
No, I'll go. This is a very perplexing problem for all of us that sit up here. I mean, I hope all of you understand and appreciate that we review everything that comes before us. Every member of this board does. And Dan has done an exceptional job, as have the rest of the staff. It's an interesting situation when we have no particular objections. Well, we do have some objections to the project itself, but it's the roadway that is causing all the issues. I initially was concerned that all of the prior testimony that took place regarding the health and safety issues contravened what was in the staff report. And the matter, unfortunately, the matter was continued, and a lot of things were cleared up for me. As a matter of fact, almost all my questions were answered, to where I'm in a position to move approval of the project with some recommendations regarding the change of the Catherine Road improvement plan. I don't think anybody up here wants to see anyone lose all their parking, and I would not be in a position to support that. But we have apparently 3 residences in question, one of which has been resolved by county fire and staff as not be an issue. I would guess I would follow Kim's lead and say between now and this matter being referred to the board, I'd like to see if we could resolve the other 2. And I don't know how we do a conditional approval, but I'm also concerned that we do everything humanly possible to make that road safe. And if that means different speed limits, different signages, speed bumps, whatever it takes, ought to be incorporated within the plan. And again, I guess I would defer to staff on that. I had a great deal of difficulty reconciling the testimony of everybody regarding the impact on the character of the neighborhood. But, and I was moved today by the testimony that gave us some hope regarding this hashed mark walkway. I'm prepared to make a staff recommendation, or move staff recommendation with these changes to ensure that these other 2 people do not lose parking, and that further review of the situation by staff and applicant can add whatever additional safeguards can be added to Catherine Road, whether it's speed limits, signage, speed bumps, whatever it is. On that basis, I would move the staff recommendation with those exceptions.
I have a motion on recommended actions with 2 additions. Do I have a second? I'll second it. All right, commissioners, the motion's on the floor. Discussion.
I'm not prepared to certify, adopt, and find and make recommendations to the board regarding this project because of how frustrated I am that the project still appears to be in flux, and to me there are significant impacts as a result of losing part of your parking. I have 5 cars, and I would. I'm lucky enough to have a 3-car garage and a large enough driveway to accommodate all of my cars off the street, but not everybody is as lucky as me. But I have a problem with setting neighbor against neighbor with this project in flux, that some people will lose their driveways and their parking for even some of their cars, and will not have the safety of the road shoulder for their children to walk to school, or even be able to walk and visit your neighbor. I think the project is still unclear. I went out and labeled my exhibit with address numbers, We have a conceptual plan that that says some neighbors will have, you know, their improvements that they've made to an area that they thought was their property, and some people won't. And I'm sure the developer doesn't want to be in this pickle. He would like to just develop his nice development and not be on the hook. I was extremely concerned when for the applicant, we had testimony that fire sees this as an opportunity instead of an actual need. It seemed like there was a wish list. And I don't feel a lot of confidence in the fact that paving out the dirt shoulders to 25 feet is going to make it safer. I think it's going to make it less safe. I also think that making it possible to pass by putting those broken lines down the length of Catherine Road and having it allowed to have people pass on that winding, even the straight part where children play and people walk is a recipe for a disaster. I think it's ill-advised. I'm concerned that there is a substandard drainage that will not be improved. We've got testimony from the applicant that he plans on avoiding it, and I take him at his word. I think that if people want to use their garage for storage, they ought to be able to, and they shouldn't have the county telling them that they have to park their car there. Simply because of this dubious claim that making this widening will improve public safety. I don't see how the road capacity is increased by adding a foot or 2 or 3 or 5. It's completely unknown to me how that makes the ability to get the volume of cars that's in that area. There are a lot of cars, and there are a lot of people who didn't come out, and I think we had 200 that spoke, and somebody said multiply that by 15 for the people who will actually be impacted, and I think that might be shorting it. I don't know how many people use Catherine that live on those teeny tiny roads that spill out to it. I'm not certain that as nice as the development is and how much I would think that, you know, it's going to be pretty. I live in tidy Thousand Oaks where there are a lot of standards, and that's what appeals to me as a buyer. But there are people who have said that eclectic character is what is special and what needs to be maintained. And I'm not sure that even as improved as it is, that the project is in keeping with the community character. And last, I understand that there's going to be an effort to avoid impacts to protected and oak trees. But I still have the first exhibit that's in our record. I don't need to submit this. We already have this from January. This is what they gave us. And this is where the information is on which oak trees in the first plan were going to be impacted. And
I think it will irrevocably change the Sylvan character of the existing community. I'm happy to see that the developer seems absolutely willing to work with property owners to deal with driveway issues and other issues regarding their property, and I think that's really commendable. And I wish that they didn't see this as an opportunity that that fire gets this dubious and I think ill-advised road.
Commissioner Maggie?
I can certainly say that the Knowles community has come together on this one. I've never seen so many red shirts anywhere except at St. Louis Cardinals ball game. And you guys were very passionate, and you picked this thing apart in about 47 different ways as you saw it. It just kind of stinks what this might change. I'm a little more positive about what I heard today than what I heard last time in terms of what can happen in terms of modifications, and the developer's told me twice now that he'll bend over backwards to see that folks don't lose their parking, even if that means building walls or whatever it might be. From what I've seen of the road plan and how it's marked off and how it's widened, quite frankly, it looks to me like it actually will be safer. I don't think it's safe right now. People are walking in the street now, and so if they're walking in the street that's actually paved and marked, I think that's going to be safer. Now, I could be wrong, but that's how I see it. I heard a lot from the guy from transportation, but I think speed bumps should be there. And I don't think you should have to jump all through those bureaucratic hoops because you've got a special situation there. So I do hope in this process somehow that, there seems to be real critical places where you could put those, and then a couple more in the long stretches that will slow people down to make the road even safer. But my feeling is the project can go forward. I think the portions that are amendments that Mr. Onstead put in make a lot of sense.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
I have trouble with the project. The descriptions of the area in the general plan and the impact it's going to have on the Susanna Knowles overall community and the environment that surrounds it. I have some personal familiarity with the Knowles area. I think at our meeting on the 1st in Simi, I mentioned that I had, in fact, worked that area, going back a number of years, obviously. But I notice is we've heard everything we heard on the 1st, and the other issues that are before us today, and the people that have spoken. This whole project is wrapped around the issue of public safety. And although I think the commission knows that my background is law enforcement, let me just broaden that a little bit. I served almost 35 years with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, and I started like any other deputy would start. I had the opportunity to work the San Jose Knowles area, Simi Valley area, for almost 2 years. So I know what the area is all about. I've driven it both at daytime and nighttime. I've struggled trying to find addresses. I've had to back out of lanes or driveways. And I certainly know Catherine Road. That's a very unique community. The only reason it's here and these people are here today is because this project requires a secondary access to it. The applicant obviously has looked at other options out the backside. An additional or optional railroad crossing. It's arguable whether it's fiscally prudent or possible. That said, the only apparent other opportunity is Catherine, because it goes around. That in turn has dragged in everybody else that lives on that street and the adjacent streets. Everybody, I think, agrees to that. I'm troubled by the fact that this project now, I appreciate the fact it's been reduced. I appreciate the fact that now the applicant's preference would be the alternative project that's been proposed here. But it still requires Catherine Road to accomplish it, regardless of the fact that it's been reduced down to 60 units. I don't think it properly takes into consideration the overall impact it has on the community. After we had the meeting the other night in Sumi, after I drove that road three times on the first before we had our meeting up on the hill. After the meeting in City Hall, I went back out there and drove it again. And there are people on the street, there are children on the street, there are animals on the street. Parking aside, I'm just talking about those issues. I've bicyclists on the street. I saw those things every time I went there. The community, the issue about speed and safety and the traffic engineer's comments and conclusions that widening the street will not create any significant safety hazards as they see it. May have some truth to it. I don't buy into all of that. The people that live there, I think, know the hazards of the street and the environment, and they, for the most part, I think, purport themselves accordingly. The problem with widening streets, particularly when you have a variety of vehicles and visitors that don't know the area, and in fact do use it for a shortcut, creates problems. As we've heard and we've seen, there have been traffic accidents, there have been hit-and-run situations that occur, and that's related to the fact that, in part, to the fact that they don't know the road. There's no lighting out there. Just a variety of things. I appreciate the fact that that the road, the applicant would widen the road in those areas that where we talked about it widening it. It would make it more appropriate with the hash marks on the shoulders of the road, as I understand it, for people to be able to walk on those hash marks. The problem with that is that the hash marks are on the pavement, and the pavement is part of the roadway, and if vehicles are violating the roadway appropriate driving pattern for the roadway, they're going to impact those hash marks. They're going to cut the corners, or they're going to go too fast, and they're going to slide off the side. I think we've seen pictures, we have pictures and evidence showing in a telephone pole and with rocks, boulders, small boulders at the base of it, and there's hash marks on the side of the pavement marking what I believe would be a similar type of markings that would occur if this project were to go forward. And the vehicle obviously went through that in hitting whatever they hit, the fence or the rocks. So it's almost like a false security that just because you have hash marks here, you can walk here. I think that's almost naive. I understand why it's being stated, but I have a problem with it. You know, I've had the opportunity to deliver police services over my career all over this county. The last 17 years of my career were in management, and all of that time involved the issues of budgeting and delivery of service. I served as chief of police of Moore Park for approximately 3 years. I'm familiar with delivery of services and the impacts projects have on various communities. I administered all police services for the Sheriff's Department for the western part of the county, from the top of the grade all the way to the county line of the Rincon and east to beyond Piru, which included oversight of 3 contract cities. So, you know, I've got some awareness of what these issues are. I've responded to these requests for comments as it relates to impact, public safety impact that these projects might have. I noticed in going through here, public safety, law enforcement, obviously, submitted boilerplate information. I didn't see anything that was particular to this particular area. It's all wrapped around, this whole secondary access issue is all wrapped around the issue of public safety, i.e. fire, and being able to widen the road in parts, and installing or replacing fire hydrants. The site itself obviously has sufficient water pressure to deal with the issue, but that doesn't resolve the issue of secondary access, and that's really what this is all about. And the issues of encroachment are many, and just to make a general statement to those of you that live up there, that's a separate issue unto itself that the county is dealing with right now. County Transportation Representative Mr. Herrera alluded to it when I asked the question. The reality is I sit on a committee. I live in the county portion of the county. It's unincorporated. My community is dealing with these very issues related to pavement, right-of-way, and encroachments. And the county's been meeting with the community for almost a year with a series of meetings, and it'll probably be, maybe by the end of the year, they'll have something to take forward to the board to establish some sort of template to deal with these issues countywide. Regardless of what happens here today, this issue is something that the county is looking at and will want to deal with because of the liability that they have, because these encroachments have occurred or that were allowed to occur, and there was no enforcement that was taken in the past. It's a liability the county has and has to address. And that issue can be taken as a whole separate item. It just complicates this issue. The speed bumps, generally speaking, and we went through this thing with our meetings with County Transportation. Dave Frash, who was here at the August 1st meeting, as well as representatives from the fire department and CHP. Generally speaking, public safety, i.e. CHP and fire, is not supportive of speed bumps. And I realize that the county transportation says there are specifics that need to be in place before speed bumps will be considered. But generally speaking, there's not much support for speed bumps because obviously it impacts getting those public safety vehicles up and down the road. And when somebody's in an environment they're not familiar with, it impacts, you bump more than you should bump, a variety of things like that. And so from my perspective and the knowledge and base of knowledge I come from at this point, that doesn't seem like that's a practical thing to expect that would mitigate some of these safety issues. I have real questions about the true ancillary costs that would be attached to this project beyond the construction, the square footage cost of construction. I anticipate, this project has morphed from what it was originally to what it is today as an alternative, which included affordable housing, where affordable housing was taken out, because the county met its housing element obligations through, I believe, the year 2022, and so therefore there isn't any incentive for the applicant to include affordable housing here. But there are still going to be costs involved while the applicant is going to assume those costs on the front end, those costs have to come out somewhere. And my assumption, and it's merely an assumption, that they transfer to the cost, of the square footage cost of the house, or they transfer into the HOA when the CC&Rs are written and incorporated into this process, that obligation will transfer to the prospective homeowners, thereby increasing the cost. I just think it's bad policy, and I'm inclined to deny a staff recommendation.
There's not much more for me to say that hasn't already been said. I think the positions are pretty well established. Having done with several other situations up at Santa Susana Knolls, but also other parts of the county, whether it be Lockwood Valley, El Rio, when we run into these older substandard lots, and then we're trying to apply 21st century requirements on top of them, we keep running into these things. In fact, one lady testified last meeting that because we denied somebody, she was able to acquire the lot because the value was taken out of it. So it has that swing about it. What has not changed is the fact that my time up here, it's a dangerous place, and the evidence Ms. LaForce and some others gave today shows that there are problems even with the status quo. So when the applicant came along, it surfaced the need, particularly for fire, to have better access to provide the services. As Commissioner Rodriguez said, the backing out sometimes. I remember one specific case up in San Jose. That was the issue. There was such a lip that if the fire truck went over it, there would be a hard press to get it back out. So there'd be a reticence about providing the vehicle. So again, I really appreciate all the testimony, all the efforts by everyone. This has been a very fluid situation because, again, given the uniqueness of this situation, again, I agree with Commissioner Rodriguez. It's interesting, we're not talking about the 60 houses per se.
Exactly.
It's what the county now wants to hinge onto it because it's a discretionary permit process. So we're going to deal with that. And the reason we're dealing with that is the evidence we received. It is not a safe situation. Everybody knows that. We have testimony from experts that if the right things are done, it will be safer, may not be safer. Everybody has an opinion on that one. I think we've addressed the parking situation, which, again, given the neighborhood, I don't think is ever going to get fixed. But again, that comes along when you purchase a piece of property, as Commissioner Duca said, she bought there because of that. You buy where you want to buy. If it's La Conchita, when we dealt with that situation, all right, there's certain times when it's caveat emptor. But I'm with everybody else here, but there's been enough evidence by the experts that I'm willing to let this project go forward. But it has been a real wrestling act for me, too. I want everybody to understand that. I'm very sympathetic to the 1,500 people or more who were involved here. So with that, I would request that the clerk call the roll.
Before you do that,
All right.
I obviously modified the staff recommendation, and I would like to reiterate what everybody else is saying. There's a balance here and a tipping. And if people are going to lose their entire parking, then I would go the other way. And I would suspect and hope that staff, the applicant, whoever, would come up with whatever additional improvements, whether it's speed limits, signage, no passing lanes, whatever, to make this as safe as humanly possible. I want to make sure we say to that again. Without those provisions, both parking and these additional improvements, I would vote negative. It's that close. I'm through.
Madam Clerk, call the roll. Yes, just
Commissioner McGee.
I vote yes.
Commissioner Dukas.
No.
Commissioner Onstott.
Yes.
Commissioner Wessner.
yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
No.
The recommendation with the modifications is approved. This will be referred to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you again for your patience and your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Struggling with this one.
Item number 7, Director comments.
I don't have anything to report.
Hearing no comments, no commissioner comments, this meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Just make sure you take care of those folks.
Well, that was the most unique one I've had.
Now, good luck.